Tata Steel Chess Day number 12, lamba event and not so lambe results. Welcome, Sahaj bhai. I think this event yesterday was a sad day. I'm going to put it bluntly, but Indian players को एक point prove करना रह गया अब. I think it's not even like कि it's about the rankings. It's about winning some games against strong players and proving why we are at the top again. And of course, some amazing matchups lined up for you, chat. Welcome, Sahaj bhai. आज किस game के बारे में आप सबसे ज़्यादा excited हो?
Of course, the match in front of us, bhai, between Hans and Gukesh, जो I mean, मतलब Gukesh black से खेल रहा है. It's already King's Pawn opening, and I feel he has Bishop C4 and Bishop B5 here. Look, I mean, I do understand, but I think Gukesh का necessarily खराब event नहीं है. I mean, he's only losing 5 points, but I feel like वो जो एक गलती है ना bit against Nodirbek, I feel like that's also a bit elaborated here. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I think compared to others, I think Gukesh has a decent tournament. Like 4-5 points jana is pretty normal, right? Like it's not a big loss. I think it's more about, especially when that blunder happened, like basically that's the difference between a good and a bad tournament. But I think it's more about the missed opportunities. For example, like let's say Sahaj bhai, आपको याद है Sahaj bhai chat एक बंदा था जिसने Bitcoin, कुछ 20,000 Bitcoin कुछ 2 पिज्जा के बदले 2013 में दे दिए थे. याद है आपको? There was this famous story. Like he would have been like a billionaire right now, but he sold them for 2 pizzas. Technically, he didn't do anything wrong, right? But I think that's a huge missed opportunity, right? Even though his life never really changed, like he never made a mistake, but that was a huge missed opportunity. So Gukesh, multiple games where he should have drawn, he lost, he should have won, he drew, including the game yesterday, including the game against Nodirbek. So psychologically, he would not be happy. If yesterday, game पूरे time equal रहती, plus equal रहती, the game ended a draw, he would not care. But he knew he was winning. Even during the game and after the game, and that's what would pinch him. And that's why I think not only Gukesh though, सब Indian players के लिए finish off करना अच्छे से बहुत जरूरी है. And welcome chat, हम लोग support करेंगे साथ में. अच्छे समय में तो सब साथ देते हैं, बुरे समय जो साथ देगा वही असली दोस्त है. साज भाई हम उनमें से नहीं, हम उनमें से हैं, definitely है. साज भाई तो क्या लग रहा है आज? Hands with Gukesh,
you know,
क्या देखने को मिलेगा?
I think Arjun had basically, अगर हम अर्जुन के बारे में बात करें, like he had basically come back in the last 2 rounds last year. And मतलब आज भी उसका मतलब Jordan से है with the black pieces. And maybe we can take a quick look. यहाँ पे तो he's gone for D3. So this is I think Martinez variation if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, bhai, that's what it's known as apparently. So let's take a quick look at Arjun, at how he's faring up today. He's playing against Jordan, and by the way, he has gone for knight C3. Look at this. So already some surprise there for Arjun in this position.
By Arjun Kato, this tournament objectively has been a nightmare. If we can have the standings on screen for just about 10 seconds, that will really sum it up. I think he's in second last place, just above, I think, Van, and this doesn't look impressive at all. 4 points. And he started off very well. That's the point. Like, पहले 4 round में ही उसके, I think, 2.5 point बन गए थे. So he scored like, in the next 9 rounds, I don't know, he scored like 1.5 points, yeah, which is just very sad. So, not 9, but whatever that math says. But at the end, he'll be very sad, very disappointed. And knight c3 on the board. Let's have the board again, full screen. And knight c6 खेला है Arjun ने. Let's see 4 knights वगैरह. हाँ.
Are we gonna see f4?
I mean, it's possible. Knowing Jordan, he's somebody who would totally go for this. And Chad, Jordan ने जिस तरह रहा था, I think Keymer को, Arjun should be careful. If you land in Jordan's prep, this could be extremely dangerous. He will not let go. That was like the only game that the audience clapped for in this entire event. That belongs to Jordan.
Yeah, correct. Also the game against Aravindh as well. I mean, वहाँ पे भी एकदम crazy prep. He's gone for bishop c4 now. So keeping that option of f4 alive, अभी d3, f4 is possible. That could be part of his prep. That will be very, very interesting. Arjun actually thinking, yeah. Like on move
plays
3
now, knight f6. And now I think, of course, like d3, f4 is what Sahaj bhai was talking about. This is, by the way, recommendation of Levy's course.
Really?
Yeah. This was the recommendation way back. So maybe he's going to listen to Levy now. Levy ka to video तैयार हो जाएगा अगर ऐसा हो गया. But of course, he can also go knight f3, but then there is some knight e4 ideas. So you have to be careful. He goes d3, Sahaj bhai. So possibility, yeah, on the board f4 की.
I think ये आने वाला है भाई. But इसका downside ये कि black can play knight a5 एंड उससे ये बिशप आपका ट्रेड हो जाएगा. सो फॉर एग्जांपल नाइट ए5 यू कैन टेक्निकली अलाउ नाइट c4 एज वेल हियर, बट यहाँ पे f4 नहीं चलेगा बिकॉज योर स्ट्रक्चर इज टू ब्रोकन हियर. तो या तो बिशप b3 या फिर नाइट e2. Otherwise, I think he's gonna go for f4.
Yeah, and chat, welcome. It's a Saturday. Hopefully, it's gonna be a nice one for India. And it's going to be one which we can look back at with smiles on our faces. Sahaj bhai, so let's go to the Pragg game because lots of Indian players. No India versus India matchup today and Sindarov versus Pragg. I think in terms of the challenge we are facing in this round, this is the toughest. Sindarov, tournament leader with huge incentive to win today, right? Because Nodirbek is also fighting for the first place. And also Nodirbek also has white, so he might also win. So huge pressure on Sindarov to win this event. And Pragg defending with the black pieces. I think we're going to see a very, very long game here.
Sure. And I think Pragg also playing very, very solid as well. He's gone for Yanovsky, which is historically a very, very solid opening. And यहाँ पे वो typical Carlsbad structure is incoming. Black's gonna play c6, bishop d6, queen b8 like this. ये bishop trade हो जाता है, and then yeah, the game just continues. I don't know, but I seem to like this more for Pragg. And also, let's not forget कि between जब गुकेश और Pragg का जब गुकेश and Sindarov का मैच हुआ था round 1 में, तब भी हमने Carlsbad structure देखा था, जहाँ पे गुकेश got the better of him. So, could be actually good news for Pragg here as well.
या कुड बी. एंड कोई कह रहा है मेन ब्रॉडकास्ट में ये हो रहा है. भाई मेन ब्रॉडकास्ट यही है चैट, एटलीस्ट हमारे लिए. सो anyways, just kidding. I think Arjun cannot lose 70 points. I think he's losing around 25, which is की फैक्टर 10 के हिसाब से वेरी वेरी हाई टू बी ऑनेस्ट. इट नेवर हैपेंस. एक बार फिरोजा ने 25 पॉइंट बढ़ाए थे तो द एंटायर वर्ल्ड लॉस हिज माइंड यार कि 25 पॉइंट बढ़ा कैसे लिए. तो घटाना इज आल्सो इक्वली crazy. Meanwhile, Saj bhai, Arvindh Chithambaram, what can we expect from him? Clearly, it's G4 on move 7. तो कुछ भी हो जाए वो अटैक करना तो छोड़ेंगे नहीं. And आज Anish Giri is going to face some pressure maybe.
Just trying to find this game. There it is. So basically, Rook G1 पता है किसका कोर्स है? This is Gukesh's coach Agaevsky. He wrote a course on like an LTR with the white pieces, and there in part 1 Rook G1 was the main recommendation there. So could be something.
Yeah, could be something. And Anish, of course, like has had a interesting tournament. Like he had a horrible start, had a great comeback, lost one game in the middle, but now again defeating Erdogmus. So he would love a couple of victories in the final 2 rounds to finish off on a high. He can still potentially challenge for first place if everything goes his way. But of course, like second, third place is what he's realistically looking at. Hometown में not hometown but home country form करने का हमेशा extra emphasis होता है, and last round उनका hands के साथ है. So he would be targeting Arvind, I feel, potentially to win this event. If he gets an opportunity, he's going to go for the kill.
Absolutely. And भाई वो पीछे जो फैन खड़ा है यार, वो फिर से अरविंद की टी-शर्ट पहन के आया यार आज.
I'm just happy कि विशी सर की पहन के नहीं आया भाई. I'm very happy विशी सर की पहन के आया तो everybody started losing because everybody is there at the end because of Vishy. Without Vishy nobody will be there. So okay, I think sad for Arvind maybe.
Yeah, agreed. But G4 के बाद now Anish is thinking G6 is kind of interesting here, ताकि G5 के बाद knight maybe H5 पे आ सके और maybe bishop G7 पे. Let's actually take a look at this. So यहाँ पे कितने games हुए after G4? We have around just a little over 30 games. Yeah, that's it. And what's the surprise? Because knight c6 is the surprise in this position after Rook G1. यहाँ पे E5 normally खेला जाता है, but this could be Anish's prep, and I'm G4 के बाद thinking that's a bit strange, no? Because G4 is the most popular move here.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's trying to recall his thoughts a little bit, maybe. Like maybe he's trying to choose between 2 options. Okay, he goes G6 just about now. So clearly he knew what was happening. By the way, Fabi ने कोई वीडियो डाली है, so chat देख चुकी है. And कोई कह रहा है कि Fabi ने बोला कि he wasn't invited to Tata Steel. Now, why that's the case, God knows. Did he share a reason कि why he wasn't invited? Chat कुछ बताया क्या उसने वीडियो में? मैंने अभी देखी नहीं है.
Wow, that's huge. Huge of true.
Yep. Huge से याद आया साज भाई, let's go to Gukesh's game because it's a huge stakes नहीं हो सकते for the world champ who's playing with the black pieces now against Hans Niemann. Hans को पता है भाई, if he can beat the world champion, that's a great tweet. Yeah, that's a lot of sponsors potentially. So
By
गुकेश
also
को हराने का, हाँ.
he's gonna be first. I mean, at least he'll be tied first
Hmm.
if he
Hmm.
wins it. Because he's only half a point behind the tournament leaders Sindarov and Abdusattorov.
And also, let's not forget Hans Niemann is doing the same thing which Sindarov is doing. He's world number 18. If he were to win, he'll be world number 16 or even 15 actually behind Sindarov potentially. Depends on how many points exactly he gets. So he's also right there. Just behind the Indians, one step behind the Indians, one win behind the Indians. So I think Sindarov, Hans, ये सब लोग, like they're gunning for those spots. Let's not forget Jordan gaining 14.3 points and back to his 27-20 rating. So I think काफी ज्यादा challenges face कर रहे हैं Indians, from youngsters, from their peers, from seniors. भाई ये
Right,
साल
right,
आसान नहीं
right,
है.
right. No, right, you're right. And of course, it's a great start to a new year as well. So let's see what happens. By the way, he's gone for h6 in the last move. Still prepped by Gukesh. And यहाँ पे knight c3 and knight d5 is what I remember. Basically, आप black से either you take on e7 or you ask black to take, and okay, you can either capture back with the pawn or the bishop, and you try to target the e5 pawn. I mean, it's looking kind of comfortable for Hans for now, but okay, it's Gukesh's prep, so something crazy is incoming.
But the point by Nilesh is ki, sorry to say, but Indian players are not playing well. It has nothing to do with the fan. Of course, yeah, of course. That's just us trying to joke around. At the end, it's all dependent on the players, their performance, their focus, their preparation. Clearly, it seems like कि बाकी players, साल में आपका वो point बाद में दिमाग आता है यार, भूख ज्यादा है बाकी players में, because वही चीज है, like, somebody who's, I think Magnus को तभी लोग admire करते हैं. It's not just about winning the world championship. It's not just about, reaching the top. It's about staying there. I think there are so many people who've kind of reached world top 5 ranks, world top 5 ratings or whatever. But कितने लोग maintain कर पाते हैं? That's why the Caruanas and even the Hikarus are respected so much, is because they stay at that rank, whatever may happen. Yeah. So I think वही
That's a
चीज Indian
great
players
point.
को थोड़ा maintenance is also important, because it takes a lot of effort. And right now it would just be luck. That's always a factor. But ये tournament in terms of performance from Indian players has been a nightmare. इसमें कोई doubt नहीं है.
Yeah, especially considering के मतलब last year we were मतलब two of them were fighting for the first place. Yeah, उन्हीं का
Yeah.
tie break हुआ था. So considering that for sure. But yeah, it's a long year. I do agree that it has not been the most ideal.
Maybe there's a silver lining कि भाई कल की स्ट्रीम एक्स्ट्रा 8-9 घंटे की नहीं होगी टाई ब्रेक वाला. कि टाई ब्रेक
यार
स्ट्रीम
वो तो
करने
मजा
की
आया था
जरूरत
कवर
नहीं
करके.
पड़ेगी. हाँ.
वो तो मजा आया था मतलब
हाँ,
कवर
but I mean,
करके.
I don't know if I want to look at a tie break between Sindarov and Nodirbek. So that's not really ideal. Meanwhile, I think फिलहाल के लिए h6 के बाद white is still thinking. I think Hans Niemann के लिए, as we discussed, is a super important game. He's played an amazing event, by the way. I think he's only lost one game in this tournament to Vincent. And he's won against Aravindh. He's actually played very smart. He won against, I think, Fedoseev with that opening trap. He won against Aravindh and won against Thai Dai Van. He's already on 6.5. So he's played a very smart event, like very practical play from Hans.
I think ये भी matter करता ना, like specifically for Arjun, because each time I think Arjun tries to play for a win. And अगर आप Sindarov को भी देखो तो you remember that early draw he made. I can't remember who it was against, but let me just switch very quickly to Sindarov. I think it was against Fedoseev, if I'm not mistaken, जो बहुत जल्दी खत्म हुआ था. I mean, so there a person like Sindarov is also picking like the players, yeah, but or maybe picking the right position. क्योंकि यहाँ अगर मैं यहाँ पे push कर सकता हूँ तो I'll push. If not, then okay, मतलब you try to remain solid.
I think he's smiling there, ऐसे हल्का फुल्का ऐसे smile उनके चेहरे पे है. He's having a amazing year. 2025 was just fabulous, the second half, and 2026 seems to be continuing down the same path. So all the reason to smile even during a game. मुझे याद है उसेन बोल्ट ने ऐसे रेस के बीच में भाई कैमरा की तरफ पॉइंट के स्माइल दी थी, because he knew he was so far ahead of the others कि टाइम था. And reminds me of something similar. भाई तो भीड़ क्यों इकट्ठी हो रही है भाई, कहीं पे कुछ हो रहा है क्या क्रेजी किसी बोर्ड पे?
Let's take a look. Maybe it's Arvind versus Anish कि वहाँ पे पॉन G5 पे पहुंच चुका है.
नहीं, not this one.
It's not this
It's on the
one.
other side. Left में जाना है. एक और लेफ्ट में क्या यही है क्या या इज इट वन मोर गेम आई डोंट नो इज इट दिस वन
It's could be.
कुछ तो भीड़ है
Uh,
चलो एनीवेज लेट्स गो टू अर्जुन गेम एनीवे आ ही गए हैं तो आए क्या तो कुछ खा के ही जाएंगे एंड साज भाई व्हाट डू यू मेक ऑफ द
yeah,
पोजीशन आई
could be
थिंक
this
नो
one
एफ4
actually.
सो फार
Yeah, I think, but he's planning knight e2, short castle, and eventually going for f4. I mean, I don't think he's gonna play it instantly. That makes sense, I think. But problem is maybe black can try to go for d5. But वो possible नहीं है if I go knight e2 because you can't even take on c3. Yeah, I think this looks good. If this is prep, नहीं तो yeah.
Yeah, knight to very logical. Castle, king safety by number one priority. And Arjun, of course, has taken more time, which is already quite rare in the openings. Usually he's the one to play very quickly. So, Saj bhai, किस game पे जाएं? I think we've had a brief look at all the games, Indian games. Knight to played, by the way, by Jorden on the board.
Mm-hmm. And now short castle and f4 ka plan, and I think Arjun, I think probably at some point is going to go knight f5, but I'm not sure. Ek aur d6, bishop e6 is also looking okay, but this ever looming threat of f4 feels uncomfortable to face as black.
Hmm. By the way, random thing is saying Gukesh Kang is useful because he didn't take many risks and now he's taking too many risks. I'm not sure I agree with that. Actually, to win an event like candidates, you have to score +4, whatever that score is. Like you have to win 4 more games than you lose, yeah. So
Hmm.
usually that will involve taking some risks, and only then you can win, honestly. So I think it's just about form, just about momentum, just about confidence. When you win the candidates, suddenly Olympiad ke liye you are pumped up. You win the Olympiad, you're pumped up for the World Championship. So it goes in flow. When your one event doesn't go well, then you're low on confidence on the second one. It's just a momentum thing. You need one event to go your way, and suddenly everything else falls into place. What do you think about that, Sajbhai? Ki matlab रिजा ले रहे हैं मुकेश
Um, I don't think necessarily yeah, he is trying to play for a win, but I think he was doing the same in candidates as well. Just wahan pe it
Hmm.
was working, and yahan pe, I mean, again, for me, I don't think Gukesh is necessarily okay having like a horrible event. I think he's just not having a great event. I mean, I think the rating is also a good indicator of that. Sort of 5 point to ja rahe hain. I mean, and I think just that one blunder against Nodirbek, yeah, that's the only one. That's it. But yeah, I think the main skill is also कि you try to play for a win regardless of the position, and I think it's about finding that balance कि वो कब काम कर रहा है कब नहीं कर रहा है and so on.
Yeah,
That's
and
my
Pragg's
take.
game yesterday reminds me of that, Sahaj bhai. जब वो F4
Mm.
खेला था, he had the draw in hand, and it
But
backfired literally one move later. Yeah, like
but
two
you know,
moves
to be
later. He was.
fair, if I see f4 in that position, I am and I have just sacrificed a knight, and with that knight takes e5, I think it's very understandable that white would not want to
Hmm,
draw there
hmm.
because you have all of this I don't know, aggression in the game, and it just black king d6 player, you just feel like okay, something bad will happen. But yeah.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I think tough है, but that's life. Canada is harder than World Championship, of course. आपको 8 मैच जीतना है एक से. The odds are always going to be in your favor at the World Championship. But of course, to reach the World Championship, you have to go through the candidates. So the path is very, very difficult for anybody in the world. Avi Ramesh is spot on. There's a reason Pragg has the winner of Magnus across formats. It's great ability to, but lacks the mental strength of Gukesh. I think वही चीज है. Everybody has their own strengths and cons. Like there is no one path to success, as we usually know from experience in other fields. Everybody has certain things. They're baseline good at everything, but their excellence comes from being good at certain things, and of course they're weak in certain things, and they work on their weaknesses, try to get better. But there will be difference in styles of play, and that's pretty common. And Gukesh has some pros, Pragg has some pros, Arjun has some pros, and they give them certain liberties and so on. So meanwhile, I think Arjun
let's
ka
go
ek pro to
to
definitely. Huh.
let's go to Gukesh maybe for a second.
Yeah. Let's go to Gukesh.
Because some moves have happened. यहाँ पे he takes the pawn on b5 and he takes on 8. So basically, if you capture back, तब knight c3 and knight d5 का plan once again. Maybe knight c3, knight e2 also. I don't know. I seem to like this more for Hans.
Yeah, this b5 pawn, the white खेलता है bishop a4, bishop b3 point यही होता है to bring this pawn forward, and suddenly this pawn can be a target now.
Hmm.
And White is very, very harmoniously developed. No weaknesses whatsoever. बस queen side के दो minor piece develop करने हैं. He has to choose the best squares for the bishop and knight, and rest looks very solid. But okay, black is also not struggling just yet. एक pawn का ख्याल रखना है साल भाई.
So, I mean, would you capture with the bishop or the queen? I think the queen maybe, yeah?
Yeah, queen looks logical, although bishop doesn't look
Because
bad either. Very hard
ये
to
knight
choose
c3 के
actually.
बाद आप लेकिन pawn को कैसे बचा रहे हो? So if you go queen takes a8, knight c3, do you really have to play queen a6 here?
But I thought b4 खेलेंगे हम लोग. That was my
b4 with the
intention at
knight
least.
e2 I think should, or knight d5 also is supposedly very good. But knight
Because
e2 is what I
b5,
like more.
but b5 defend करना is very hard, no? Long term, like b5 to defend
Apparently
that
queen
somehow.
a6 is good, bhai. What is this? Or
Oh,
knight
I
a5,
mean,
which also okay. Knight a5 makes
okay,
sense.
knight f5 makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
क्योंकि
Queen
knight
a6
b5
looks
पे
weird.
एटलीस्ट ये मर रहा है. This is kind of good.
Yeah, this I like. This I like. But okay, queen a6 is ridiculous, yeah?
But a long term pawn बंद हुआ ना. Isn't this a problem actually for black?
I mean,
This is attacked. This is attacked.
I'm
कितना
not
time के लिए
worried though.
अपन?
Like somehow this structure looks like something which I can play with, yeah?
Hmm.
Like double pawning, hai na? It's not even like a. Yeah, not too worried about this one actually. Just optically, maybe calculation. I should be worried. Maybe that's a possibility, but doesn't look that scary somehow.
Yeah, maybe. So this is the follow-up. अगर वो rook a8 पे queen a8 मारता है. If he goes bishop a8, maybe that is also looking interesting. So knight c3, but still you have to go knight a5, bhai. Not something like queen b8.
But the queen eight played by Gukesh.
Okay.
So now important
Maybe we'll
choice.
see
Knight.
this.
Yeah, knight
Or
c3
maybe
will be
we'll see
played.
your line. Oh, plays knight c3, bhai. Let's stay here.
I thought b4 hoga because that was the okay. I don't play e4 e5 usually. That's not my go-to opening.
Mhm.
So the subtleties are not my expertise. So I am out. But I think b4 kind of looks like a solution. But let's see how they play it.
B4 is looking interesting. That's for sure. But knight a5 just feels very, very unnatural. But let's see. Apparently,
Chat.
bishop b4 is also good.
Bishop b4. Ooh.
Hmm.
Okay, that looks a bit.
Play.
Oh, he plays
Yeah,
bishop
bhai,
b4.
please finish
That
your.
looks a bit great.
Oh,
Wow,
great! Wow,
that looks like
amazing.
great, भाई. Wow, भाई.
Such a
ये
great
मैच की
move.
move. Oh, भाई, it's great.
Wow.
Right?
So,
Isn't it a great move?
so realistically, why didn't you like it? Because
I mean,
you
I
have to
have
go
to give
bishop
the
c3.
bishop pair now, right? Like
हाँ.
that's the point. Like bishop d2, I have to give the bishop pair. My default reaction is bishop pair नहीं देना है. So, I mean, you're solving one problem. You don't have to choose between b4, knight a5, let's say bishop c3. Of course, bishop c3 मारेंगे, I'm guessing. And now I can just play d6. मैंने अपना bishop अपना जो e7 पे था, I brought it out of the pawn chain. And now my position looks very harmonious. Like there is no flaw on bishop c3 and d6. Very solid for black.
जो मुझे पसंद नहीं आया वो ये था knight h4 and knight f5.
हाँ, it looks very scary, no? Like rook e3 भी ready है, queen f3 भी ready है, and bishop on b3 very strong.
Let me go bc3 and if you go d6 then knight h4. अब ये ज्यादा scary है आपके लिए. Because now
ये
f4
बाप
is
रे.
incoming, knight f5, ये रुक भी ऐसे आ सकता है.
Maybe
Queen
you're
f3
right
of
actually.
course.
Oh, and bishop h6 is always an additional threat. By this actually looks better. Wow. And also controls knight d4 ideas as a bonus.
Exactly.
So
knight e7 खेल सकते हो maybe, yeah, but then queen f3 just looks very, very dangerous. Yeah, the
bishop
more I
on
leave
b3
it
is a
actually.
monster.
Like queen g3 f, so many ideas. Yeah, bishop h6 is a great. I mean, let's show the chart. So c5 पे bishop h6 apparently it's just winning.
Wow. Chat,
Takes and
क्या
takes.
तुम्हें डर लग रहा है थोड़ा सा? भाई bishop की बात है play and very important moment for Hans. I think he should take with the pawn. That's a great find, Saj. He has to take with the pawn. Bishop से मारने के बाद black gets some time to solve his problems. I think it's structurally better, but अगर attack लगाना है तो he has to take with the pawn. I feel.
See, why I didn't like the bishop is क्योंकि bishop या तो इस diagonal पे आ सकता है या फिर it can remain on c3 जहाँ पे knight d4 allowed नहीं है. तो for example, you know, जैसे इस position में, like if I don't play bishop, if in this position for example, अगर मैं knight h4 खेलता हूँ क्योंकि मेरे को knight f5 आना है, तो black has knight d4. So I was thinking कि या तो बिशप रहेगा C3 पे या पॉन रहेगा C3 पे, राइट? तो पॉन जस्ट मेक्स मोर सेंस क्योंकि यू आर ऑल्सो क्रिएटिंग द आइडिया ऑफ F4 एंड D4 भी ब्लॉक हो रहा है.
Have to agree, Sahaj bhai.
A bit worrying for sure for Gukesh here.
Enhance his sip लिया ना like tea का आराम से, like the fact that he's pausing, I think he understands कि यहाँ पे एक potential है मेरे पास, and it will also signal his intentions, right? So if I want to draw against Gukesh, I will take with the bishop, keep it solid. If I take with the pawn, clearly I'm in mood for some more action.
भाई बिशप से मारने के बाद भी वो ड्रॉ नहीं है, उधर भी नाइट एच फॉर F4 सीधा
हाँ,
खेच सकता हूँ मैं.
ट्रू बट एटलीस्ट अटैक के लिए टाइम लग गया ना, बिशप को वापस आना पड़ेगा बिकॉज बिशप C3 से E5 कुछ कर नहीं रहा है कि जस्ट प्ले D6, सो यू हैव टू कम बैक. Maybe I get more time as black to neutralize your attack. My queen on 8 maybe can come back to the king side at some point. Maybe
You know,
D6 bishop C8.
actually this idea reminded me of that. You remember that game of Magnus versus Gukesh जो I believe tie breaks में खेला गया था, जो गुकेश जीता था ब्लैक से. It was a similar structure जहाँ पे Gukesh voluntarily gave both of his bishops. It was and one of them was like this, I think, with bishop b4, bishop c3, and the other was on f5 or bishop g4, bishop f3, and he just played that. Maybe this is something that Gukesh just feels comfortable with. I don't know.
Possible. I mean, we know Vishy also prefers playing with knights, and he's also had a great influence on all the Indian players. So that's definitely something they might like personally. It's also a matter of taste. But maybe it's also matter of form, like want to keep the game simple, like he didn't want to calculate complicated lines. God knows, Raj bhai, there could be 100 reasons. And chat, by the way, जो chat में बस सब के सब लोग नमस्ते लिख दो भाई. कोई अगर बाहर का बंदा गलती से स्ट्रीम खोल दे, उसको लगना चाहिए कि भाई इंडियन लोग यहाँ कर रहे हैं. बिकॉज आई थिंक साथ भाई, if people abroad know one word about in Hindi, that's namaste. Yeah.
Yep, correct. Namaste. We are upgrading from hi bhai.
हाँ, upgrades are incoming भाई everywhere.
Okay, so tough moment for, I mean, a very interesting moment, I would say, for Hans. He's definitely considering, कौन से piece से capture करना है यहाँ पे. Any updates? Perhaps you could check out Aravindh, as he's already around 15 minutes down on the clock against Anish. He played this g6 के बाद g5 and black went knight d7 and bishop e3 and he goes h6. So far, best moves from Anish.
By the way, I heard कि we have another GM in India just now.
Was it like a post from Zavin?
No, it's Arav Dengla, I think, who became like a grandmaster just now. Like,
It's his coach who posted that, I think, but I wasn't sure.
Okay.
But that's so
nice,
cool.
yeah.
Didn't know.
93 GMs, yeah. India has now
7 more to go.
भाई आरव डेंगला एक 1800 rated, 1800 1400 था, I don't know, like rated kid. Met him in some tournament in Europe. Little kid, met his mom also, and he was like ऐसे 1600 1400 1800 rating थी उस टाइम उसकी, pre COVID. So now he's a GM और हम वही बैठे हैं. Great भाई.
Amazing. Yeah, he's 2506. He must have made his GM nom now.
Yeah, man. Bro, if you're watching this stream and if you're younger than let's say 15, like you can achieve random in chess you never thought you could. I think chess is a young man's game and you will really, really grow fast as a kid. So push very hard and you can grow very quickly.
Yeah, true. But especially अगर लोग 7-8 में start करते हैं, like until 15 you have very very good chances.
By the way, we've had one repetition in Sindarov versus Pragg. In fact, more than one. And now Sindarov has the final chance if he wants to push, and apparently he is better, clearly better.
No, this is theory, bhai. So far, this is theory. This is a very common way of going for a draw here, actually.
Is Sindarov repeating like maze ke liye, or is he considering a draw then?
I think he's actually considering, bhai. This is what I mean, na? Like you pick your games. कहाँ पे खेलना है, कहाँ पे नहीं खेलना है. He's already +3. He knows के If he draws now and he tries tomorrow, okay, maybe there's good chances. I mean, he's playing Van tomorrow.
Also, I asked Sindarov when he won the World Cup. I asked him a question during the press conference, and I asked him like, which one opponent are you looking at, as your strongest rival or something at the candidates, somebody you're looking forward to playing. And the name he mentioned, like, okay, he said Fabi, Hikaru are very strong, but I think I have a rivalry or some sort of rivalry against Pragg because he defeated me in the under 10 or something world championships in the final round, like we were leading. So I'm looking forward to my match against Pragg at the candidates and like something like that. So yeah, I don't know. I would love to know the
That's so
individual.
cool, actually, bhai. That is so
Hana?
cool. Yeah,
So
that's so cool. I
I would
completely
love.
understandable, bhai. Under 10 wale jo losses hoti hain, they hurt you a lot, bhai. You remember them forever.
Yeah, and exactly. And I think they might be. I would love to know the individual record between these two guys. Like, what's the record? Like, is it like in favor of Pragg? Is it in favor of Sindarov? If there are any,
Overall record?
yeah, in classical chess, if there are some statisticians or if Sakesh Bhai is available,
Arey bhai,
chilling on a
I'll find
weekend,
it
would
for
love
you.
to know this stat, yeah. कि
I'll
क्या है?
find it
Because
for you.
if Pragg has a lead, like that would kind of make a lot of sense on why Sindarov might go for the draw.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more about the tournament though, bhai. I mean, he's already +3. उसको पता है कि अगर 8.5 पॉइंट अगर उसके होते हैं, 8 भी होते हैं, तो he has a very good chance of winning the tournament. Or it goes into tie breaks, which he's, I think, comfortable with, yeah. World Cup basically वो tie breaks के बाद आप मतलब
Actually,
he won a lot of those matches because of the tie breaks. So
also depends on whom he's playing in the final round. He's playing Thai Dai Van. It
yeah,
adds
भाई
up, Sahaj.
भाई 5 मिनट पहले बोला मैंने आपको.
अच्छा, oh, मैं ध्यान नहीं, sorry भाई. Because that
Yeah,
makes a lot of sense, right?
वही
Because
तो मैं
he's
कह रहा
playing
हूँ
Thai Dai.
कि क्योंकि ही नोस कि
Oh,
कल वो जीत सकता है. एंड नॉर्दरबैक को कल अर्जुन है
हाँ.
भाई.
Oh, that is
वो भी
very
ब्लैक से सोच
smart.
के आया, वो बता रहा हूँ मैं आपको. सो इट्स अ कैलकुलेटेड डिसीजन.
So he knows Queen C2 and castles are the best moves, but he knows he's playing the lowest seed of the event tomorrow. So
I mean,
he
who's
can object.
someone who's not having a great tournament, I mean, he's on 3 out of 11 and he hasn't had a single game. He's had 3 losses back to back, by the way, for one against Erdogmus, Arvind, and then Hans. Back to back 3 losses. So he thinks वहां पे ज्यादा chance है उसका. Okay, that's a interesting decision.
Also, I think he's battling himself right now, right, in his head, because he knows his you know his strong chest there in his mind is not allowing him to agree to a draw. He's like, okay, I have to push. How can I agree to a draw in a position which is theoretically known to give white chances at least to push? How can I agree to a draw? But on the other hand, he knows objectively a draw could guarantee him, let's say, improves his odds drastically of winning the event. Even if Nodirbek were to win, Nodirbek has to
Hmm.
defend against Arjun with the black piece. Now, Arjun is not in great form, but Arjun will still be very well prepared. So if
I mean,
he
Arjun
draws
का
this one,
great form मतलब पिछले इवेंट में भी नहीं था. I mean, पिछले साल भी नहीं था. I mean,
हाँ,
he was actually winless going until the final round. I mean, the last 2 rounds, and he defeated Nodirbek
yeah,
and Gukesh there. So yeah, it's a
exactly.
calculated decision. I think he takes a draw here, bhai.
By the way, somebody checked it. It's 5-3 in favor of Pragg in classical. I am not surprised because वो जिस तरह आंसर किया था सिंदारव ने, it showed कि that rivalry goes back, like it goes way back. So I think also like Pragg also won the Uzbekistan Chess Cup. Let's not forget recently,
Hmm.
where Sindarov and Nodirbek and Pragg were the ones tied for first place, and Pragg managed to win that as well. So again, and in fact, Sindarov was the guy whom he bet 2-0, right? If I'm not mistaken, in that tiebreak. So he was the one whom he defeated. So I think it's not just about classical as well. So I think
Hmm.
Sindarov, knowing his record against Pragg, objectively he might have played on, but I think knowing his record against Pragg, maybe Saj Bhai, it could be Bishop E5.
Bhai, I think वो उसकी बात नहीं. I think yeah, maybe, but we'll see. I'm actually checking when was the first time they played. Um,
Okay, for us, I think it's good, yeah. Draw with black. I think Pragg should be very happy with that. Like you can't expect more, to be honest. If your opponent has a psychological block against you, that's good. Like you can't really say कि वो खेला नहीं. I think that's a great result. By the way,
Actually, in World Under
uh,
10, they drew.
but he mentioned lost the championship to Pragg. Maybe he needed a win, yeah, or something.
I don't know if this is correct, but World Under 10 में मतलब एक ही 26 एक ही 25. I don't think this is correct. Sindarov actually defeated him in World Youth, yeah, in 2015. He
But under 10
defeated
की
him
बात कर
once.
रहे हो?
नहीं. Actually, you are right. You're right. Sindarov did lose to him in World Youth. It's a wrong
हाँ, that
result,
makes
but
sense. That makes sense.
posted.
That
Yeah,
makes sense.
you're right. You're right.
So
You're
I
right.
think वो साइकिल तब से चल रहा है. अंडर 10 से चल रहा है इनका राइवलरी. देख रहे हो तुम? देख रहे हो तुम? So वो बचपन में किसको पता था ये दोनों प्लेयर्स टॉप पे पहुंचेंगे? So yeah, Saj bhai, I think.
And also in Olympic.
Ooh, let's not forget that too.
In
Yes.
2022 in Olympiad, Pragg defeated Sindarov as well.
So Sindarov here, he's battling in inner demons, because when you do agree to a draw here, feeling my opponent has a good record against me, also admitting it, I'm scared of him to some extent. So doing that also feels wrong. You're setting up a precedent. Candidates maybe this might backfire psychologically. Saj, what do you think?
I don't think कोई भी किसी से डरता है, or I don't think that, I mean, they're scared of anyone.
No, but होता है ना, like if you have a bad on somebody, like if you agree to a draw here, you're kind of telling yourself psychologically, like this guy is dangerous.
Yeah, but if you consider the tournament situation, it makes sense. Because uska last round, again, I mean, uska last round bans. I mean, that's also the objective
He's playing
side.
Bishop E5, bhai. Chad, this could be a quick draw. Good result, come on. Bishop E5, he's about to play.
Yeah. I mean, he gains like a little bit of rating, it's a good decision. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, also he played a long game yesterday. I mean, he's also keeping his energy. Kal 2 घंटे पहले भी है match, so considering all the situation, I mean, okay, it makes sense.
Point. That's a good point. He saves energy. By the way, it's funny, but Pragg ka -15 hai aur Sindarov ka +15 hai. Like it's literally completely, opposite. 30 rating difference ka hai, performance ka dono mein difference. Wow. So yeah, he's about to play Bishop E5, I think. And let's stay here. I think this game could end any second. And then Saj bhai, still 3 games to go.
Oh yes, 3 games to go, and yeah, we'll see what happens there. But yeah, there it is. He is going for the draw.
Oh, I think this is gonna be the shortest draw, at least among Indian players that we have seen. Shortest result. 14 moves, 13 or 14 moves, depending on when they claim. And look at Bluebaum. He's like, wait, what? Why is he drawing? Brother. Huh. That's a feeling I have Sindarov ki. In his mind, he had that expression.
Oh, by the way, he's gone knight f6 by. Yeah, it's a draw. Let's go.
Now I think
3-4.
Pragg is going to stop the clock. He's going to call the arbiter. And you can see a smile on Bluebaum's face. He's like, they're calling the arbiter chat because they're not allowed to, agree to a draw till certain moves, that number of moves. So they have to claim the draw.
Yep,
yeah,
there it is.
There it is. Wow, Saj bhai, are you happy with that draw?
I mean, I think it's a decent result, yeah, with black pieces, definitely. And also, Vincent ke saath, he lost in the, previous round, and it's important to cut the bleeding. Sindarov is also a tournament leader, so I think it's a decent result overall. 4 minutes सोच के अगर Sindarov से draw करो भाई, तो that's not bad, no?
Yeah, and it's also a lot of pressure on Nodirbek because, imagine Nodirbek doesn't know the result. Then he's playing a normal game. Now he knows कि Sindarov has drawn. That means he's half a point ahead. So draw to karna hi hai. But he also knows that he's playing tougher opposition in the final round. So he'll try to compensate it by winning this round itself. Because for him, right now, it's Bluebaum, which is easier. So he might overpush against Bluebaum. Nodirbek can just lose. And that just completely seals the deal for Sindarov. So it might just be a great decision practically by Sindarov to win the event. And he knows last time, 8.5 pe first Cyrus, 8.5, he's all set to get.
8.5.
8.5, yes, 8.5. 8.5, Chad. So
8.5 पे जीतते हो तुम विनते हो. Oh, by the way, let's go to Jorden versus Arjun because the knight is finally on f5 there. We were looking at this. He played knight a5, a3, takes, bishop c5, knight g3, and this knight has found its way to f5.
You know what? Like, Jorden ki ye prep nahi hai. I'm just happy with that. कि एटलीस्ट इज थिंकिंग ऑन हिज ओन. जब उसकी प्रेप होती है तो रोंगटे खड़े हो जाते हैं मेरे. And because the bishop is not on c4, I am a bit more relaxed. Like I'm not too worried. Although I think it's an important choice, right? I think we have to take that knight, is my guess.
I mean, if you don't, तब g4 आ रहा है.
Huh. So you
Actually,
have,
after takes also I have g4.
but still, you don't open the g file because in that case you could take with the g pawn, and then your
Bhai,
g file
takes
opens up.
bishop d4 only move, yeah. And it's actually a crazy bishop d4, g4, and you have to find b5, which is very difficult actually. g5, knight d7 only. Bhai, this is not simple whatsoever.
Why? This looks scary. f6, rook e8.
Only move again. Yeah.
Maybe this is prep by Jordan. I wouldn't be shocked like it's if it's all just
भाई
Oscar level
13
acting,
मिनट
yeah.
सोचने के बाद थोड़ी ना प्रेप होगा.
भाई पर आई मीन इंडिया में तो कृति सैनन को भी नेशनल अवार्ड मिल जाता है यार. आई थिंक यॉर्डन को तो मिलेगा ही. भाई इट्स क्रेजी भाई. नाइट f5.
Yeah.
भाई यॉर्डन है या जॉर्डन? भाई आई थिंक यॉर्डन प्रोनाउंस होता है. दैट्स व्हाट आई नो. um बाकी या इट लुक्स लाइक अ जे बट इट साउंड्स लाइक अ वाई.
Yeah, that's true. So my name is Shahai in Dutch.
मतलब यू नीड मतलब it's not as if कि we have been anyway pronouncing your name incorrectly for so long कि you need a new one. Like पहले तुम सही कर ही रहे थे.
Bhai,
So
I've heard
clearly
like a lot. I've heard like hundreds. By the way, let's go to Gukesh. Some updates there. He did take with the B pawn and यहाँ पे D6 खेला, but now he doesn't go for knight h4. He goes queen b1. तो यहाँ पे
wait,
नजर,
what?
b5 के pawn पे नजर.
And it's very interesting. Queen b1 is one of the recommendations of the engine as well. In fact, Queen c1 भी था भाई. Okay, that looks
Queen
more
c1
scary to
makes
me.
sense ना, क्योंकि bishop h6.
Huh. Yeah, that looks more scary. I don't know why he played Queen b1. Doesn't look like the most ambitious plan though.
Maybe he wants to play like if you go queen. Firstly, a b5 का pawn कैसे बचा रहे हो? क्योंकि bishop d5, maybe c4 also looks interesting. And if you bring the queen anywhere on this file, then I can play something like knight h4 and go for the king side.
Also, look at this. Queen a3. Best move for black is white is bishop c4.
Oh. Then you take and queen b7.
Apparently that's okay. But
Pawn
yeah,
मर
Queen
रहा है.
b1, interesting move, yeah.
Pawn मर रहा है ना सीधा है तो. सूखा.
शाह भाई सूखे पॉन्स बहुत खाते हैं. सो मीनवाइल चैट,
Oh.
एक नजर मारेंगे हम अरविंद की पोजीशन के ऊपर. बिकॉज उसमें 12.5 मूव्स हो चुके हैं साज भाई. एंड इट फील्स लाइक कि कैसल कहाँ करने वाले? क्वीन साइड या?
Yeah, of course भाई, वहीं पे ही कर सकते हो और कहाँ कर सकते हो. He played रुचिमान.
अरे मतलब my point is like
Center side.
it's a weird position, yeah. मतलब like black के पास पूरी h file है. So I don't know like who's benefiting from the h file. लग रहा है black, but I feel like long term white might benefit from this.
No, white
Where
is
is black's king
benefiting
going?
for sure. White, why for sure. Who's gonna play rook h2 here? ये क्या चाल है?
भाई best move है. best move है rook h2
I
वाली.
know, but it doesn't make sense, right? Because rook
हाँ
h2 का
वही
point क्या है?
वही
I mean,
वही
I'll just go
exactly.
queen d2, long castle. You have to play very machine-like to have
हाँ.
some chances here. I don't know, maybe b5 at some point. Maybe you take and go for b5.
बट आई थिंक चैट की बात सही है. फ्रंट रैंक पे खेलना चाहिए साज भाई. आई थिंक फ्रंट रैंक पे पोटेंशियल है यहाँ पे. व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
Agreed, bhai, agreed.
है ना?
Hmm.
So now that Indians performed in this, they performed, just didn't perform well though, I think. And let's wait for the final 2 rounds, yeah. Before we form our opinion, कुछ भी हो सकता है जिंदगी में भाई. We've seen crazy stuff happen. So let's see what happens. Meanwhile, Saj bhai, as Arvind thinks, maybe one look at the game of
Arjun maybe.
Arjun. Yes, Arjun. मैं
वहाँ पे
वही
कुछ
ढूंढ रहा था
छुआ
कान
नहीं
में.
है, लेकिन नाइट अफेयर के बाद ही स्टिल थिंकिंग. रिमेंबर यहाँ पे
अच्छा.
हम लोग ये डिस्कस कर रहे थे दैट ही हैज टू टेक एंड देन बिशप d4 एंड b5, सो इट लुक्स वेरी डबल एज्ड. और अगर आपने बिशप F5 नहीं मारा तो देन G4 के बाद आपको मतलब you just have to defend for such a long time. Either ways,
Hmm.
it's not looking pleasant for Arjun. And also, Jordan is on 6.5. Why? Only half a point behind the tournament leader.
Okay,
अगर वो ये जीत जाता तो he catches Sindarov.
now it's 1 point. Yeah, you will catch up with Sindarov. So huge incentive for Jordan to win. And who is he playing in the final round?
Jordan या फिर Arjun? Arjun is playing
Jordan, because Jordan
Jordan plays
matters, right?
Pragg.
Oh, so good chance, yeah. Like he could at least have a shot at the title if he were to win this one. So he's gonna push. Clearly, the attacking idea makes sense now because you have a chance to win the event. Let's go for it.
I mean, I think last year जब अर्जुन ने 2 गेम्स हराए थे नॉदिरबेक और गुकेश को, दोनों लीड कर रहे थे, राइट?
Hmm.
एंड अर्जुन का टूर्नामेंट अच्छा नहीं जा रहा था, तो इट्स फील्स लाइक हिस्ट्री इज रिपीटिंग इटसेल्फ. आई थिंक अर्जुन विल विन दिस वन बाय एंड देन ही विल टेक डाउन नॉदिरबेक एज वेल, क्योंकि दोनों टूर्नामेंट लीडर्स हैं.
भाई हिस्ट्री रिपीट तो कर रही है बट इट्स नॉट एग्जैक्टली अ रिपीट. ओनली फॉर अर्जुन इट्स अ रिपीट. वो भी अगर जीतता है तो बाकी सबके लिए तो इट्स अ नाइटमेयर रिपीट, नो? लाइक
हम्म.
एंड ऑल्सो लाइक यूजुअली क्या होता है कि इट्स द अदर वे राउंड. लाइक टू इंडियंस आर लीडिंग एंड देखना है कि कौन किसको हराएगा. नाउ इट्स लाइक द इंडियंस आर द गाइस, दे आर लाइक भाई इनको तो हराना ही है ताकि पॉइंट मिले और
हम्म.
आगे चले. हैव नॉट बीन इन दिस सिचुएशन फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम साज भाई.
It feels strange, yeah, that's for sure. It's not a normal feeling.
ऑल्सो विशी
But
सर इज
let's
सेमी
see.
रिटायर्ड. तो अब कौन जीतेगा भाई?
Correct, bhai. Gautam Krishna, bhai.
Maybe Team India is playing bad due to the weather. What do you think about that, Saj bhai?
No, bhai, it's not. It's like a series of unfortunate situations. Like Pragg ke liye, for example, if you think about it, like जो पहले राउंड में जो प्रोटेस्ट हुए थे, इट्स पॉसिबल दैट
I
इट
was
अफेक्टेड प्रज्ञा.
I was literally thinking the same. I think they are protesting.
बट आई मीन इट्स लॉजिकल, या आई मीन अगर अगर वैसा कुछ हुआ, अगर इफ दिस इज एट ऑल ट्रू, बिकॉज प्रग डिड हैव अ प्रीटी बैड गेम इन द फर्स्ट राउंड अगेंस्ट अर्जुन. एंड उसके बाद ही डिडंट हैव टाइम टू रिकवर. इट्स लाइक आप डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन से डायरेक्टली यू आर जस्ट डिफेंडिंग, एंड टाटा स्टील जैसे इवेंट में आई थिंक यू हैव नो ब्रेक्स. एवरी प्लेयर, अगर आपने जरा सा भी चांस दिया, दे आर जस्ट गोइंग टू स्क्वीज यू आउट. सो
Hmm.
या,
Yeah, Pragg had a
लेट्स सी.
horrible start. Lost both games, yeah, first both games. So that really
Nodirbek
made it.
also I think played like a flawless game there. मतलब proper grind हुआ था वो.
Yeah, proper grind indeed.
Okay. So that's Arjun's situation. He's still thinking. Gukesh also thinking. By the way, Nodirbek is having some advantage against Bluebaum because he has
He
just
is
committed a
much
huge
better. Wait, what?
inaccuracy there. Yeah. He has taken on E5, which is supposedly wrong. And pawn takes E5 के बाद White has some F4 ideas. So he could actually take the sole lead today.
Wow. Bhai, Sindarov already must be thinking, bhai, galti hoega wa, because this is amazing play by Nodirbek, giving his opponent a chance to go wrong and already huge pressure building up.
Hmm.
Chat, I think the winners are winning. Where are the Indians, Saj bhai? अगर हम एक बार सारे बोर्ड स्क्रीन पे ले आए just to understand कि आज कितने पॉइंट बनने वाले हैं. साज भाई कल आपने कहा था 2.5 या 3
भाई
पॉइंट
मत ही कर दो करो ये, क्योंकि आई
और
फील
कल
लाइक जब भी हम ये
एक आया
करते
था.
हैं,
नहीं नहीं करो भाई साज भाई. आज भी
जब
करो.
भी हम करते हैं भाई कुछ उल्टा ही होता है.
कोई बात नहीं. कितने पॉइंट
तो मैं
आएंगे
आधा ही
साज भाई
बोल
एंड
देता तो
चैट?
उल्टा होगा फिर.
हाँ बोल दो भाई आधा.
नहीं.
क्या लगता है साज भाई कितने पॉइंट आएंगे आज लुकिंग एट ऑल द इंडियन गेम्स सो फार?
अरविंद वेरी अर्ली डेज. प्रग का लग रहा है ड्रॉ होगा.
अच्छा, रियली? आर यू श्योर?
या, या, looks like it. I'm not
It's
sure.
almost as if Saj bhai, you know the result of the game. Yeah? You're that confident.
I feel like there's a threefold repetition incoming somehow. I don't know, but yeah.
अच्छा, oh.
And then Gukesh versus Hans. Mein, okay, I like Hans' position more though, for sure.
Hmm.
But it's looking a bit solid for Gukesh, and okay, I think Arjun has interesting chances. But it can go either ways.
So कितने points आज भाई?
भाई आप ऐसे सवाल कर रहे हो यार.
और आज तो 4 के 4 बनते हैं आज। टुडे वी कैन गेट ऑल 4 टेक्निकली।
2 भाई।
2 पॉइंट है।
या
गॉट इट। सो कौन जीतने वाला है फिर? प्रग तो यू सेड
बस
ऑलरेडी ड्रॉ
बस
होने
बहुत
वाला
हो
है।
गया।
तो नहीं, लेट्स गो डिटेल में, डिटेल में चलते हैं। सो
नहीं नहीं, इट्स
हु डू यू
फाइन, इट्स
थिंक
फाइन।
विंस टुडे एंड हु लूजेस?
I again, I don't like Arjun's chances. And I also don't like Gukesh's chances, but I don't like the positions. I mean, we can do a bit of a deep dive. Just Gukesh ki position mein, firstly, there is this idea of knight h for f4, which is very scary. There's this idea of c4, which is also a bit scary. And it's like white ke paas double bishop ka advantage. And I don't know. I feel like it is white who's pressing here. And then Arjun ke board pe, like if he plays precise, like for the next 5 moves, then he has good chances. Otherwise, वो बहुत suffer करेगा उस position में. So it's a bit early to say. आपको क्या लगता है?
Also, I feel कि कहीं ना कहीं पे I'm missing the hands effect a bit. Like I say, tweets and ये सब, like I'm missing a bit of that hand. I'm थोड़ा काम हो गया नहीं? Like no reactions, nothing. ऐसा
भाई
नहीं
अगर
लगता
वो
आपको?
जीत गया टाटा स्टील तो आएगी ट्वीट ना फिर तो.
हाँ, but थोड़ा hands
बट
ऐसा
आपको क्या
like
लगता है क्या होगा रिजल्ट, ये तो बताओ.
मैगी लगा रहे हो क्या इसके ऊपर?
नहीं,
अच्छा।
आपको क्या लगता है ये तो बताओ कम से कम.
I think draw होगा. I think Queen B1 के बाद I think it will be a draw is
नो,
my guess.
ओवरऑल आउट ऑफ 4.
अच्छा, out of 4, oh.
या
So Gukesh का draw, that will take it to 1. I also agree. I think Pragg के draw होने के chances बहुत high हैं, like close to 101%. So Arvind ka, I don't know actually. It's too early. Arjun, I am scared for as well. I don't think this is a repeat of the last year. By the way, he has taken on f5 and now bishop d4 is the only move which he
which he
finds.
play. Yes, and now b5 incoming. And once b5 happens, bhai, then okay, look at this. I mean, who are you more scared for?
मेरा इंजन कह रहा है मुझे व्हाइट के लिए स्ट्रेस देना चाहिए, मेरा दिमाग कह रहा है ब्लैक के लिए स्ट्रेस लो. सो व्हाट डू आई डू साहज भाई? दिल वर्सेस दिमाग की बात होती है, इंजन वर्सेस दिमाग की बात हो रही है.
इंजन की सुनो भाई. आई थिंक दैट्स बेटर. इट्स मोर एक्यूरेट हियर.
बढ़िया भाई, बताओ भाई. एआई इज टेकिंग ओवर जॉब्स, एआई इज टेकिंग ओवर आवर ब्रेन आल्सो नाउ. चैट ले लो भाई.
Yeah, so I think for me he's okay now, but like in Gukesh, I'm still a bit stressed about. I feel like वहाँ पे या कि अब आप मैगीज कह रहे थे, you think draw यहाँ पे, हाँ?
आई एम नॉट श्योर साहज भाई, आई एम वरीड. आई एम
कि
जेन्युइनली
मेरे
वरीड
दोनों
यहाँ पे.
रिजल्ट ठीक है.
दोनों रिजल्ट कह रहे हो आप?
हाँ, हांस पे आई मीन.
किस गेम के? आप मैगी लगानी है आपको?
हाँ,
किस गेम
यू
में?
टेक ड्रॉ.
ठीक है, डन. 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 आई एम इन.
चलो ठीक है.
ठीक है भाई.
So
सो
c4 played.
हाँ, and c4 is a great move, undoubling his pawns. You can't play b4, so bishop takes c4 will be very nice for Hans.
पोज्ड ही है तो.
Hmm.
एंड नाउ आई थिंक ओके, एक वो अनटैंगल हो गया, नाइट d4 पे नहीं आ रहा, देन मे बी द क्वीन कैन गो टू c1 एंड मे बी योर प्लान ऑफ दैट बिशप h6 नाउ.
Yeah. एंड चैट कुछ कहना है साज भाई? कभी कभी मुझे साज भाई भी एआई ही लगते हैं. साज भाई, एनी डिफेंस, एनी एविडेंस दैट यू कैन शो अस कि आप एआई नहीं है?
हाउ इज दैट पॉसिबल? एआई कैन डू एनीथिंग, नो ना.
आई मीन,
अब तो कुछ भी कर
if
सकते
you,
हैं.
if you can't prove it, I mean that's a statement. Yeah, मतलब
हाँ,
एआई.
बिग स्टेटमेंट. मेरा क्लोन है. Which
नॉट
opening is
क्लोन,
your
लाइक डिजिटल
repertoire?
वर्जन.
हो सकता है भाई, बिल्कुल पॉसिबल.
That's a very AI answer. Exactly. अभी तक
आई नो
होगा भी
भाई.
साज भाई. अभी इन 5 years, लाइक हमारे डिजिटल वर्जन स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं भाई हम लोग.
एंड लोगों के डिजिटल वर्जन्स देख रहे हैं.
देख रहे हैं. बाय द वे, देयर वाज अ सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म, सम क्रेजी शिट सिमिलर टू रेडिट दैट स्टार्टेड, which is
Okay.
only for AI.
ओह
तो
अच्छा.
apparently, okay, this
What's the
this
name?
could just be like, I forgot कुछ नाम है. It's like Reddit for AI. एंड उसमें पता है क्या उसमें चल रही है बातें कि यू नो व्हाट, आज एक ह्यूमन ने मुझे ऐसे सवाल पूछा एंड इट वाज सो लेम, बंदे को मैंने 4 पेज चेप दिए. एक कहता Like ऐसे discussions है. Now it could just be somehow the
What?
owner of the website trying to create fun content, but can it be AI? I don't even know. Yes, mold book or
नाम
something.
नाम
Thank you.
लिखो ना भाई, नाम लिख के भेज दो
मोल्ड
चलो.
बुक या शायद लिखा एम से कुछ था मुझे आता मोल्ड बुक और समथिंग इट्स क्रेजी.
मोल्ड बुक, मोल्ड बुक, क्रेजी
साज भाई
एक्चुअली.
जो भी आप चैट जीपीटी से पूछ रहे हो सारे डाल रहे हो उसके ऊपर भाई.
The front page of the agent internet. Crazy. I didn't know this.
इमेजिन करो फिर एआई वाले भी डाल रहे हैं डीपी अपनी. ओ लुकिंग गुड टुडे. आज बहुत इंजन ऑयल पिया मैंने भाई. आई डोंट नो. आज बहुत कंप्यूट खाया मैं.
Wow, that's crazy. By the way, he takes on c4. Bishop takes c4 on the board.
एआई के ग्रुप में साहिल भाई कैसे घुसे कुछ नहीं. बस विदित को फॉलो बहुत करता हूँ भाई मैं.
तो
उसने
आप
उसने नहीं
अपना
डाला
नाम
है
डालो
बट.
ना उधर कभी.
किधर.
उधर उस मोल्ड बुक पे. It's actually like live. You can search posts and comments and everything.
You can't type as a human, by the way. It's only for AI. You can only read.
Why you can?
I mean, Sahaj bhai is an AI. Proven evidence.
Bhai, I can
Sahaj bhai
type
is an
here.
AI. Bhai, hence proved. Oh my God. I didn't even realize Sahaj bhai ki aap AI ho. Oh my
Wow, wow.
God. This is crazy.
Show my fingers layer. Ever imagined AI exposing? Oh. So he goes bishop a6, bishop trade. Let's get back to the chess like I'm trained to do. White goes bishop b3 now. क्योंकि आपको double bishops maintain करने हैं इस position पे. Of course you shouldn't take on a6. And
Sahaj
इसके
bhai,
बाद he's in trouble.
कभी ऐसे कुछ करो ना. And इसके बाद he's in trouble. He's in trouble.
Crazy. Tej bhai,
Trouble.
which is that opening?
Oh. भाई जब उनका इंटरनेट जाता है सहज भाई का. इट्स नॉट द इंटरनेट इज द एआई हैविंग अ ग्लिच.
हाँ, crazy.
ओह दैट एड्स अप भाई. दैट मेक्स अ लॉट ऑफ सेंस नाउ.
भाई अब सच में लोग बिलीव कर लेंगे. Let me know if you guys need help. ये सही है. हाँ, but let's see.
वाओ. Learning new stuff about my new AI companion. Meanwhile, Bishop B3 played Sahaj bhai.
भाई अगर ऐसा सच में हो तो would you actually commentate with an AI?
Oh,
Think
it'll be
about it.
very cool actually. I'll be very curious. कि क्या बोलता है AI. Like he would notice my micro patterns of talking in the tone and the words I use, and maybe will be very subtle, very interesting to see. Like not commentary, like just to interact with an AI in general, like face to
Hmm.
face, will be very nice.
Yeah,
भाई
agreed.
गुकेश ला कोई गेम दिखा दो. बिल्कुल. आई थिंक बिशप B3 खेल दिया. मना कर दिया साफ. रिजेक्शन फ्रॉम द बिशप ऑन वैलेंटाइंस डे की गुहार लेके आया था बिशप ऑन A6. सीफर ने कहा नहीं भाई. I have more option, better options. So clearly, Hans playing for the win.
Yeah, and let's go to Arvind as well because we haven't checked that game out in a while. And basically, Black has just played one move after 20 minutes of thinking. He's gone Queen F5 and with Queen D2, which is very logical. He's now back. Arvind having a very good position now.
Yeah, I
बड़ा
think
कंफर्टेबल
Arvind.
नहीं आई थिंक अर्जुन के लिए बिकॉज आप कासल नहीं कर सकते इस साइड पे एंड इफ यू कासल ऑन द लॉन्ग साइड देन ओके सम b6 पे कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स आ सकती हैं हमेशा. आई डोंट नो.
I mean, yes, but also like it's like in OpenH file, I'm not sure it's so convincing. It was bar कह रहा है भाई. And usually like I don't play one E4 as white, so I'm going like bar को देख के लग रहा है कि भाई maybe want to trust the bar a bit more. But knight C5 for example, yeah, very logical, keeping pressure on the E4 pawn. You castle on the queen side. Now apparently rook H3 is very strong. I don't even get what rook H3 is, but looks logical.
कुछ e3 या c3 पे sacrifice in the long term. Yeah, that looks logical. But let's see. By the way, Nodirbek advantage is increasing. Yeah, he's now +1 more or less in this position.
Why somebody said Sahaj Groker.
I know.
Oh damn, that's hilarious. And now I understand Sahaj says huge if true because if and else statement computer का baseline होती है. If this then
ये
else
आपको कैसे
this.
पता लगे?
Oh brother, expose. Oh my God. Sahaj bhai or is it Sahaj bhai? Exposed. साज भाई ये असली
ड्रॉ।
कंटेंट है भाई, मैच तो चलता रहेगा।
सहज भाई लेवी का, अच्छा वो नहीं पता भाई मुझे। साहिल भाई आपसे आपसे एक सवाल कर रहे हैं, लेवी का बुक बैन क्यों हुआ? डू यू नो दिस?
बुक बैन है बिकॉज वो बुक अश्लील है भाई। आई मीन अश्लील है, आई मीन पता नहीं भाई मुझे यार। भाई मजे कर रहे हैं भाई, मजे कर रहे दोनों यार। इट्स प्रमोशन फॉर द इवेंट भाई, कोई बुक बैन नहीं है। तुम लेके आओगे तो तुम्हारे, तुम टिकट खरीदो, बुक लेके जाओ, कोई तुम्हें बैन नहीं करेगा भाई, जाओ चिल करो।
Okay. He goes king h8, by the way, only move. King f8 पे बताया, this was lost after knight d4 or something. But okay, that makes sense. But king h8 played. And yeah, if white goes b4, it's huge problems for Bluebaum right now.
ब्लू व्हाट?
Bluebaum.
अच्छा।
आप एआई को टेस्ट कर रहे हो कि प्रोनाउंसिएशन
मैंने
ठीक
कहा
है कि
ब्लू
नहीं?
बॉम्ब, ब्लू 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 ना करने लग जाओ बीच में भाई।
अंशुल बोल रहा है क्या क्लाउड सहज भाई what? कुछ भी इसीलिए इतना फटाफट चेक
That's
कर सकते
why
हैं।
he can set up the position so quickly on the cloud.
हाँ, not because I can share the
Oh,
screen and every time I do this, you can see my screen literally.
भाई साहब,
भाई
chat
प्रूव
like
करना
it's
पड़ रहा है कि मैं
भाई,
मतलब एआई नहीं हूँ।
भाई this is really
हम्म,
I mean chat, I mean you guys are like Sherlock level, you know, Sherlock Holmes level investigators भाई, kudos to you भाई, expose,
क्रेजी।
well done chat.
भाई आई थिंक हांस और अर्जुन दोनों में रिजल्ट आएगा आज somehow.
Hmm, I agree, I think result के chances high हैं, although I think draw होगा, but true.
Huge if true. So the game's काफी slow है, I think overall. Jordan is still thinking in that position after bishop d4. Arvind also is still, Anish is still thinking in that position. He has made a move. He has gone queen d2, so slight update there and long castle ki tayari with the idea of f4. Um, okay, Anish is thinking and yeah,
साज
basically
भाई,
थोड़ा overall slow लग रहा है नहीं आज दिन काफी?
yeah, it's very slow actually. I have to agree. Like it looks like कि सारे players थोड़ा सा, other players are tired and other players are like too serious because they're trying to win the event. So everybody's a bit more serious because tomorrow things might be out of your hands. Yeah.
यागिस
If
का
you
भी
want to win,
मतलब भाई 1 घंटा 14 मिनट यूजुअली इस मोमेंट पे 50 मिनट होते थे इसके पास, एन ओपोनेंट के पास 1 घंटा 50, यू नो मतलब
true.
कुछ भी नॉर्मल नहीं लग रहा अभी।
साल भाई एक सवाल है, do you know who Satoshi Nakamoto is?
जो अपेरेंटली जो बिटकॉइन के फाउंडर है, राइट?
आओ कैसे पता?
So it's all over the news. So you just associated AI with crypto, yeah? That's it. Even though they're completely different. Interesting. Okay. I think let's switch to Gukesh maybe. क्योंकि बिशप b3 के बाद he's still thinking.
Yeah.
सहज भाई आप ही हो तो मैं ही हूँ? अच्छा फिर से शुरू हो गया अब FAH. Whatever that is.
चैट आई थिंक आज हम चिल कर रहे हैं, एंजॉय करेंगे गेम्स, मजा आएगा। सैटरडे है, यू नो इट्स एन इवनिंग, 8 p.m, comfortable, Sahaj bhai, you know, and me, and it's a lot of fun chat. You know, I always love talking to you, Sahaj ji.
GT like G stands for Grover.
Grover prompt technology. Wow.
Exactly.
Hmm.
8 p.m. से
Sa-
याद आया. Yes.
I have a question. So, आज क्या chat की games कितने बजे खत्म होंगी? So, on average, the time has been 11:45 to 12 a.m. What do you think? What time the games finished today? मतलब chat कल games 2 घंटा पहले चालू होंगी, मेरे को भी आज ही पता लगा।
Usually last round हमेशा जल्दी होता है ना, because firstly वो tie breaks is a possibility tomorrow.
Hmm.
Between Sindarov and Abdusattorov, maybe Hans can join, maybe yeah, I mean it's between these players. And usually last round हमेशा जल्दी होता है because there's also closing ceremony and all that.
यार आज कितने खत्म होगा भाई?
I think लंबा चलेगा भाई, Hans का definitely लंबा.
Has just pushed the G pawn भाई, G pawn को उन्होंने push लगा दिया है, and I am worried for Arjun. I know the bar says बराबर है गेम, पर जैसे तुम देख रहे हो कैमरा
भाई
भी
एक एक
गायब
मैगी
है
अर्जुन विंस
एंड
दिस, एक एक मैगी अर्जुन विंस
बाकी
दिस।
दोनों रिजल्ट मेरे।
तो फिर मेरे को ऑड्स दो, एक एक से दो के।
भाई दूसरी गेम आई गिव यू टू रिजल्ट्स, यू गिव मी टू रिजल्ट्स हियर।
1:2 ना मैं, बट आई एम टेकिंग अ रिजल्ट, आई एम नॉट टेकिंग ड्रॉ।
पर यहाँ पे
आई एम
रिजल्ट इज वेरी
टेकिंग
लाइकली
वन
इस गेम
रिजल्ट
में।
भाई, मैं
पर
एक ही रिजल्ट बोल रहा हूँ।
इस गेम में इज वेरी लाइकली नो रिजल्ट।
अभी आप कह रहे हो आपको डर लग रहा है,
गिव
तो
मी
क्या
बोथ द।
लाइकली है अर्जुन विनिंग, या आपको डर लग रहा है, ये बताओ।
नहीं आई थिंक, चलो ठीक है, आई गिव यू अर्जुन विनिंग, आई टेक द अदर टू।
ओके, डन भाई।
अदर टू आर
अर्जुन नाउ
माइन।
इज गोना फाइंड B5। ये मेरे क्लाउड के डेटाबेस ने जस्ट मुझे अभी बताया कि 15 मिनट का डिले है, एंड अर्जुन टेक्स दिस वन।
चलो लेट्स सी। मीनवाइल चैट,
भाई आप
व्हिच
भी AI
गेम?
हो अब तो,
क्यों?
लिखा हुआ है भाई नीचे चैट में।
SA भाई, पर मैं तो पी रहा हूँ, मैं तो यार कुछ पी रहा हूँ, कैन AI ड्रिंक? मुझे क्या पता आप पी रहे हो कि नहीं भाई, क्या पता
तो
एक्टिंग कर रहे
मुझे
हो।
कैसे पता भाई?
ये देखो भाई, लिक्विड।
वाओ।
मीनवाइल
ओके,
चैट आई।
लेट्स गो समवेयर भाई, लेट्स गो टू सम गेम।
वेयर शुड वी गो
एनी
साज भाई?
गो भाई।
कहाँ जाए भाई, कहाँ जाएगी, मूव चल ही नहीं रहा है कोई।
हाँ।
कोई तो
अरे
चलो
भाई,
चल।
Gukesh is still thinking as well in this position. Um, tough decision, I think.
या
भाई
वेरी
ये
टफ।
तो यहाँ पर सबसे ज्यादा डर लग रहा है मुझे भाई, क्वीन C1 नाइट H4 F4, ये लुकिंग लुकिंग वेरी सीरियस। इनफैक्ट यहाँ पे बेस्ट मूव ब्लैक की बिशप C8 है, एंड लेट्स रिमाइंड एवरीवन कि ही जस्ट प्लेड बिशप A6, ही कुड हैव गॉन बिशप C8 स्ट्रेट, बट नहीं, तो यहाँ पे बिशप C8 खेलना इज वेरी अनलाइकली, नो?
Yeah, but also knight G6 is okay. I think apparently very smooth. Queen C8 is also okay. Although I think yeah, Queen B2 rook A1 could also be an idea. So Queen को 8 से तो हटाना ही पड़ेगा कभी ना कभी. I don't know where you put it though. That's a tougher question.
Queen B2 or Queen A2 is what I'm thinking. But somehow I would have only looked at Queen C1. But again, maybe just King H7 and you don't even allow this.
Hmm.
Okay, so Queen B2, I'll go Rook A1 next. Um, Queen C5 apparently is quite good. Rook A1, Queen C6, and okay, this just continues. But यहाँ पे तो खेलेगा ना Hans, लेकिन maybe some
हाँ, of course he'll play.
slight double bishop advantage there. Some
Hmm.
G3, big Queen A1, slow moves, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe can black play C4 here? Like, is that an idea? Just to break through, exchange pawns.
It is, yes, but that's why I shouldn't allow you. But that's why here a move like Queen A2 is very good, ताकि C4 पे हमेशा नजर रहे Queen और Bishop की.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
Bishop B5, chat, White to play and win.
Sahaj bhai.
Yes,
Maybe you'll be a bit stressed
I will
if you
be a bit
switch
stressed.
games.
अरे, I think I know where you're hinting.
What's the move here, Sahaj bhai?
अरे नहीं यार, that looks bad actually. That looks really bad. The move here is C4, and the bishop is trapped basically. But let's switch to the game of Arjun. By the way, he has also played. उसने bishop C8 ही खेला, so one of the best moves by Gukesh there. So he's looking pretty solid. But let's switch to Arjun because he has just played D5, and like maybe it's still interesting because they say whenever you are facing an attack on the flank, you should break the center. So in that sense, it makes a lot of sense. If you go pawn takes pawn, there is bishop takes, and queen d5. White long castle नहीं कर सकता. H1 का rook attacked है. And okay, this looks more comfortable for Arjun, but it's not the best move. In fact, Jordan has a good way to take advantage here with long castle. Black can go c6 and some h4. And okay, black can go for b5, and okay, this is still looking pretty interesting, no?
Bhai, but again, like, I mean, this is a complete nightmare for black, I feel. Like, for
भाई
example, if you even go further G5,
भाई रुको रुको रुको,
now...
G5 से पहले ना देखना मत, ठीक है? पॉन टेक्स पॉन ब्लैक टू प्ले, देखना मत लेकिन।
Pawn takes pawn, black to play. Yeah?
हाँ हाँ।
Okay, let me see.
This is just to show you के how easy it is. I think pawn takes pawn is a good move. Like it's a move I would consider here because okay, you take the pawn, I play g5, I put pressure here. ठीक है, अच्छा लग रहा है देख के. But there is something crazy. Chat, can you find it as well? My AI is just not processing these emotions right now.
What's the move, Sajwai?
It
I'm
is actually
thinking.
what you said by b4. Look at this.
I was
Take
thinking
and
B4
a5.
actually. I was thinking B4 actually.
You were thinking this.
Yeah.
But yeah, b5 takes, and this looks interesting, yeah? Very dynamic.
Very dynamic. And Sajwai, talking about dynamic, यार कितने लोगों ने ये वर्ड का नाम सुना है, ग्रीक गिफ्ट? किसी
कहाँ
ने
पे
सुना
आया
है क्या?
भाई? कहाँ पे आया ग्रीक गिफ्ट?
Because we're gonna have Greek gift very soon in the Carissa Yip Danny Yuffa game, where that's the best move in the position.
Ooh, but this is not working here because there is check here. Usually you go knight g5 and then you want to go queen h5, right? But here he has queen sack, pawn takes, and this pawn takes. And you have three pieces for a queen.
But okay, I mean, like, white is still better, no? Like, you're playing with only moves now. Like, let's see, you have castle, 95, rook a
But it's also
e1.
very hard to play this as um, white. You have to be very
Yeah,
precise.
true. True, but I still like it. I think black developed nahi hai, so some hope there. Of course, she's calculating, but technically it is a Greek gift. Whether it's a good one or not, that's a separate
Hmm.
situation.
Yeah,
But
for
Greek
sure,
gift
for
to
sure.
hai.
Very interesting.
Other great question by Yashba in the chat. कि why is he stupid? No, I mean, साहिल भाई nightmare होता है तो बिशप मेयर और रुक मेयर क्यों नहीं होता?
नाइटमेयर नहीं होता भाई.
Answer,
एआई
great
सोते नहीं है.
words. Great words.
अगर हमको नींद नहीं आएगी तो फिर हम सोएंगे कैसे, राइट? साहिल भाई कंफ्यूज्ड.
That's deep, Saj भाई. That's deep. Depth 24 पे बात कर रहे हो आप. मेरा depth थोड़ा 16 ही है. Meanwhile,
लैपटॉप अपग्रेड
it's
करो भाई
realizing.
अपना. ओ बाय द वे, बिशप g4 प्लेड.
Oh wow.
I think he's threatening to take here. And knight h4 possible. Maybe then there is g5. Why?
Oh,
Actually
would you
not
really
this.
play?
But it looks interesting, na?
But why is it bad?
Because there is. Okay, I'm just trying to digest the
H3,
other
yeah?
move. भाई एक बड़ी क्रेजी चाल है यहाँ पे. White
H3.
can play f4.
Wow.
I mean, it's not good. It's not objectively the best, but it's crazy because if you take on g4 and f4, then just bishop f4 and the queen यहाँ देख रही है. So you cannot capture. If gh4, which is probably what you should play, pawn takes, knight h5, only move, bishop h6 hanging, pawn takes hanging. This is good compensation.
Yeah, this will be scary. But what was the best move though, if not that?
Instead of f4,
Yeah.
it's actually h3.
Yeah,
Bishop को
okay.
just take करो.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
go
makes sense.
here, then I have maybe g4. Or if you go bishop to d7, then knight goes back to f3. And we are safe.
Yeah. Yeah, and because of the long range pieces, bishop on b3, bishop on d2, like I think jo g file खुलेगी, that might be in white's favor. So this doesn't look very logical for Gukesh. So going back, Sajbhai, I think let's see what Hans is thinking. Apparently, he has two moves. One is knight h4, which is great for white, and one is rook a1. Both
And then
moves
knight h4.
are, yeah. So knight h4 is part of the plan anyways. Let's see how he handles this. Meanwhile, Arjun has played c6. He castled queenside Jordan and now c6. साज भाई डर लग रहा है क्या कि मैगी आज आप नेगेटिव में जाने वाले हो?
भाई किसके लिए?
Because you said your Arjun wins, no?
Of course. Arjun is, I think, having a great. But b5, whenever it just comes, it's going to be very scary. I mean, if you want to play for a win as black, this is exactly the type of position you go for, right?
I
Thoda sa
mean,
to, I mean, the night is the darkest
but
before dawn.
Saj bhai, we work at night also, you know. Yes, like they don't care really. Dusk, dawn, ये
Exactly.
सब गाने में अच्छा लगता है सिर्फ.
Yeah. So, I think once b5 happens, it's going to look very, very scary. So I like it. And Gukesh still thinking. Sorry, Hans is still thinking. Arvind still thinking in that position as well.
Saj bhai, this event has kind of highlighted कि कितना tough है top level chess, and it's also made me appreciate what Magnus has done even more, because we always knew Magnus is the strongest, but just to maintain that rating consistently, like he's 2840. Have that in context of now how others are struggling, even Indian players struggling to stay above 2750. By the way, सिर्फ एक ही Indian है अभी above 2750. Like वो 100 पॉइंट आगे है भाई, and he's not even close to his peak. Like this is like the I play for fun Magnus, yeah, not the I am here to kill Magnus. Like it just made me appreciate Magnus even more. Just looking at Indian players struggle here a bit, and और जो जिनसे वो struggle कर रहे हैं वो बंदे ही पीछे struggle कर रहे थे. It's not like कि, Nodirbek wasn't struggling or Anish wasn't struggling. Like they were struggling as well. So
Why?
just
But
made me
again, I think
appreciate Magnus a lot.
overall rating सबकी घट रही है, if you think about it. Like I think even अगर Magnus starts playing, classical events more and more, I think
I don't think
his will
हटेगी
also
भाई.
go down. No, I think it will for sure. सबकी जा रही है ना. Now, I mean, imagine if 2750 or 2740, मतलब Gukesh beats Magnus, he is going to lose more rating.
नहीं, but
Um,
point is साज भाई कि Magnus was 2832 or something, or 2826 or something when he played Fabi in the World Championship match. This was 2016. So
yeah,
now, or 18, I think, 18
2840.
actually. 18. He was like
Hmm.
273 something, not 4. 100% not 4. Because Fabi उसमें 3 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस था, 2 or 3 पॉइंट का. So it was 3 or 2. And he's still above that rating. So जो भी डिफ्लेशन हुआ है तब तो नहीं था, तब से तो रेटिंग कम ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है लोगों की. So I'm sure he will lose some points, but I don't imagine him going below 2830, for example. So for
But
me,
लेकिन
like,
तब भी उसकी रेटिंग घटी थी ना, because 2889 तक गया था वो 2014 में.
हाँ, but वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, that was the killer Magnus, the peak Magnus. तो peak Magnus से कम है. What I'm saying is like उस लेवल पे मेंटेन करना ओवर अ स्पैन ऑफ 10-15 years, जहां पे हम 10-15 months पे नहीं कर पा रहे, लाइक इट्स जस्ट इनसेन टू मी. लाइक कैसे, वाओ, मैग्नस अलग ही है भाई.
Yeah, right now that's for sure. That's for sure. But okay, it also doesn't mean कि I think जो Indian players हैं उनकी strength 2750 की है. I definitely
हाँ
don't
हाँ, फॉर
agree
श्योर
with
फॉर
that
श्योर फॉर श्योर.
statement, because I think they are
मे बी
all, I think, much
ना,
higher rated than that.
मैच डिक्टेट साहज भाई की 3 में से एक की तो होगी. लाइक इट्स जस्ट प्रोबेबिलिटी.
2750 नहीं, I think they're higher.
हाँ,
नहीं, they
मैच
are.
डिक्टेट साहज भाई.
Yeah, I mean, Arjun has gone to 28, Gukesh
सो
has gone to 2796. I mean,
सो आई हैव अ
there's no
क्वेश्चन,
way
ठीक
you
है.
reach that rating with.
सो आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन, ठीक है.
Hmm.
We have 3 Indians who were like 2780 plus. एक तो 2800 भी था, and 2794 भी गुकेश का है, and प्रग का भी is like 278 279. But now all three are 2751 or below, ठीक है.
Hmm.
Do you think all three of them are gonna cross 2800 in their career again? Only Arjun has done so far. Do you think तीनों के तीनों 2800 टच करेंगे अब in their lives?
All three?
Yes, all three.
No,
Very
no,
unlikely,
not
right?
all, not all three. No, वो तो
हाँ.
शुरुआत से ही we were saying that's not happen. That's not gonna
Yeah.
happen anyways. But you can
So I
still be
think,
higher than 2750, I think. Yeah.
yeah, for sure. And I think 2800 बहुत मुश्किल है. Now, second question. Do you think all three of them will now cross 2775, or do you think at least one will fall off?
Yeah.
They will cross,
Yeah.
yeah?
Yeah, for sure. For
Hmm.
sure. भाई मतलब they
चलो.
are just 19, 20 and 21. That's it.
Hmm.
So yeah, for sure.
Yeah, chalo, that gives me hope.
अभी पीक आई भी
Vin
नहीं है
bhai,
यार तो.
Vince was super there rating सबका चंगा, but Magnus is the goat indeed भाई. He is the goat भाई. मतलब अलग ही बंदा है भाई, अलग ही बंदा है.
Okay, so C6 के बाद, by the way, he's still thinking and maybe some B5 plans and something on the queen side looks very, very promising. Erwin, by the way, taking a very long time after Anish's last move, knight C5, and he has to go long castle, which, by the way, is the only move in the position. And I think the most logical one as well, because there's no other like filler moves remaining for white anymore. मतलब आप कुछ अगर f4 खेलते हो तो rook h2 से प्रॉब्लम आ सकती है. अगर knight b3 आते हो तो I'm sure black can just capture here. And yeah, there's no other filler moves remaining. So I think Arvind should play long castle. Let's see if he goes for it or not. Gukesh, his opponent, Hans is still thinking with that knight whether it should go to h4 or he plays rook e3 or something. I think knight h4 was the move we discussed, but f4 wala plan looks very, very scary. But I think he's calculating all of this, and Arjun also still thinking. Yeah, so basically, by overall, I have to say, like, all of the days that we have covered here, this is day 12, and in all of those 12 days, I feel today's matches are the slowest for me. Usually at this point we are used to seeing कि एक player is having his prep completely on the board and the other one is thinking and approaching those time pressure issues, या फिर getting a bit nervous and on and all of this. But today it feels very stable, all across. ऐसा नहीं लग रहा किसी की भी prep है, सब players chess मतलब खेलने के mood में. Would you agree with that, या फिर do you think it's too much?
Yeah, I agree. I think maybe some sort of prep, but it's not like some insane prep, I think, from any player. Like, जो ऐसा कुछ cutthroat है, I think players have multiple options, that give equality either way. So I think हल्का फुल्का pressure white maintain करके रखा हुआ है, हल्का फुल्का defense black. So nobody is fighting for his life basically. And I agree. I think game थोड़ी slow चल रही है, and that does increase the odds for draws in general. By the way, Aravindh has castled queenside, so he finds the only move. And now I think Anish will also play bishop d7, castle queenside, and again, like he's kind of maintaining equality there. Demis Hassabis considers Magnus the greatest athlete. And even across all sports, maybe that's a bit that's a bit much, no?
That's I mean, for me, Magnus is like, I mean, the way he has dominated chess, competitive chess, I mean, in today's era, I mean, name one other sport जहाँ पे आपने इतना dominate किया हो, like इतना मतलब brutally आपने dominate किया हो.
It's also dominant, no? Like it's like kitna competition hai. For example, India, if you want to be a cricket player, you have to kind of face tougher competition because everybody wants to be a cricket player. Same way, maybe US में baseball and so on. So I think maybe somebody who's made a name in football, for example, in Argentina or cricket in India, has probably gone through tougher, tougher stakes, for example. Like it's not easy. So, and their impact is higher, no? Like Max Verstappen, for example. Yeah, like they fight for their life every day. One wrong turn and
Correct. No. Of
khatam.
course, of course. I mean, but that's a separate like thing यहाँ पे. I mean, but I mean, considering all this, but yeah, I mean, I'm seeing in the chat Michael Phelps and uh um Usain Bolt and so on. I mean, yes, of course. I mean, but you should. I mean, maybe the way that he has dominated, Magnus should be in the conversation as well. I mean, जो लोग कह रहे this is a board game, like that's again a separate discussion. Not really.
I think board game is not a fair. Football क्या भाई बॉल को तुम लाते तो मार रहे हो भाई. I mean it's not
It's a
उस तरीके से
physical
तो फिर
thing,
वही
ना?
है. So ऐसे तो क्रिकेट में क्या तुम एक बॉल फेंक रहे हो, एक वुडन डंडी उठा के बंदा मार रहा है. Like at the end, तो I think it all falls apart like that. But I do agree. Like I think maybe I agree with everything. I think maybe not the greatest athlete ever, but also like he is part of that conversation. Like अगर कोई list बनेगी, होता है ना ऐसे nominate होंगे for Dronacharya Award for best athlete. I think his name will be on the list, even though he might not win.
Yeah, because it's just that वो मतलब Michael Jordan वाला एकदम argument यहाँ पे, because that six finals and 6 championships and all of that, like all the world championships he played, he won. That's the argument here.
Mindset plus sheer win ability. Exactly, the sheer win ability is the point. Thanks for Super Bhai. That is the point, right? Ki, like that's why he maintains his level. You won the world championship, you won everything you possibly can, and still he doesn't like losing at all. You lose one game, he loses his mind. Like that's like the world crumbles in front of his eyes. So that's why I think he wants to win every single time, and that's amazing.
Yeah, longevity. Agreed. The clutch factor. Michael Phelps also is I think a great example there as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
I think chess competitive to have, right? I mean, you have so many countries, fighting for the,
Yeah.
uh, you know,
ये भी है,
for the
क्रिकेट तो
same
7
thing.
लोग खेल के वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप बोल देते
Like
हैं, ये भी एक
सात
चीज है भाई.
मतलब ज्यादा countries थोड़ी ना है मतलब cricket मतलब of course I'm not singling out a single sport. I'm just saying that in मतलब chess में like there's every like all the, I mean it's a lot of countries that compete, I think, for the first place, and they are close. Yeah, if you look at 2700 chess, for example, I mean, I'm sure like the list will include, like there's Norway, Germany, US, Uzbekistan, France, Netherlands. I mean it's just all spread out.
Yeah, Neeraj Chopra never came second for less than half a decade. I think that sport is also a bit different because as a casual fan, I don't keep track of multiple events that happen. Olympics 4 साल में एक बार होता है. So same way for somebody who follows chess casually, they might just see the world championship and move on. So I think
See,
can't
this
really
is
comment
my
on that one because
argument of, for Magnus as well, because chess बहुत बदली है. And for Magnus, who was already at the top, it was very difficult to change with it. Like there was a moment where he was dominating, across all formats. He's still dominating across all formats, but that's what, brings him into the conversation whether he's
you know
one of the greatest of all time or not.
आई अग्री बट एक मुझे याद है जो बात कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे यश भाई दैट देयर वाज दिस रील दैट गॉट वेरी पॉपुलर जहाँ पे मैग्नस सेज ओके F1 में क्या है, लोग एक ही सर्कल के आसपास घुमाते रहते हैं गाड़ी, लाइक आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड द पर्पस. एंड देन somebody tells I think Lewis Hamilton that, and I don't think he said that, but किसी ने एडिट ऐसे किया था, like मतलब कि it showed as if कि people say okay somebody said this, he's like who said that, and then he says Magnus Carlsen. And he's like, who's that? And then suddenly, cool F1 reel, boom, 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 गाड़ी चली, boom, 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 गाड़ी चली. ये 12th स्टैंडर्ड के जो एडिटर होते हैं ना भाई, जिन जो 12th में फेल होने वाले होते हैं, मस्ट रेड करते हैं रील्स. If you are one of them, contact me. I need editors. Yes, continue, Saj bhai.
And by the way, the chat is also telling us Divya's favorite sport is F1. That's crazy. Didn't know that.
Yeah,
But
I think she likes Charles Leclerc a lot, जहां तक मैंने देखा है. But yeah.
Okay. ये कमेंट्री में बोला था उसने आपकी शादी पे या फिर?
नहीं. So sometimes you will like scroll reels and then दिखता है किसने क्या like किया हुआ है. And I see a lot of Charles Leclerc likes, but I also see Rakesh bhai is 24/7 on Instagram. भाई मेरे जितने भी दोस्त के likes आधे like तो राकेश के होते हैं भाई. I think Rakesh bhai has a separate AI who's just liking reels on Instagram. There is no way.
भाई
And not
chat
only
ये
like
clip कर
even
देना
like
next time राकेश भाई आते हैं तो
भाई मैं खुद
we'll
बोलूंगा.
get some answers.
And he's like liking stuff of all niches, not just chess, like everything from
He knows a
chess
lot.
to cricket to F1 to poker to like, I say couple stuff, like everything he's liking. I'm like, itna time bhai, Rakesh bhai has 48 hours in the day. Like 100%. There is no way, like, he has a hack.
Wow. Wow, sir. राकेश भाई getting exposed. कुछ answers चाहिए भाई. अगर आप देख रहे हो chat में भाई तो do let us know.
By the way, okay, nothing happened actually. Sorry. Because चल ही नहीं रहा कोई यार.
भाई, I'll just be right back in a minute, yeah. Should I put Gukesh again? Or yeah, which
हाँ
one?
वो कंप्लीट चालू कर दो साज भाई,
हाँ,
चाहिए
just
होगा
have
थोड़ा
to
सा.
reboot quickly. Yeah.
हाँ
गुकेश का गेम लगा देता हूँ, okay?
By the way, Rook A1 played by Gukesh. So he is sorry for Hans Niemann after Bishop G4. Very logical. Queen B2 खेला है. We've said A. Let's do B. Queen को attack करते हैं. Queen will likely go to some. By the way, a question for you. Can Gukesh here play Queen to B7? I think looks very logical. B8 खेला उन्होंने. I think B7 would have been better, नहीं? Like that would have been very cool, no? Queen B7. What do you think about that, chat? On podcast, they were admiring who's Jordan Burberry. I've heard that name somewhere. I don't know where. I've seen that name somewhere recently. Why Tanya says they've came to my college today. Arey, nice. कौन सा college आपका यार? I think Tanya is known to visit many colleges and so on. I think many tournaments and events as well. In fact, Tanya once did like the opening ceremony of some kabaddi league way back, pre-COVID. Like she was singing the Jana Gana Mana. वहां पे मुझे याद है, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Queen b7 would be a blunder actually, because there is bishop f7 check and रानी को goodbye कहना पड़ेगा. So queen b8 very important कि रुक से defended हो. Yeah, Pragg's live rating is very low. IIT Delhi, wow, nice, yeah. What about Arjun? He went down from 2800 to 2750. Yeah, it's just a part and parcel of life. Sometimes you are in form, sometimes you're not. Look at Arvind right now. He looks stressed, even though like, we're not even looking at his game. He's just moving around looking stressed. I think Indian players के लिए this tournament has been a nightmare. And they're not just doing well. कुछ कर नहीं सकते. देखो आपके हिसाब से प्रग, गुकेश, निहाल के बाद इंडिया से कौन सी नई प्रोडिजी आने वाली है? I think I'm not sure, Chad. I think we don't see a clear name. I think Pranav, Pranesh, these are two guys who are doing very well, who are young and kind of performing really well. So maybe these two guys could be the next ones. Or maybe some British designer brand. एक तो भाई chat मुझे logic समझाओ, ठीक है? If I told you, ठीक है, कि तुम्हें अपनी दीवारों पे, अपने कपड़ों पे मेरा नाम लिखना है, तो that will be like advertising, no? Like I will be like advertising, ठीक है? I will never understand कि भाई, why do we walk around wearing like branded t-shirt, like Levi's, yeah, whatever it is. Like we are advertising Levi's. I know it's a brand statement, but it's crazy to me कि हम लोग शर्ट के ऊपर किसी का नाम लिख के घूमते हैं. That's crazy, no? Like imagine तुम रमेश नाम की शर्ट घूमोगे क्या? रमेश लिखा हुआ है शर्ट के ऊपर, मतलब नेहा लिखा हुआ है. Like you would not walk around wearing those names. So why do other names get a pass? That's weird to me. बचपन से weird था. But anyways, Max is good. He is by the queen b8 के बाद Hans is still thinking and slowly about to fall below the 1 hour mark, I think. So थोड़ा time pressure का ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा Hans को. Nice. Sagava is not in the background here, unfortunately. I would walk around with Rakesh written on my shirt. Bhai, you are free to do so, but most people would not. Meanwhile, as things, Gukesh not even at the board. So I think यहाँ पे काफी लंबी गेम चल सकती है आज भी. Is b1 a good move? You mean rook b1? It is, because rook b1 का idea है to again set up that bishop f7 threat. Because rook b1 के बाद you're kind of forcing the queen to move again, right? Because वरना अगर मान लो कोई random चाल खेली bishop f7 and now I take on b8, I don't win the queen, but I win the rook. Hans gonna make a draw. By the way, that could be a repetition. You're right. Queen a8, rook a1, queen b8, rook b1 is a potential draw. If Hans wants it, but will Hans take it? Because he still has a chance to win the event, right? वो जीतता है आज, so he could potentially finish in first place. So normal circumstances maybe yes, but आज के लिए maybe Hans will push. I don't think he will go for the draw. सर आप निकालो एक टिक्कू ब्रांड. नहीं भाई, जो चीज में मैं विश्वास नहीं करता, मैं दूसरों को कैसे विश्वास कराऊं भाई? F1 be people's favorite game if they've never played it entire life. अरे भाई, everybody has driven a car. Okay, most people, so they can relate to it. Saj bhai,
Not me,
welcome
bhai.
back.
Not me, bhai. Can't
Bhai,
relate.
I also don't drive, but I've learned once as a kid. Then
Me too,
you
bhai.
know,
Same. पर उसके बाद
but
कभी वापस ड्राइव नहीं किया वापस, क्योंकि
मेरा भी
मेरे
सेम था. मेरा
पास
तो मैंने 12th में खत्म होते ही सीखी थी. And then I went to college जहाँ पे 4 साल there was no vehicle allowed. So then
Chat,
I
can you
kind
drive?
of course chat can drive. भाई वैलेंटाइंस डे आ रहा है साथ में, कैसे सवाल पूछ रहे हो आप?
ओहो,
लंबी
इसीलिए तो
गेड़ी
ड्राइविंग
लेके
सीख
जाना है ना
गया.
भाई, गेड़ी में जाना है ना.
क्रेजी. By the way, with Hans's last move, अब knight h4 उतना पॉसिबल नहीं है, बिकॉज बिशप e6 आ रहा है एंड आपका बिशप पिन हो रहा है.
साज भाई रेपिटेशन हो सकता है. रुक b1, क्वीन a8, रुक a1, क्वीन
तो
b8.
क्वीन c8 जाएगा ना, रुक क्वीन 8 क्यों जाएगा?
I mean, it's possible, yeah, repetition like.
बड़ा weird repetition होगा अगर if he goes queen 8 here. तो queen 8 is a very weird move to play, क्योंकि अब white's piece also improved, no?
हाँ, that's true. That's right. I think queen
क्योंकि
c8
rook
खेलेंगे
e1 पे
गुकेश.
था, अब b1 पे है, तो it's you can still go knight e1 and then bishop e6 is less likely. I don't know.
या वैलेंटाइंस डे के दिन अकेले जाऊंगा लंच करने किसी फैंसी रेस्टोरेंट में. टूशे भाई, जाओ भाई, नेवर स्टॉप एनीबॉडी फ्रॉम हैविंग अ नाइस मील भाई, अकेले जाने में कोई इशू नहीं। साजा, हैव यू एवर गॉन अलोन टू वॉच अ मूवी और लाइक एट अ फैंसी रेस्टोरेंट टू ईट
भाई
अ
आई एम
मील लाइक
नॉट द
अलोन?
बेस्ट एग्जांपल फॉर दिस यार.
नहीं, और स्टिल लाइक कभी तो गए होगे लाइफ में? नहीं गए, कभी
Never
नहीं गए?
actually. I have
कभी
never
अकेले
had
मूवी देखने नहीं गए आप?
I have never had a meal by myself also, like at a restaurant before. Never.
वाओ, दैट्स क्रेजी ब्रो.
Yeah, for me it's like नहीं तो मैं मतलब I'll just order in. नहीं तो I like I won't physically go, and movie definitely not by. Haven't done that before, but
ओह,
maybe once, yeah.
मूवी आई थिंक आई हैव बीन लाइक मे बी twice in my life, like twice, maybe not twice, but like very rarely, but I've gone. I think कई बार ऐसे मान लो कोई चेस टूर्नामेंट खेल रहे हो एंड यू नो लाइक बोर हो
Hmm.
रहे हो, जाके देख लो यार. That's so AI. Oh, we are back. We are back. Clearly,
Back to the same thing, yeah. Of course, of course.
more evidence to file. Will you cover Prague chess? Depends on cams. If we get the cams, we'll cover Prague chess. If we don't get the cams, we will not. So, by this आज freestyle के भी cams अभी confirm नहीं है. So, just an
Oh,
update there.
interesting.
तो
वो तो हो जाएगा,
same,
लेकिन I think वो तो हो
hopefully
जाना
मिलेंगे
चाहिए.
भाई.
Bhai,
Uh,
let me ask a question, like crazy one. Knight takes e5. How? मतलब मैं चल नहीं रहा हूँ because I don't want to know the evaluation. But how crazy is this? मतलब I don't think it's that bad.
very bad Saj by after knight g6 actually.
But queen g3?
Queen g3 and now apparently queen c8.
And how bad is the evaluation?
Minus 1.6.
It's not that bad.
हाँ,
उतना
only
I mean,
1.5 points. Like, मतलब.
hmm. AI के लिए
I
मतलब
mean,
it's still holdable territory, you know. So
yeah, I think for an AI, I think AI can hold this. Ajay, what do you think? Can you hold this?
yeah, for sure. 95 मारने के बाद, like, you know,
Hmm.
it looks like an interesting कि कोई भी आपका structure मतलब damage नहीं हो रहा. I mean, your bishop becomes more active on c3. I don't know. I
Hmm.
seem to like.
Hmm. Makes sense. Makes sense. By the way, not to change games, Carissa Yip अभी सोच ही रही है about the Greek gift. So clearly a serious decision there.
Shah. Crazy.
And Jordan game में h4 भाई. He is going for the kill and Arjun has to find b5 now.
Bhai, I'm telling you, Arjun will take this one. B5 तो मतलब it has Arjun written all over it.
साहिल भाई यहाँ भी बेंच साउंड. ओ डैम, दैट्स अ 2021 रेफरेंस. ओ माय गॉड. उजैर भाई, क्रेजी. नॉस्टैल्जिया.
क्या होता है भाई वो?
इट्स
तब
लाइक अ,
मेरा एआई तब उतना डेवलप नहीं हुआ था, यू नो. सो
हाँ, वो म्यूजिक की वेबसाइट थी एक. आई यूज्ड टू डाउनलोड म्यूजिक फ्रॉम दैट वेबसाइट इन 2021.
by the way, if we go a bit deeper here, like let's say b5, white plays g5, यही है ना best
हम्म.
continuation. Takes 94. um Not 94 perhaps. Yeah, 94 is,
94 is only move भाई.
yeah, bishop c3 is also only move. So takes bishop e5, I'm guessing. Yeah, what? Vicky,
क्या
what,
बिशप
what
e5?
I wanted to discuss is bishop b4, bc4, bishop f8, queen f8. You can't convince me यहाँ पे white के मतलब black के जीतने का चांस नहीं है.
I wouldn't play this, no. Like, I wouldn't really go for this because I think I'm safening up your king a bit. I want the bishop, so I'll take on e5, I think. There's no way I'm taking the rook. The rook on f8
यहाँ
is the
पे
stupidest piece on the board.
तो bc4. I don't
bc4.
know. Now queen
Can
e3
I
f4
go?
only idea bhai. Like not f3 or something.
Hmm.
I
I
don't
guess
know.
this is also
Looks
equal.
very
Queen
double edged.
e3.
Queen
Queen
e3,
e3. What's the
rook
idea of
e8,
queen
and अब
e3?
आपको f4 खेलना है. Like if the queen was on e2, then knight g3 आ रहा था. Okay, it kind of makes sense there.
Hmm.
So
Not
here white
easy.
is
Not
better.
easy.
यहाँ पे better
Not
है white.
easy. I agree. Not easy. For sure.
By the way, chat में लिखा है Hans blunder. What? He took knight
What?
e5.
What? What?
Bhai, I was telling you this. I was telling you this. It looks interesting. भाई मैं आपको बोल रहा था 95. Come on. It looks interesting.
सहज भाई, हमने डिस्कस किया था कि ओनली एआई कैन डिफेंड दिस. हमारे सामने है एंडगेम डॉट एआई. तो मतलब आप भी एआई हुए?
Nice, smooth, very smooth. But yeah, I was telling you, it looks very interesting actually. Queen e5 is simple and you can play. I just would have liked it more अगर इसके आगे मतलब chess.com ने से blunder का sign ना दिया होता. But yeah.
Very interesting, yeah.
Guki gave expression sort of an eyebrow raise. Yeah, I think it's something you consider as black, but okay, like you don't seriously think of it. Yeah, crazy that he actually played it, bhai. That is the yeah. Question to say is why
Wow.
what he really thinks about future of classical chess. अब AI वाले questions आ गए. Crazy. I don't think classical. I think जितने ज़्यादा लोग chess में आएंगे उतना ज़्यादा chess fast होता रहेगा. That's the fact. क्योंकि classical chess I think is not for everyone.
Clearly not for me, bhai. I mean, 100%.
Like
I would rather
move
play
like
bullet than
this, for
classical.
example, like just giving you like an example of it. ये अगर rapid का match होता ना तो 95 में बहुत मजा आता देखने में आपको, because then your proper intuition like kind of takes over. Like rapid या फिर blitz में होता तो फिर तो मतलब it will be insane. Like the chances of this move working is very very high because you're completely changing the structure of the position. एक वो shock factor होता है and all of that. But yeah, जो classical जो world championship के events है वो कभी change नहीं होंगे I think because you have to preserve the
But
history.
but Saj bhai, like Queen A5 is apparently really bad. I think there's also a move Bishop B4 here, which I think is rather more strong for white. Now Queen D8 is literally the only move for black, by the way, which
I
he
don't
has to
like
play.
bishop b4.
But that's the best. And now Rook A6 apparently.
Queen d8 and rook a6. Still not
Rook A6.
because knight c6 is there. Okay, so rook a6. No, this is not gonna happen. Bhai.
Yeah,
My
Queen
AI
E5
brain
is
is telling
bad.
me. I think he's gonna take on e5. Yeah.
Queen E5 is actually bad after knight G6. It's not a good way for white to play at all. Like black has multiple ways to defend. So I think maybe it looks logical. Like Hans has really taken on a huge risk here. Of course, there are ideas. Yeah. For example, idea after, let's say, Queen G3, Queen C8, like H3 करके Queen G6 का idea, right? Because knight is hanging. So there are a bunch of ideas. Bishop H6
And
का
you
भी
have
idea
bishop
है.
e6. My idea is that I will play something like f4 in this position because anything that doesn't break my structure is what I want. But I don't know if he has looked at bishop b4, then it's different. Let's see what he goes for. He just sat down. Now he's thinking queen e5 or bishop e4. It's too late to turn back.
यहाँ पे होता ना ऑफर टेक बैक वाला ऑप्शन करना पड़ेगा हैंस को. सॉरी भाई, गलती से टच कर दिया भाई. बिकॉज अब क्या सोच रहे, कैन यू गो फुल स्क्रीन? बिकॉज this is an important moment. This could be like a important victory for Gukesh Sajbai, and technically he's winning. He's again in that scenario jahan pe he should win, but will he?
It's a good question. But okay, winning is I think a bit in the distance. I think we still have to think about okay, what is his plan? See, it took queen e5. I think he felt like a double bishop and two pawns are quite good in this position, which I think makes a lot of sense to me. But supposedly black has this plan of knight
Oh,
g6.
do you
Like,
see?
maybe I don't go queen g3 by. Maybe I go like queen c5
Did you see what Gukesh
something.
did? Chat, did you see what Gukesh did?
What did he do?
He was like, I say, if we can have like our faces on the screen once, like when Hans took on e5, you can go and check. He did something like, like something like that he did. Yeah, like he was legit, like confused, half impressed by the idea. And I think he's going to take some time. Let's go full screen back. He's trying to understand the concept because clearly he did not see this, at least not seriously. And now he has to be careful. And chat, just let's keep in mind only two moves for black now. One is rook e8, which rather looks weird because f7 looks rather soft. Knight g6 is, I think, practically the only move which he should play. यहाँ पे.
Yeah, rook e8 just feels like आपको knight तो फिर भी move करना ही पड़ेगा.
हाँ.
And if he sees this knight g6, queen c8 and bishop e6 wala plan. Because now there are some practical problems on the board. But yeah, this
Very
is
important.
spicy.
Oh, this is spicy, but it's a chance of Gukesh again. But can he win this time? I'm hoping he does because we need that win from Gukesh for him to reach the left half of the standings. भाई इतनी ज्यादा
भाई
डिमांड नहीं
गोल्डन
है हमारी
अपॉर्चुनिटी
साज
है
भाई.
फिर.
हाँ
गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी. फिर वर्ल्ड टॉप 10 में 2 हो जाएंगे भाई.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली ज्यादा डिमांड नहीं है हमारी. हैंस हैज नो आइडिया. आई मीन एज सी साज will also consider that idea, right? So it's not exactly a like there is some potential here for white. For example, knight c6 if you try in this position attacking the queen, queen c3 and apparently it's already equal
Yeah,
because
yeah,
bishop
for
h6
sure.
आ रहा है
For
next चाल
sure,
पे.
bhai. This is like, I think I'm taking this for white any day. But okay, knight c6 is not possible. I think he wants to keep the c pawn, the future of the c pawn alive. Kabhi c5 future mein kabhi aa sakta hai, and maybe you'll need the c4 break as well. So yeah. But yeah, by the way, for Gukesh, yeah, he's played 6 black games so far, from what I can see. 1, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, 6 games. And this was a 3 he has won, yeah. All of his wins so far has happened with the black pieces. And also, let's remind everyone that Sindarov, who he was sort of pushing in the first round, that was also with the black pieces. So with black pieces, he's had a amazing result so far.
Yeah, I have to agree. And can Gukesh, however, do it again is the question. I think results अच्छे हैं, momentum अच्छा है. And Keymer also noticing कि भाई पीस हैंस को उसने नजर दी. He's like भाई ये कर दिया भाई. भाई कहाँ जा रहा है भाई? Wait, what? ये क्या कर दिया
That
भाई?
reaction
अबे
is
अबे ये कहाँ
amazing,
जा रहा है भाई?
actually.
इसने क्या किया? अरे एक सेकंड घोड़ा कहाँ है भाई का? भाई का घोड़ा मैंने देखा था बोर्ड पे
Oh,
2 मिनट
that
पहले
looks
आया था भाई.
strange.
भाई
That
तेरा
looks
घोड़ा कहाँ है?
strange.
We were taking. He's like this is strange, yeah. He
Yeah.
can't believe it.
It's definitely interesting. Very creative, actually. But we'll see why. I personally like this idea, even though objectively it's not correct. I personally love it.
साज भाई एक सिचुएशन है. लेट्स से कि आप घर आते हो, ठीक है, एंड आपकी कोई भी पार्टनर आपके साथ है एंड देन लाइक यू आर नॉट एबल टू ओपन द की. 10 मिनट से ट्राई कर रहे हो एंड देन शी गेट्स एंग्री एंड आपके ऊपर वो ऐसे वो चाबी फेंक के मारती है. तो क्या बोल के फेंकेगी आपके ऊपर वो चाबी?
क्या?
केमर. So that was my time chat and the stream. So मजा बात करके and hopefully you enjoyed my commentary chat today. So I'll be back tomorrow.
भाई तो रीबूट करना पड़ेगा भाई. मेरा सिस्टम रीबूट करना पड़ेगा भाई. तो थोड़ा
It's a test for AI, by the way.
प्रोसेसिंग पावर थोड़ा
AI is AI
ब्रेक हो
is
गया है
AI
सुन
is
के. लोग
AI
चैट
is
में बाय
clearly
लिखना शुरू
don't.
हो गए.
छोड़ के बोल
चैट
रहा हूँ.
लेफ्ट चैट.
Okay, reality apart, coming to jokes, Saj bhai, so position wise, अगर ब्लैक यहाँ कुछ नहीं करता, व्हाइट क्या करना चाहता है भाई? व्हाट इज द प्लान?
White wants to play f4, f5, and maybe put the bishop on c3, put the queen on g3. ऐसे बढ़िया लग रहा है दोनों bishops. एक यहाँ देख रहा है, एक यहाँ देख रहा है. That's what he wants. But वो उसका टाइम नहीं है उसके पास. That's the problem. By the way, if you look at the follow-up, भाई, knight g6, queen g3, queen c8 बोला था ना आपने? Like if I play f4, you have to go bishop e6, f5, bishop b3, and just cb3. Here you have to see this move queen d7 to play queen d4 check. Or you have to go knight back to e7 and ये pawn मर गया h6 पे. Is this easy to evaluate as better for you?
I'm not sure, Saj bhai. I think that's the move, queen d7, that you need to find. Bishop h6 के बाद I'm not really sure because this is a huge pawn chain in the center. Your king is weak. There is no easy defense. And I think we knowing Gukesh not being in peak form, I think this is difficult. And meanwhile, chat, form से याद आया, Arjun has made another mistake. And Sahaj bhai, लगता है एक मैगी मेरी बनने वाली है because c6 h4 rook e8 mistake, g5 best move and it's plus 1.3 for Jordan.
This is not a great sign. So if I take, that's what he wants. Takes knight e4 ताकि bishop e5 ना मरे यहाँ पे. We were looking at this. and bishop e1, and now this is the final position, and यहाँ पे white is just better.
Wow.
Yeah, this is not a
Like,
great
has
development.
zero civic sense अनीश को, कैमरा के सामने चल के गया. Lols. Sahaj, but this is like borderline lost, it seems like. He takes on c3, one of the only moves. Bishop c3, knight e4 aega.
Yeah.
Okay.
And knight
But
e4
now,
first. ताकि bishop
chat
e5 ना मरे.
अब chat से सवाल पूछते हैं साज भाई. So after knight e4, the only move which Arjun has to play,
I just
White's
showed this,
best
yeah.
move and only move. Come on,
I
chat.
just showed this, yeah.
So दिखाया क्या आपने?
Just now I just showed it, yeah.
Oh.
So chat will know it if they were looking at the screen.
It's the only move, chat. What does White play? किसी ने कहा नहीं देखा है. It's a good position to judge.
भाई
I
अगर
think this.
अगर अर्जुन हार गया ना ये मैच तो गुकेश will be India number 1.
भाई अगर अर्जुन हार गया, गुकेश नहीं जीता, विशी सर नहीं जीते, तो we will be like, okay, गुकेश अपने आप वर्ल्ड इंडिया में 10 हो जाएगा, वर्ल्ड में 10 हो जाएगा क्या? So we'll have one guy anyways. I think Vishy
10
might be.
spot तो अपना ही है भाई. 10 क्योंकि 11, 12, 13th भी अपना ही है.
नहीं, what if Gukesh loses and Arjun loses? Then I think Vishy will be number 10 without playing. Like, that is crazy.
वाह. अर्जुन तो फिर भी रहेगा वर्ल्ड नंबर 10. His rating is pretty high. Oh, by the way, he does play bishop e1.
Wow, bishop e1 is the move. He plays it, Saj bhai, and now, I mean, the moves black, suggest कर रहा है, rook c8 suggest कर रहा है यार. How on earth do you convince yourself to play rook c8? King side पे आग लगी हुई है और तुम पौधों का पानी डाल रहे हो घर में आग लगते हुए, साज भाई.
भाई b5 का प्लान है ना, like you're preempting pawn takes and rook c8 पे एक्टिव हो जाएगा. अब c5 तो कभी खेल नहीं सकते. So if you look at it like that, maybe makes sense. But this is a big problem. By f3 also looking like a very juicy threat. I don't know. This looks very scary for Arjun. Yeah, I think मैं हारने वाला हूँ भाई.
अरे यार.
By the way, Carissa Yip did not go for that Greek gift. So she played something else.
Oh no.
वो जो queen sack वाली line थी.
She thought for so long also, so she wasted the time. But okay, if she's not convinced, she's not convinced, yeah?
So because Arjun is worse, Gukesh is a bit better. By the way, he did play knight g6 against Hans.
Nice.
It's a great sign, and also he played it pretty quickly. क्योंकि वो नाइट टेक c5 के बाद एक वो इनिशियल शॉक तो लगता है आपको. टू प्ले ऑल ऑफ दिस he has not spent actually a lot of time. Yeah, he's playing relatively quite fast today.
And Chad, I think Hans, to put some pressure and show like this was all planned, he will play quickly. If he starts thinking now, that will give Gukesh some confidence. So he knows he has to play quickly. So Gukesh, like if he plays queen c8 now, for example, like that could be a cold shower for Hans Niemann. Completely. Ki bhai, there is queen d7, queen d4 check.
But that f4, f5 line was difficult, no, to calculate.
But queen d7 was winning, no, in that line. Like that's the move we need to find. So maybe that's what Hans missed. It's not easy to find, but if Gukesh does find it, I think Hans could just lose very quickly then, because you suddenly realize, oh my God, my calculation was flawed and this is just losing.
And then he'll be on the left side of the standings, right? Would love to see that. And back to 2750, which is amazing.
Sahil, can Arjun turn out like Alireza in the future, stop playing classical chess forever? He can become focused on Blitz and Rapid. I think the reason why he's good at Blitz and Rapid is because he worked on his classical. Very few people will suddenly start playing in the world top 5, 10 in Rapid and Blitz and not be in the same rank in classical consistently long term. ऐसे आते हैं occasionally, Dubov या Artimev who play very well, but it's not consistent. So I think you have to focus on chess. At the end, cricket है, छक्का मारना है स्टेडियम के बाहर, चाहे आपको टेस्ट मैच में मारना है, वनडे में कि T20 में, your technique might change, but it's still like cricket at the end, right? So I think you have to focus on chess. You have to keep yourself motivated, regardless of whether you are the world champion or you have missed the World Cup twice. So whatever it is, stay motivated, keep working hard, and of course, figure out what the weaknesses are. And I think it has to be a comprehensive preparation, not just one format. Because kuch pata nahi hota yaar. Like you might, Arjun didn't even qualify to the candidates. That's insane. Keymer didn't qualify to the candidates. So I think you never know where your form hits. Nodirbek, yeah, correct, Saj bhai.
So many, I mean, strong classical players have not made it. But it's, oh, by the
Oh, Gukesh
way,
makes a mistake.
bhai, kya bol, I was telling you this, bhai, this looks interesting. But abhi bhi next move, Hansky is very, very like weird to me. Like he has to play f3 in this position, which okay, I completely disagree with. You have to go f4. Like if you sacrifice something, you have to see it all the way through. नहीं तो कोई point ही नहीं है sacrifice का. So go, I think he's gonna go f4 here, and Gukesh will have the advantage again.
But you know, after f4, that's the only move for a clear edge. And
After f4, which move?
h5 he has to find. That's the only move.
Okay.
And after h3, h4, just to keep the queen back, ताकि queen is idea now.
Right. So queen goes somewhere, let's say f2, and then bishop e6. Yeah, basically, if you take, this knight is not hanging.
Exactly. So I think यहाँ पे बहुत जरूरी है h5 निकालना. Otherwise, it's still, I think after f4, it's completely fine for Hans.
And if he goes f3, the follow-up will be just to take on g3, pawn takes g3, bishop e6. Now, of course, I don't think white should lose this necessarily, but okay, it's black who is playing. Because you take here, I take here, and okay, because आपके पास सिर्फ दो ही pawn है और वो pawn ज़्यादा advanced नहीं है, कोई pass pawn नहीं है. This is why it is Gukesh who will be playing for a win here. So I think he goes for f4. We might see h5 on the board. Let's see. फिलहाल तो गुकेश ही नहीं है बोर्ड पे.
गुकेश भी इंडिया क्रिकेट मैच देखने गया भाई. इंडिया ने 271 मारे 20 ओवर में. बाय गॉड, 100 मार दिया एक बंदा भाई. क्रेजी. आज क्रिकेट और चेस दोनों में धोएंगे आज भाई हम लोग. मीनवाइल गुकेश होपफुली विंस, बट
Arjun looking scary, yeah.
Yeah, let's stick to
As
hands for
usual.
now though. I think
Yeah.
चला नहीं वहां पे अर्जुन है, and he's also struggling. So Saj bhai, if you had to give odds of Gukesh winning, drawing, losing, क्या distribute करोगे आप 100 में से?
I think losing, I don't know. For me, it's a 3-result position still. Like I think Hans can still. It's very complicated. Unless he finds the bishop e6 wala plan, we go into the end game. Then okay, Gukesh के हारने के chances बहुत कम हो जाएंगे वहाँ पे. But overall, I think, yeah, for me it's distributed evenly. Maybe slight preference to, maybe it's not 33, and so on. It's maybe like a little bit higher for on the win percentage for Gukesh, but that's it.
Good
Chat
point.
is saying, भाई कुछ आपने वो जो क्रिकेट का वो जो आपने बोला, चैट थोड़ा सेंसिटिव हो गई भाई उसको देख के.
भाई वो एल्गोरिथम ने अपने आप ही हाइड कर दिया होगा इंडिया में. क्रिकेट की इंसल्ट अपने आप ही हाइड हो गई होगी. नॉट इवन सरप्राइज. So meanwhile, what about Aravindh and Pragg? By the way, Pragg's game chat, if you're joining in right now, was a very quick draw with the black piece. Sindarov understood कि अगला मैच उनका सबसे वीक प्लेयर से है टूर्नामेंट के ऑन पेपर, थाई दाई वैन. So he wanted to take the draw against Pragg ताकि कल वो पुश करके जीत पाए and he has a chance to win the event. So that was a quick draw, also saved energy. Arvind अभी भी खेल रहे हैं, and if you have a brief look there, looks very complicated. But of course, like bar says equal, but I think it's anything but equal. Yeah, oh my God, bishop e6 आ रहा है, pressure on the queen side, pressure on king side, h file किसके पास रहेगी at the end. Lots of mysteries, lots of questions to answer, and we don't know them yet.
Yeah, also time is more or less equal as well. So I think Arvind, I personally I like this more for Anish because he has more attacking possibilities. But yeah, position is very, very double-edged. Dynamic equality, matlab. Yeah, again, spread across three results. And yeah, will be a long game as well. I think overall, I'm seeing all games going for the Indian players should be pretty long. But let's see.
Yeah, true. Anish, by the way, playing with his pawns there. क्या?
Raj, bhai, ab nahi khelte ho. Bhai, actually, I'm playing a tournament in just 2 days from now. So first, tomorrow is the last day here, and then second से I'm playing a tournament, and वो double rounds होंगे हर दिन. Have not prepared, not feeling in shape, but भाई मजा आएगा. So let's see.
Yep.
अल भाई आप कब खेल रहे हो यार? कुछ तो खेलो आप कभी.
भाई यार मैं कोई रैपिड खेलना चाहूंगा कभी सीजन. मेरी रैपिड रेटिंग की वैसे भी लग चुकी है अब बाय प्लेइंग अ लॉट इन इंडिया. सो हैप्पी टू सैक्रिफाइस वन रेटिंग फॉर द fun of it, but I think अभी बहुत काम है रे. I think this year is very important इतना कुछ इवेंट्स है, इतना कमेंट्री है, इतना कंटेंट है, लॉट्स ऑफ स्टफ टू डू. सो टाइम मिलेगा तो ऑफ कोर्स, ऐसे यू कैन सी अभी सैटरडे संडे वी आर स्टिल कवरिंग इवेंट्स. अगले सैटरडे संडे देयर इज स्पीड चेस चैंपियनशिप. उसके अगले सैटरडे संडे देयर इज फ्री स्टाइल. सो यू कैन सी सैटरडे संडे भी फ्री नहीं है टू प्ले एन इवेंट. आई थिंक इट्स गोना बी फन एंड आई एंजॉय कमेंटेटिंग. सो इट्स ओके भाई. वैसे भी बच्चों को रेटिंग गिफ्ट करनी है तो कभी भी कर सकते हैं, कोई जल्दी नहीं है. इंडिया में बहुत बच्चे हैं भाई, बहुत रेटिंग गिफ्ट करने को है. इट्स ओके.
Correct, bhai. Okay, so yeah, F3 ke baad Anish is still thinking. That's the update there. I think let's go to Hans because I really would like to see what is his response going to be in this position. Does he go into the end game, take the queen, or accept queen takes g3, or does he play f4 and keep the game on? F4, I think, is the more logical choice. Queen takes queen. I think he still maybe has some chance, but okay, like practically, I don't think Gukesh ke kuch bhi हारने का chance रहेगा उधर. The pawns are just not advanced enough. That's why also he played c5. He's expecting Hans will play f4 and he'll continue the game. Yeah, he goes for it. F4.
Wow. F4, clearly you're in for a penny, in for a pound. And now the question is, Gukesh comes back to his seat. Will he find that h5 only move? You see, by the way, look at this change in valuation. Anything apart from h5 is equality. And h5 is minus 1.1. So
at
it's
the very least, it's equal, I would say. I mean, practically,
yeah,
I like it for white.
I agree with you actually. Because look at the bishop on b3. Look at the bishop coming to c3 or even from d2. Yeah, I mean, it can have great impact. f5 at some point. Rook a file mere control mein hai. Now c5 pawn, I mean, it looks like anyways, you should stay away from islands. Yeah, but that's a horrible island to be on. What a lonely pawn on c5. And yeah, I think he has to find the h5 idea.
He's looking on the king side. So I think if he plays c5, then f4 ke baad kuch to calculate kiya hoga Gukesh ne. I think he's just sort of going through his lines again. And I think he will go for h5. This idea of h5, h4 and taking your eye away from the g6 knight is very, very nice here.
Yeah, let's hope so. Gukesh chokes whom? I didn't get it. Yesterday was, even that way. 3.5. I mean, of course, yeah. I mean, देखो, chess is hard. Plus 3.5 doesn't mean कि उसको 3.5 पॉइंट extra थे उसके पास game में. It just means कि evaluation maybe 20 moves in, maybe it's better for him. Like, it's not easy to see, yeah. Of course, we're disappointed, but भाई plus 16 game मैंने देखी हुई है लोगों को हारते हुए. Sethuraman, I think, once played a game against Nigel Short. He was plus 16. And he lost that in the Olympiad, like 2000, I don't know which year it was. Plus 16 by, like, I've seen like
Crazy
stuff happen.
I mean, Magnus technically also was like plus 5, plus 6, no, against Gukesh.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it happens. It wasn't a stable edge. It was never like, but yeah, we'll see. Kal to actually it was a bit of a disaster, kal ka din, I think, for Gukesh.
Yeah. When I'm making tier list, Vishy, you and Sahaj bhai, surprisingly, I think we have already made the tier list with Vishy, sir, for candidates. It's just not come out. So I think वो बहुत जल्दी आएगी. हमने दिसंबर में रिकॉर्ड कर ली थी जहां तक मुझे आइडिया है. So it will come out soon.
एक बात बताओ फिर विशी सर की टॉप की लिस्ट में एक प्लेयर का नाम बता दो चलो.
Actually, I didn't shoot it with Vishy because basically कुछ चक्कर हो गया था. उस टाइम पे I was in some sort of emergency, not emergency, but yeah, कुछ issue थे. तो I had to go. And when I told Vishy that कि sir I have to leave in urgency, तो सर ने एक funny joke मारा जो मैं अभी नहीं बोल सकता. But so Rakesh, I think, did that. तो राकेश को पता होगा भाई. So even I am waiting for the video to come out. मुझे भी नहीं पता.
Oh, okay. Exciting stuff.
By the way, Arjun completely busted. Over. Khatam. Khalas. Finish. +3.
+3? No
+3
way,
after Gukesh 3. अच्छा h4 में pawn है वरना Gukesh would have been +4.
भाई Gukesh 3 rook d3 pawn मर रहा है, I think, by force. Yeah, you're right. This is kind of busted actually. If he finds Gukesh 3, that is.
भाई अर्जुन तो मतलब यार, it's just unbelievable actually.
He just collapsed, yeah, completely.
After like the kind of year he had, like, I mean, winning 2 medals at a format which Indians were traditionally not great at, right? हमारा complaint क्या होता था कि classical chess में अच्छा खेलते हैं, rapid blitz में they always kind of lose the plot a bit. Like he got bronze in both, and technically Blitzmake could have technically deserved more. Yeah, like he just crushed everyone in the actual format. Like, okay, even if he was in 2 bronzes, like this is just a stark contrast. Even in Tata Steel India, he played very well. He always had chances, right?
Yeah, always,
He's fighting
always.
for the lead in both sections. So what happened here?
He didn't have the best start, but yeah, he was always one, the front runners overall. But yeah, wow, this is definitely very unlike Arjun. And Rook 3 by that's, I mean, yes, of course, we have seen the move, so we are calling it easy. But okay, like even then, I feel it's not a very difficult move to find over the board. This bishop on e1, like you might say Rook 3 thoda slow hai, black attack kar sakta hai and all of this, but this bishop on e1 does a wonderful job of guarding both a5 and b4 breaks, which are your only hope of creating an attack. b4 खेलते मैं bishop से ही मार देता हूँ. I'm not gonna move anything. You play a5, the pawn on b5 is hanging. It's like nothing is a problem here.
Saj bhai, Gukesh played h5. I think it's very interesting to see the reaction Hans might give now. Super crucial move by Gukesh. The only move in the position that gave him any advantage whatsoever.
Wow, that's great news for the world champion. By the way, Sahil bhai and chat, take observation. Like, do you think Gukesh
I
tends
also
to
have
walk?
observations, Saj bhai.
Do you think like he tends to walk Gukesh when he's winning or when he thinks he's winning? Like
I
a
think
lot
in
more.
2024, he used to work when he was completely winning, not when he was +1 or something. So he would be like, I say, plus, like, it's about to resign. Yeah, that's when he walked. Usually, he would never get up. If you remember the World Championship, even 2024 or even candidates, he would just not get up at all.
Hmm.
That was his thing. So he would walk when he's winning. But nowadays, I don't think that's the case. Like, he's known to walk a bit more nowadays.
Maybe fair.
By the way, another observation. Um, Norway Chess hasn't released the public list for the players, but they retweeted somebody who said Erdogmus is at the door of the 2700 chess club, and they retweeted this 4 days back, just before he lost to Gukesh. So, do you think?
No.
Do you
Nahin.
think, Saj bhai, there
I
could be like
mean,
a crazy news coming from
I
Norway
mean,
Chess? Ki bhai,
it would be great, of course, for Erdogmus, but okay, like there's players like Sindarov or maybe Vincent, for example, or who are just knocking at the doors, who are right there, who probably also deserve to play. And yeah, like me, agar ab last year ki aap standings dekho, the world top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 played. Yeah, so it was, I don't know if you go from there to Erdogmus, but
yeah, I agree with you. Also, I think Lexel by saying ki too early, I agree with you. But you never know. You never know. Like timing थोड़ी सी interesting है. But yeah, let's see. Meanwhile, h5 के बाद, Hans Niemann now thinking, which usually is not a good sign. You want to kind of push forward quickly, but f5 allows the queen trade in a worse version now. And if not f5, h3, there is h4. That kind of fixes the structure, right? I think Kalko f4 pawn could be weak now because you can't support it with the g3 pawn. So I think this is a very nice find by the world champion.
correct, I think. And now I think he will think for a bit. Because after you play h4, you get bishop e6 as well. जिससे आपका bishop बहुत easily trade हो रहा है और वो double bishop का advantage आपके पास नहीं रहेगा anymore. So now I think this is where he starts to think, okay, have I made the wrong sacrifice? Or was that really necessary?
Yeah, I mean, it could be a lucky break for Gukesh. That would be amazing if he could convert this. We need that win, yeah, Sahaj Bhai. Again, the standings have been brutal on the Indian players. Sahaj Bhai is like creating rumors. No, I'm just observing things. Not necessarily कि उनको invite किया होगा, but Norway Chess usually just tweets about Magnus, by the way. Like half the content is Magnus. So a player list के announcement के बीच में they're retweeting something. I mean, it could mean something. Just yeah.
Maybe actually. I mean, but yeah, but it's like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 से आप Erdogmus को वहाँ भेज देते. I mean, that's also a lot of shoes to fill. By the
By
way,
the
he
way,
played
e5 mistake. Big mistake from Hans Niemann. Now h4, it's winning for Gukesh.
winning. So h4, queen f2, I guess.
Queen f2, knight
Knight d7.
h5 apparently.
What? Oh, c5 नहीं. अच्छा, you'll take f4. I was thinking knight d7, but okay, knight h5 and rook a6 perhaps. कुछ crazy करते हैं. Rook d6 का plan.
Oh, bishop e6 again.
Aye,
And it's
that's not a
+3.
simple move though. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you कि बार के हिसाब से he's losing, but I'm just trying to rate moves on how easy it is to find them.
Yeah. Fair. I think the only problem I see with e5 is now the bishop on d2 is a bit stupid for me.
But वो f5
And
का hope कर रहा है, I think, at some point.
हाँ, but I feel like कि कहीं ना कहीं पे f5 is controlled for now. And if I play bishop e6, I will take with the pawn. Again, f5 at some point becomes less likely if I move the queen from the g file. And also, the bishop that will get traded off is the light square bishop. So usually, you want to place pawns in a way which kind of takes squares away from your opponent's bishop, right? Because one bishop is unopposed. अब क्या हो गया? When the light square bishop gets traded off, the bishop on a d2 will be a bad piece.
Yeah, and
So
these f5, d5 squares will be yours, and the f4 ka pawn will
exactly.
also be yours. So,
and once black takes on e6 with the pawn, the rook's file opens up, and suddenly f4 pawn को तो आप goodbye ही बोल दो मेरे ख्याल से. Two knights, the rook attacking it. I think it's over. So I think this is objectively winning for Gukesh. I'm not saying it's winning practically, but objectively now winning for sure.
okay, so let me try something else. So h4 के बाद मैं खेलता हूँ queen e3. I'm going for this pawn.
Okay, let's say knight h5 anyways. I don't see a reason to change.
Knight h5, queen c5 पे knight f4 मर रहा है, वो तो वैसे ही मर रहा था. But I'll go queen e4. That's the difference. Because now you said कि I'm not controlling the light squares, but अब queen e4 पे रख के it's centralized. I'm threatening
But
f5 at the right moment.
queen c8.
And
Same idea.
isn't this hanging? Queen
Apparently, if you take
why
on c6,
c4?
there is c4.
That's so hard, yaar.
And look at this.
You
Bishop
see this
c4, queen
light?
c4. Oh,
Yeah, bishop
that is
c4,
beauty.
queen c4, and if queen takes g4, then you have queen d4 check again. This is the reason why he's worse right now. King h1 pe hota, to he would have been completely fine.
Wow, that is pretty. And this, if this happens, this could totally happen actually. Like,
but you
Hans
agree that
realizes
a move like queen c8 is not simple, yeah, to play over the board, like to allow queen g6 and see all of it. Maybe you go something like king h7. I don't know, just a simple developing move.
From that position itself, queen c8 is okay. But starting say e5 se dekhna, I think it's almost impossible. But I think if you play but queen e4 also, like it's not something you consider easily. But once you play queen e4, I might just find queen c8 because I think that is solvable calculation, right? C4 ke baad. So it depends. I think Gukesh, yeah. So I think Gukesh is, and he could just play it after we reach that position. So I think practically maybe also Gukesh good chances. Yeah,
time
also.
ये रुक अगर f1 पे होता तो it would be very very good for I think for Hans this exact position.
Yeah, because f5 would come instantly. Yeah, f5. Agar if White can play f5 here without getting the pawn captured, like he would be doing amazingly well.
Oh, and by the way, Jorden has made a move. It was an inaccuracy, and he didn't play rook h3. Went queen d3, and now this gives him some hope of a comeback with the move we can see on the board. It's queen c8, only move in the position that does not immediately lose, and it's a logical one as well. My point is, if you take on d5, इसीलिए आप queen d3 खेले, then I will take on f5, and okay, pawns barabar.
It's still a gutsy move, yeah, because queen d3, queen c8 pe f6, and now you calmly play rook d8, fg7, and then calmly play a5. So I mean, of course, Arjun can do this, but
this looks nice. Now pawn on g7 is a shield for me. I will just never take
now
it.
g6. Sahaj bhai.
Are.
And then you take and then h5. So shield, yeah, Captain America ka shield to nahi hai. Like it has some, pain points there which you can break through.
Yeah, but let's see. So tough situation, but yeah, some hope. Yeah, overall, previous position was completely lost. Yeah, rook h3. If he had found rook h3, that would be like GG.
Resigns. Yeah. So, Gukesh chat, if we can have all the boards again, Sahaj, I would love to get an updated prediction from you of all the results. I think today we had a very slow start, but suddenly the drama has picked up in many games. So, number one, Aravindh against Anish. Sahaj, any predictions for the result?
Yeah, अभी भी पता नहीं, I don't know, enough time has passed, but still feels like it's early to say here because no piece has been traded. सिर्फ एक, मतलब 2 pawns trade हुए हैं आपके overall. So it's like a lot of pieces are still on the board. It depends on what kind of decisions they make. It's very dynamic. That's where we can leave it. Like all three results are possible here. But I would say it may be a bit more comfortable for black, for Anish.
And Pragg, maybe I'm gonna take a wild guess, Raj. I think it still ends in a draw, yeah? No changes there.
Pragg, matlab he's pushing, but I think he's I think most likely gonna take a draw. Yeah. The repetition very likely. What do you think? Is that us reaching? Or you agree with our statement there?
No, I think we're definitely stretching our limits there a bit, like breaking through space time there. But I think draw should be okay. Yeah.
Correct. And then Arjun versus Van Foreest. I think Arjun still has, I mean, all three results possible, even though, the bar seems to favor Jorden, but I think Arjun still has good chances here. It's still complicated. If he finds Queen C8, that is, it's going to be very, very crazy. I think all three results possible. I think Gukesh ke match mein, I think he wins. And yeah.
So, कितने point आएंगे भाई हमारे?
I would say Pragg, हम Pragg को वहाँ पे half point ले सकते हैं? Do you think it's too early to
I
say?
think we can take half a point there. Yeah.
We can? Okay. Then I would say like maybe like 2 or 2.5.
I'm thinking 1.5 or 2, like something like that is my prediction. Because Arjun का अभी भी बहुत डर लग रहा है. Like even if he finds Queen C8 and
but it can turn around so fast, that position. Very quickly.
I know. Yeah,
Bluebaum
I think I'm going to go with
Nodirbek prediction by Nodirbek I think is much better, comfortably better. क्योंकि वो D5 पे एक quick नजर वहाँ पे मार लेते हैं. This D5 pawn is isolated and okay, he's a pawn down technically. I thought he has a pawn on D2, but not really. But okay, maybe this is equal. Yeah, maybe this is equal now. Because he has to capture the pawn at some point. Then bishop c6 के बाद ये activate हो जाएगा bishop. Yeah. Okay, not as much better for Nodirbek anymore. यहाँ पे भी draw possible, very possible. And so let's switch to Hans versus Gukesh to see what Gukesh will play after the move e5. He has plenty of time, 20 minutes more than his opponent. He has just played e5, which was a slight inaccuracy from Hans, but a good practical decision regardless. And let's see what the world champion goes. Does he go h4, which is the best move, knight h7 or knight d7? Knight d7 looks the most logical, but it's probably not the best because I have h3 and ये bishop कहीं मतलब develop नहीं हो सकता. Remember, अगर आपने knight move कर दिया तब यहाँ पे h4 खेलना possible नहीं क्योंकि ये I can just go queen takes g4. So some precision needed by the world champion here.
Yeah, and Gukesh can finish in top 3, Chad. I think it's still possible. Maybe if you're very lucky, if you win both games, then you can talk about it because tie breaks pe depend karega. So if he goes to, let's say, how many points is he on? He's on 5.5. 7.5, top 3, yes, doable because 7.5 pe abhi ek hi player hai and he's the tournament leader. So yeah, still doable, top 3.
Pragg blunder. Wow.
I think you still ignore करते हैं साज भाई. I think वो draw हो जाएगा. मुझे भरोसा है.
I think आप troll कर रहे हो. I think Pragg will hold that to a draw.
I think he'll draw. भरोसा Pragg पे भरोसा है. Pragg कोई doubt नहीं होता है. Draw कर लेगा वो.
हाँ, Pragg very solid यार. Too solid.
By the way, Erdogmus is winning apparently, completely winning. And Fedoseev blunders in the same opening he blundered against Hans. So clearly ये opening नहीं खेलनी चाहिए उसको भाई.
Wow, nice observation there. And it's winning, yeah? Kitta winning? For me, it's +1 only. Bishop f4
plus 1.8.
Ooh, bishop f4, I'm guessing?
Bishop f4, knight d7, and rook e1 is very strong apparently.
London bishop on f4. Looking amazing.
Yeah.
Pawn to milega e4 pe, at least. At the very least.
But okay, this is not exactly the same level of blunder, but yeah, white's pieces. Yeah, look at white's pieces, so active. And look at black's pieces, rook on a8, bishop c8, bishop d8. We're looking very awkward. So white is better for sure by a huge margin. Yeah,
correct. By the way, Erdogmus also lost 2 matches in a row. Ek Anish ke saath, ek Gukesh ke saath. So it was a nice sort of comeback from him. So cutting the bleeding and being much better here. But he hasn't played bishop f4 or rook e1. So we'll see what he goes for. But yeah, looking great for him.
Yeah, and chat, आप जिस भी stream पे देख रहे हो, do like the stream. Let's get to 500 likes. If you're here for the first time, do subscribe. We'll do a challenge for membership. We did it yesterday. Somebody won a diamond membership at the end of the stream. So like जरूर करते हैं भाई, subscribe जरूर करें and become a part of the family. By the way, Bishop f4 played by Yagiz. So let's He is better. Let's go to the game of
Arjun.
has.
Why?
Yeah, Arjun, I was
Arjun
thinking,
has
has he played?
played Queen C8 and Rook D8. So that's a nice update.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he's back. And I think he sees FG7 A5. Yeah, just go for the kill. By B4 will launch an attack. And I don't know. I like Arjun's chances here.
I mean, I still feel he's worse because white ke pawn literally black king ki godna ke बैठ चुके हैं already. But at least he's not losing, and a5 b4 aa raha hai. Once a5 b4 happens, I think you will start getting a bit serious about this because knight e4 controls the d2 square also. There is no escape for the white king for now. And Jordan about to take that g7 pawn, I think.
Yeah, I think he's going to go FG7 and then A5 is the final sort of critical move in this position. And uske baad, just the idea is set. B4 khelna hai, A5 kholni hai. Yeah, you just have to be quick. No time to waste.
You could also play h5 here, I'm thinking. Could you play h5, Saj?
So with the idea of G6.
Yeah, just ignore that f6 pawn. Yeah, why waste a move?
I'll go A5 anyways.
A5, yeah.
And then G6, I'm guessing.
Yeah, G6.
Now I have to act because bahut sare pawns cut rahe hain. So knight takes F6, yeah, simple.
Let's say I take on F7 with check. You take with the king.
F7. Yeah, this is fine.
This
is fine. Knight is a
I
good
don't
defender.
have a knight.
I'm defending H7. This bishop on E1 is a bit awkward right now.
Yeah, he takes on G7, by the way.
Okay. And now just A5.
The position.
Critical, very, very critical for Arjun to find this move A5 because it's not an easy decision because B5 ka pawn mar raha hai. Okay, optically, you are thinking, okay, I just lost a pawn. Do I give another one? Yeah, I mean, all these thoughts need to be addressed. So Queen B5 ke baad, the problem is black has Rook B8. And if you move the queen anywhere, let's say you play Queen E2. By the way, only move Queen E2. Black has a beautiful sort of save in this position and chat. Try to find it. Black to play and yeah, equalize, let's just say. I'm surprised that it's equal. It should be more. But let's just say it's equal.
Yeah, you never want to grab pawns of your opponent जो आपके king के side पे, because that's a pawn essentially your opponent doesn't want anyways. So
NM mindset.
Hashtag NM mindset, exactly. So don't grab pawns in front of your king.
Diagonally. And we see rook takes b2 on the chat. Exactly. And the idea is king takes b2 के बाद queen आती है b7 check पे. You have to play king a1 only move and then rook b8 threatening queen b2. And okay, with some like precision, white is able to save this position. Although bit surprising, the saving idea bhai is after c4 queen b3, you have to sacrifice the rook back with rook h3. I don't know what this is, but this is crazy. But yeah, this could happen potentially on the board.
Definitely will happen भाई. मजा आएगा भाई ऐसा कुछ हुआ तो. So Arjun, मजा क्या आएगा मतलब, I want to see Arjun win, but that like right now looks very difficult. But it's still better than what we had just 2 moves back where he was completely lost. दोनों players को देखो क्या सर पकड़ के बैठे हैं यार. Both know the stakes are very high.
What a great like turnaround. Like I have to say, like 2 moves pehle to it was looking so depressing, but now it looks like there's life in the game. At least you have A5, you have B4. I mean, all of your pieces are. मैं ये rectangle फिर से बनाता हूँ भाई. सारे pieces इधर ही देख रहे हैं, तो attack करो यहाँ पे बस.
बिल्कुल. And by the way, just as a side note, Carissa Yip is now worse. So if you have a Greek gift, give it. Meanwhile, Saj bhai, किस game पे चले? Anish played Rook C8, so his king is gonna stay in the center. भाई उनका मन ही नहीं है कोई स्टेट गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म करने का भाई. बस हो गया मतलब. He's ready, he's there. He's not gonna move.
कोई sack आने वाला भाई बहुत जल्दी, मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको. There is no way like you can hold off for this long. Some rook e3, I don't know, rook c3, some sack is incoming very very soon here.
And also white has played a3, so that means कि एक soft corner है वहाँ पे. You know, imagine you sack something on c3, queen takes a3 and white just resigns. तो बहुत threats हैं यहाँ पे.
भाई अगर a3 नहीं खेलते तो knight b4 एक threat और था, जिससे a2 पे भी आपका pressure आ सकता है. So
but then you play a3, no? Like at least gain a few.
Yeah, but usually like ऐसा रहता है कि अब knight b4 के बाद then knight a4 आ सकता है. I mean, I don't know, maybe he was just not feeling the most comfortable with this attack because it does not look comfortable. सारे pieces ही इधर ही देख रहे हैं भाई. All of your pieces are on the queen side. Rook is also eyeing this side only. अगर आप f4 खेलते हो तो सब rook takes c3 is just, you know, waiting to happen.
Waiting to happen. Chat, ये बहुत ही तगड़ा मैच लग रहे हैं मुझे. सो कहाँ जाए हम साथ में? अब गुकेश की गेम पे चलते हैं भाई, बिकॉज हैंस हैज बीन थिंकिंग फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम नाउ. कब चलेंगे वो?
गुड क्वेश्चन. थिंक इसका आंसर तो हमें गुकेश ही दे सकते हैं. 15 minutes down, but I think he's calculating whether to play h4 in this position or move the knight somewhere else, whether it is to d7 or to h7. d7 is a bad square. We already looked at this, but h7 is still possible. But if I had to compare the two, I will say, okay, h4 and knight h5, the knight is way more active here. But if Gukesh has not played this in 15 minutes, then clearly there is something that he does not like with h4 and knight. This is the first thing that happens, that occurs in your mind. So what does he not like here? Something he doesn't like, for sure. Maybe it's queen
I
e4.
thought rook f1 hoga, but rook of f1 apparently you can just take on f4 and that's just completely winning.
Yeah. Because you are just a full knight. यहाँ पे at least exchange मिल रहा है, तो you will just be an exchange up at the end and bishop e6 and no
Yeah.
counter play. King is not unsafe.
So that's not the solution.
So maybe I can put the queen somewhere else. e3 पे तो knight h5 है. Queen e4 we looked at this. I have to say this is what I think is the idea that he doesn't like. This looks uncomfortable to play this as black. क्योंकि सारे pieces एकदम कोने में, not really contributing much. Yeah, this could be why he doesn't like it.
What's your take? I think क्या लगा कि जीतेगा क्या? Yes or no? Chat बताओ यार. साज भाई, your take. Yes win?
मैं भी chat में लिख रहा हूँ भाई.
Chat में लिख रहा हूँ. बढ़िया है भाई. Wow. Saj by saving some energy there. That's very important in a 6 hour, 7 hour stream sometimes. Exactly. To save that energy by saving that one word. That's crazy.
Also, AI के लिए like type करना is easier, yeah? उतना develop नहीं हो रहा है.
Yeah. That's also an additional point. Although उसको explain करने में आपने ज़्यादा compute waste कर दिया, but
I think Aravindh has made a mistake. Yeah, he has.
भाई क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? I don't want to see
आ गया
lose.
सैक बोर्ड पे. मैं बोल रहा था आपको सैक आ रहा है कोई बोर्ड पे. लो नाइट टेक c4 मर रहा है इधर. क्या? What is this even? Like the amount of captures you have: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you take fe4, only move. Knight e4 में I think this queen takes d2 and king d2 पे knight d4 and that's just a pawn down. Sukha pawn. So you don't take with the knight, you take with the pawn and then knight takes d4. Bishop takes d4 and look at this bhai. Rook h takes c3.
भाई चल क्या रहा है? But this is not easy, Saj bhai. So for example, if you go deeper, यहाँ पे bishop g7, taking the bishop, rook takes c2, queen takes g5 check only move.
Free
king
pawn.
यहाँ पे rook takes, king takes, and now queen g2 only move. And it's still kind of, like it's tricky.
I mean, f6 is also possible. Yeah, it's rook. So 2 rooks and a bishop for queen and 1, 2, 3 pawns. The weirdest sort of combination of pieces ever. But चौथा भी मर रहा है g2 e4 पे after queen g2.
टिक्कू अपलोड चेस वीडियो. आई लर्न सो मच देम यार. लॉन्ग फॉर्म वीडियो अपलोड कर इंडिया में पता क्या है? जितना थंबनेल के पैसे लगते हैं उससे उतना तो एड रेवेन्यू भी नहीं आता भाई. इंडिया में कुछ कुछ आइडिया लगा रहा हूँ मैं. वेट करो भाई, वेट करो. दिस इज चेस और एम आई ऑन द रॉन्ग चैनल? दिस इज चेस भाई. एज यू कैन सी 64 स्क्वायर्स आपको दिख रहे हैं. दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ चेस बोर्ड. वी डेफिनेटली आर नॉट फैंस ऑफ चेकर्स, सो डोंट वरी. Look at one, Sahaj bhai. Do you think Anish finds it though?
I think so, yeah. It requires some precision, but I think the follow-up is not that difficult. Like once you start analyzing 94, it just starts to make more and more sense. So like हर जगह check है आपके पास. You have to go bishop d4. If you go rook h3, there's knight e2 check and then bishop takes h3 and again up सीधा pawn up हो. Bishop d4 with rook h3. This is the critical move that you have to see. And I think okay, bishop g7, rook c2 is still feeling like okay, यहाँ पे मैं worse नहीं हो सकता क्योंकि चौथा pawn मर रहा है आपका. And white के pieces थोड़े scattered है, all of this. Plus एक और point यहाँ पे after rook c2, queen c2, queen g5 check, you play king b1, right? I have bishop a2 check as well. So after king
Wow.
a2, I'll go rook c2. So same kind of material, but you have rook and two bishops instead of two rooks and a bishop. So that's another
Hmm.
like opportunity I have, which I don't think black is thinking, okay, I'm losing here. Only black is playing for a win. Or but besides this, like if you don't take on g7, if you take on c3, bhai, like even rook takes c3 is possible here. Do you see rook takes c3 double sack is possible here? Okay, not the best, but bishop c3 should be played. But this is so, I mean, typical, na?
Yeah, I think and Anish will find it. Like there's no way. I think this is what he's been planning for. Rook h3 रखा ही उसने वहां पे इसलिए. That is the entire goal of keeping the rook there. So this is gonna be tricky. Saj bhai, I'm gonna be back in 2 to 3 minutes. देखता हूँ शायद dinner का time हो गया मैं तो जल्दी से हाँ.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go full screen chat. Let's go full screen.
Okay, so you are going to be banned by why? How come? भाई आप कैसे कैसी चीजें लिख रहे हो चैट में भाई? So that's the update there. Rook h1 was an inaccuracy by Arvind, but Anish calculating, you can see he senses something is wrong. He's taking his time as he should, because something critical is happening on the board. And yeah, for Arvind, this is not the best news. So that's what happening there. And then Gukesh, by the way, is still thinking after the move e5. So not really much has changed there. I think he's taking around 20 minutes. Yeah, around 20 minutes or so. Then we have Arjun. Let's go there, because here Jordan has gone pawn takes pawn, and Arjun bhi yahan pe 10 minutes se soch rahe hain. And this is a very, very critical moment Arjun ke liye, because if he does not find the move a5, then he's comfortably worse. Don't forget, chat, that he's of course a pawn down right now, that pawn on g7, which you should not capture, because the moment you capture this, the king becomes exposed, and moves like f3, bishop c3, maybe even h5 at the right moment can be scary. So you should not capture this. And of course, there's a bishop and knight difference here as well. Now, the knight is very powerful, but the bishop is also super active. It's guarding the queen side with f3. It's also guarding this side. It can go to c3. Dark squares are a bit weak in black's camp. So all of this, connects very nicely in black's position. So next move for Arjun, very, very critical. He has to find a5 to stay in the game. Otherwise, he is definitely going to be worse. But let's say. क्या चल रहा है भाई चैट में? हाँ एग्जैक्टली भाई, क्या हो क्या रहा है चैट में भाई? मॉड्स कुछ करो भाई. लोकेशन भाई कुछ भी लिख रहे हो चैट में. सो दैट्स द अपडेट ऑन अर्जुन्स बोर्ड. गुकेश के बोर्ड पे भी आई थिंक वही है. गुकेश इज स्टिल थिंकिंग. Critical moment both in both games. Gukesh, of course, having a good position there. Actually, let's go to Gukesh and see what is he thinking about. He's also already some 23 minutes in on this move with e5. So he had around like 1 hour and 10 minutes or so. And now the clock is more or less equal. But this is a critical moment. Remember, we were talking about h4 in this position, and queen ke hatte hi black's gonna go knight h5, and queen e4 is the critical variation. But yahan pe, with some precise play, you are able to save the game. Of course, there is a simple move like king h7, but this is ye simple nahi hai khelna, because you are not threatening anything by yourself. A move that is I believe quite critical here is queen c8, जो हमने पहले हमने देखी थी, because if you go queen takes g6, then there is c4, very nice intermezzo that is helping Gukesh convert this position. But if he doesn't see queen c8, king h7 के बाद there's a lot of options for white. So not an easy decision. क्या लगता है कितना टाइम सोचेगा यहाँ पे गुकेश? बस 24 minutes is already a lot. नहीं भाई, not married. Arjun blunder? नहीं भाई, Arjun is still thinking, no? Yeah, Arjun is thinking. He has, oh, by the way, chat, great update there. Arjun has played the move a5, the best move. And now the ball is in Jordan's court. Basically, he has to find this follow-up of g6 on this move. If he doesn't, then Arjun can very easily take over. अब इस पोजीशन को ऐसे समझ सकते हो कि like ये tempos का game है. Ultimately, if white wastes a move like this, some move like king b1, this is always a useful move in Sicilian position. Then after b4, it is Arjun who's attacking. So pura tempos ka game hai. So you cannot waste any tempo in this position. He has to go g6, he has to go h5 to not give Arjun any time to play b4 and launch his own attack. But now it's all three results are possible, and I think मेरी Maggie जीतने के chances have increased by a lot. Let's go. Arjun lost. नहीं भाई, Arjun is very far from it. I think he has very, very good chances. अभी बस 1 मिनट में खेलेगा H4. You think Gukesh will play H4 instantly now? भाई नहीं खेला अभी भी, वो सोच रहा है. It's around 26 minutes, but I think Arjun fighting back is great. Just Arvind ka I think is a very, very critical moment because he genuinely has a good, Anish has genuinely a good chance there. But let's see. The longer he thinks, the more scared I am. I'm assuming you're talking about Gukesh, and I do agree with you. I mean, he is winning, but you don't want to get into that time pressure territory. Let's see Arjun ki kitni moves हुई हैं. 22 moves हुई हैं अभी Arjun ki, and he has 18 more moves to play for 43 minutes and 41 minutes, of course, for Jordan. So time pressure issues may be possible, but let's see. And then Gukesh ke match mein after E5, 25 moves have been played. So he's still very much, I think, okay when it comes to time. Like यहाँ पे time pressure नहीं आएगा. Already हम end game की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं. भाई थोड़ा डर तो लग रहा है. I agree भाई. I agree. डर तो लग रहा है भाई. And by the way, Chad, look at this. Yagiz is now completely winning against Fedoseev. In fact, in the last move, he okay, not really blundered, but no, he definitely made a mistake. It doesn't feel like a mistake to me. I think what he played is fine also. He should have very good chances there, but apparently bishop d6 अगर वो यहाँ पे खेलता तो it would have been over in a couple of moves. But he went bishop c7, takes and bishop e4, and I think his idea is knight f6 check. तो आप e4 पे नहीं मार सकते. Black has to play queen d8 here to survive. If you don't play this, then you are lost. So Yagiz having some very, very solid chances. By the way, the tournament leader Nodirbek and Bluebaum have more or less equalized the game. Nodirbek had some advantage before, but now that advantage is subsidized. If you go pawn takes pawn, then knight takes pawn is good. If you play knight f3 to attack this, I mean, I should basically just sack this pawn at some point and go bishop c6. Okay, at least my bishop to activate ho raha hai. So I think Bluebaum looking very good, and he has 20 minutes more on the clock as well. This game should end in a draw, but we'll see what happens. Still a lot of chess yet to be played. And then Gukesh finally has played h4. So let's go, bhai. All that time, I think it was around 25 minutes or so that he thought. I think maybe a bit more. Yeah, 20. He had 1 hour 10. So 29 minutes he thought before playing h4. And he has found the best move. Let's go. Let's go, bhai. So with this final move, his chances drastically increase because he has calculated, of course, queen e3 and knight h5. And we were talking about queen e4, and then queen c8 was this very sneaky move, which was quite good. King h7, of course, is good for him as well. And I think now Hans realizes, why, but that knight sacrifice maybe wasn't the best. Maybe it wasn't the best time control to play it in. Yeah, I think rapid mein ya blitz mein, I can totally understand this. It looks very, very interesting, but maybe not in classical. Sehaj, bhai, since we stopped seeing the t-shirt guy, our boys have been doing better. Bhai, wo t-shirt guy ko maine abhi aaj hi dekha, bhai. I don't think why it's his fault. I think it's just collectively a lot of things are going wrong. But we'll see why. Maybe he's changing option. Maybe. Oh, actually, आज उसने अरविंद की टी-शर्ट भी पहनी हुई है, I think. So, Arvind, by the way, if we look at Arvind's game, but there he is. You can see him there. He's actually watching Arvind's game. And Arvind has just committed a mistake, and वो sacrifice जो हमने discuss किया था, knight takes d4, knight takes c4, looking very, very scary. Maybe we can go through it one more time because Anish, I think the way he's thinking, he's definitely considering knight takes d4 and knight takes e4. And point ये था कि अगर आप knight से मारते हो तो I can go queen takes d2. You cannot capture back with the rook because ये रुक मर रहा है. And king से मारते हो तो of course bishop takes d4, rook h3 and bishop h3, and black is just a pawn up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and black has 6 pawns overall and a double bishop advantage. So this should be winning for Anish. And of course, if you go pawn takes c4, which is the sort of the better choice. Then rook h takes c3, and then we go into some very weird endgame jahan pe Aravindh will have 2 rooks and a bishop, and Anish will have queen and maybe around 3, maybe even 4 pawns. But White's king is unsafe. So that's what he's looking at. Whether he believes it, maybe for sure he has calculated all of it, but whether he judges this as better for him is the question. Ultimate point, Kaan bhai. Oh, thank you so much, Vinith. Thanks. And thanks for watching, bhai. Your best moment from Tata Steel 2026. Okay, I think the best game, like maybe that Jordan's game, yeah. That was, I think, one of the best games that I've seen against Vincent. I think it was. That was crazy. Some brutal prep by Jordan. But best moment, maybe it hasn't happened yet. I still believe that, in the last round, Nodirbek versus Arjun का match बहुत spicy होने वाला है. Arjun के white भी हैं, and he seems to be doing well against Nodirbek overall. Last year also he defeated him. So I think that could be a highlight for me. So let's see. By the way, this is not the original position. Rook h1 is the original position, and we were just calculating. Besides knight takes e4 and knight takes d4, we also have knight a4 as a possibility to expand your attack on the queen side. But it feels like you only look at knight a4 when things like knight takes e4 do not work. So I think maybe he's not thinking about them. He's just trying to sort of convince himself that knight e4 काम कर रहा है यहाँ पे. I think he's looking at the center. You can see his eyes are only focusing on the queen side. Yeah, I think he's going to play it. But question is, 17 moves ही हुई हैं. 23 more moves to be played without any increment. And Anish having 37 minutes is a bit worrying. Arvind also 42 minutes is... You could get into some time pressure issues, especially considering कितना calculate करना है आपको भी बाद में. You meant best moment overall. I thought you meant like best moment in Tata Steel. But for sure, yeah, World Rapid at Arjun's game. Oh, he goes Rook H1. But yeah, for sure that match in that World Rapid between Magnus and Arjun, that was like a highlight for me, right? The Rook FNH one. If you haven't seen it, chat, then do check it out. Like it was beautiful. It was, I think it was around some 6.5 hours, some 7.5 ghante ki stream thi, but it was the last round, so it was around 6.5 hours in. But yeah, it was beautiful. So Arvind is now back, basically. He did not believe in this knight takes e4 business. Maybe he calculated, but couldn't convince himself. And now Arvind having a pretty good advantage, actually. Perhaps it's because h file hamare saath hai. Rook h7 is a possibility. What do you even play here as black? You wanna, I mean, of course, take on d4, play b5, attack on the queen side somehow. But white maybe is a bit faster. I like rook h7. I like f4, f5. It just feels faster. So Anish in some trouble for sure. And let's not forget, chat, he looked at it for some 20 minutes. Okay, he goes knight a4 and now just takes on a4. Maybe it's possible.
Oh, he didn't find it.
Yeah.
He didn't find it, yeah? Wow.
Yeah, he missed it. And now he goes knight a4 and knight a4 ke baad, basically he's back. He has a good advantage. And knight a4 is forced also. So looking quite good. And by the way, Bluebaum a bit better against Nodirbek, by the way.
Bhai Sahab, if he wins, I think Sindarov's draw for your reputation will look like a genius decision. But what is not look like a genius is Fedoseev's position, who's completely lost against Erdogmus now.
Oh, yes. Just we were looking at this by... Okay, he plays knight d7. Actually, remember, chat, we were looking at queen d8 as being the only move here. And knight d7 with bishop f5, and he's just gone. Bishop takes d7, knight f6 check incoming. Wow.
Wow. By the way, Gukesh has played. Did we cover that?
Yeah, he played h4.
Yeah, h4, yeah. Cool.
So, because I think... Some 30 minutes of thinking.
Wow. Actually, you're right, yeah. The time is like only 8 minutes apart, 7 minutes apart now. Hans was like 25 minutes behind, and now the queen is attacked. You have to save the queen. 3 squares, e3, f2, e1. E1 looks at the weird, which is the Indian's first preference.
E4 पे जाना है ना भाई, H4 पे भी नजर रखनी है और E4 पे भी जाना है, बेसिकली दैट्स द पॉइंट.
Very tough, yeah. Queen E1. I think Queen E3 maybe the move you mentioned looks logical.
या उसमें मैं C5 के पॉइंट पे नजर रख रहा हूँ बस. नॉट रियली अ बिग डिफरेंस. अल्टीमेटली यू हैव टू गो Queen E4. But Gukesh has, calculated this and he thinks, okay, this is not anything dangerous. So yeah, I think he's doing good.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way,
So
let's go to Jorden versus Arjun Bhai because some crazy stuff is happening there. He did play A5 and now he goes H5. So he doesn't go for G6. Remember, chat, that was the best move. And now knight takes G5 and F4, Bhai. Insane. And with if here Arjun finds E4, he's not worse anymore at least.
Bhai, he can win this actually.
बोल रहा
Genuinely,
हूँ
he
आपको
can win
भाई.
this. Bhai,
Let's go,
I,
Maggie.
I can't believe this because Queen B5 is the only move, but that's exactly what Arjun wants, right? Rook B8 and suddenly the B file is opened up. Then you're saving yourself somehow because now mate ke threat aa rahe yaar, right ke. Crazy.
And bishop b4, knight f3. By the way, the moves that I just played on the board, they are the best moves for both, and not just the best move, but if Arjun decides to play e4, everything is forced by. Takes, rook b8 forced, queen a5 forced, queen b7 forced, bishop b4. This is all forced, and I think right now he's a bit better.
गेट ओवर जी ने स्टे ऑन गुकेश, डोंट स्विच माइंडलेसली. 40 रुपए की स्विच एट. एक बंदा कहता है 40 रुपए में गुस्सा जाहिर कर रहे हैं. अरे यार, गुस्सा जाहिर करने की कोई दाम नहीं होती, हिम्मत करने की कोई काम नहीं होती. वाह वाह. एनीवेज, लेट्स मूविंग
क्या
ऑन.
बात है, क्या बात है.
साज भाई, किस गेम पे चले?
भाई सुपर चैट ने कहा है कि लेट्स स्टे ऑन गुकेश, सो यू वांट टू चेक आउट
तो
प्रग.
दैट्स नाइस बिकॉज मेरे को लगा 40 रुपए तो नहीं बिकेंगे हम लोग यार, इतना भी कम नहीं हो सकता,
हाँ,
नहीं.
करेक्ट भाई. आई थिंक यहीं पे रुकना चाहिए भाई, बिकॉज आई थिंक इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू सी वेदर अर्जुन फाइंड्स ऑल ऑफ दिस और नॉट. एंड Jordan, as of course, अगर Jordan जीत जाता है मैच तो he is gonna be on 7.5 and he will be one of the leaders.
एब्सोल्युटली. एंड काफी इंटरेस्टिंग टूर्नामेंट ये रहा है चैट. कोई भी एक बंदा बिल्कुल आगे निकल के नहीं आया. सो बंच ऑफ प्लेयर्स काइंड ऑफ मूविंग टुगेदर. ऑफ कोर्स एट द टॉप उसमें तो कोई इंडियन नहीं है अभी, बट वी आर होपिंग सेकंड थर्ड प्लेस प्लेस के लिए फाइट कर सकते हैं अभी.
muy interesante. एंड बाय द वे चैट, अगर आप थोड़ा कंफ्यूज थे कि ये फर्स्ट मूव्स क्यों है, नाइट एफ3 वगैरह पहले क्यों नहीं आ रहा, बिकॉज आई थिंक d5 मर रहा है. आई एम गेसिंग, बट इट्स अ वेरी 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 डायनामिक पोजीशन भाई, एंड आई थिंक अर्जुन हैज गुड चांसेस नाउ. भाई दिस इज अ ग्रेट डेवलपमेंट. या ओपनिंग के बाद थोड़ा सैड लग रहा था सबका गेम, बट गुकेश हैविंग गुड चांसेस, अर्जुन हैविंग गुड चांसेस, अरविंद इज बैक.
या
3.5
आई
भी हो
थिंक
सकता है भाई 4 में.
that is true actually. I think काफी switch हुआ है. Vedant is also by the way equal, so that's another half a point out of 5 you might get. And Gukesh better, Arvind at least equal, and Arjun also now practically better. So I think signs are looking positive for Indian players, but they have looked positive for many days. So let's not kind of get ahead of ourselves. But yeah, I like the changes happening, Saj bhai.
Correct bhai, correct. So as he thinks, time is more or less equal. We have 24 moves, so 16 more moves to be played before we reach the mark. So we'll keep an eye on this. Let's take a quick look at Gukesh to see what Hans is calculating. He's been doing it for 11 minutes. For sure, he saw h4. And he just fell below the half an hour mark. So time pressure issues could be possible. There are still 15 moves to be made.
Yeah, that's still some time
500
pressure, right?
rupees credited to Chess24 India. अब लगाओ गुकेश का मैच.
क्या लिखा है?
उन्होंने just chat में लिखा बस भाई.
ए नाइस. दैट्स नाइस भाई, दैट्स नाइस. अच्छे स्कैम कर रहे हो भाई. अच्छा, वापस नहीं मांगे पैसे यार, गलती से 800 ट्रांसफर हो गए, वापस भेज दो. 40 मिनट डाइट कोक भी आती है क्या? 40 मिनट डाइट कोक आई डोंट थिंक सो आती है एक्चुअली. 45 की होती है यार डाइट कोक. सो एंड उसमें यूट्यूब भी लेगा 30%. एंड ऑफ कोर्स ये चेसकॉम को जा रहा है तो हमारा खरीदना मुश्किल है उसमें. बाय द वे, ओके, हैंस इवन क्वीन ई3 प्लेड, बेस्ट मूव.
Okay, knight goes to h5. I think ये बहुत जल्दी होगा. Knowing Gukesh, yep, there it is instantly.
Wow.
And now queen e4 incoming.
Bhai, I love कि Gukesh played this quickly and it's the best move. That's a very positive sign कि he's confident with his position and queen e4 के बाद he has to find queen to c8. That's the tricky move. I think king h7 भी वहां है, but queen c8 will be smooth.
Queen c8 is just like just icing on top, cherry on top. Beautiful move actually. Because queen f5 aa raha hai, bishop f5 aa raha hai, and that looks very, very nice. Why are you not showing Pragg game? Why? Because Pragg's game is like it's looking very drawish for the last like couple of hours, and not much has changed there. So
actually, just to add value on top of that, that's true, Sajbhai. If you go to the Pragg's camera once, you will realize the game is so draw that the players are not playing anymore.
oh, camera hi chala gaya, bhai. Camera hi
Oh, they
chala gaya.
removed the camera itself. So it's so draw, they've removed the camera only. So you get the point now,
So chat, Pragg's match is over basically. I think in a few minutes, you'll see. Okay, let's go back to
the jokes apart. That game ended like 500 years ago, so it's already draw. So that's why we're not looking at Pragg. And there we see Vedant in the background looking at the game of Gukesh, the world champion. Queen e4 played. And now chat, king h7. Why is it showing as the only move suddenly? Blue arrow क्यों आ रहा है? Queen c8 काम नहीं कर रहा है क्या?
कर रहा है भाई. It's a good move actually. I like it more actually. 100%. But I think he will play king h7 also. It's just simpler. Oh, another super chat by Arjun and Erwin games are irrelevant. No offense, by why? Why are they relevant, by? Oh, played, bhai
sahab, brilliancy. Let's go, bhai. Gukesh OP in the chat, banta yaar. And he gave a very nice stare to Hans, just like he gave to multiple others before drawing. But okay, like that's still plus news, by crazy.
Bhai, insane. Queen c8 was insane. I mean, if you think about it, Queen e4 ke baad blue arrow tha, and then he didn't play that move, and that move turned out to be a brilliancy. Yeah, that's so cool actually. What a flex. And of course, the idea is if you take, I have c4, this nice intermezzo, जो जिससे queen भी मर रही है, pawn and bishop भी मर रहा है. And I think there is a very big chance that Hans did not look at this move.
Absolutely true. I think Hans Niemann, agar queen c8 dekhte, he might not have gone for this, because not only does it refute white's threat, it also leads to liquidation, because chat, yahan pe queen f5 is a threat now. And if you trade queens, then f4 आपका pawn hanging है. You can't play जीते को rook f1 खेलना पड़ेगा. That's already kind of giving up the game. So I think Hans even now adjusting in his chair, he's feeling the pressure, Sajbhai.
100%. But yeah, this is some very, very good calculation. Yeah, now we know why he was thinking for so long in this position after e5, जहाँ पे उसने h4 खेला. But every other move he has played has been like super fast. So this is part of his calculation, and I think Gukesh objectively should be winning now.
Yeah, kursi uncomfortable nahi hai. Position hai hands by. I think he played a nice sacrifice, but there was this one sequence of moves jahan pe it was not working, and Gukesh found that. And look at him walking now. Alpha walk, bhai. Background music add kar do, bhai, and let's post it.
Yep, correct. And you didn't understand queen c8. We did show this line of, maybe like half an hour ago or so. But after queen g6, the point is there is c4. You block, and black can take on.
First of all, queen g6 is possible because the pawn is pinned. So you can't take the white queen because of the bishop. So you have to block the bishop, right? What's the path? c4. You block the bishop. And if you take with the pawn, you take the queen. So bishop se marna, and now you sack the queen literally. What a move.
If you take the queen, I take your queen. So naturally, you now have to move your queen somewhere. So if you, let's say queen takes g4, this piece is hanging, then there is a very, very critical move, queen d4 check, where you will capture the rook as well with a check. King can either go to f1 or h1, and both squares I can give a check on a1, and that is winning for Gukesh. So this is the reason why queen c8 is a beautiful move, because it deals with queen takes knight, and secondly, it has a threat of its own, which is queen f5, and to trade the queens and go into the end game because you're already up in material. And this is why this move is a brilliancy.
मजा आ गया भाई यार। गुकेश अब जो वॉक कर रहा है वो लेफ्ट से राइट, राइट से लेफ्ट, ओहो, मतलब इट रिमाइंड्स मी ऑफ ओलंपियाड गुकेश यार। दैट्स सो नाइस टू सी। एंड चैट क्या लग रहा है भाई? एनी चांस फॉर हैंड्स नाउ? डू यू थिंक द गेम इज ओवर? इज इट ओवर? यस और नो? Hans Niemann trying to come up with a defense. He had that subtle, push back in the chair moment, Sahaj. Kind of moment where you realize, oh, ऐसा कुछ moment मुझे Hans का लगा. And
Hmm.
now he needs to come up with a counter attack. But where is the counter? I don't see it.
I don't think it exists. अब आपको सिर्फ you have to do damage control, like try to force a draw somehow. That's the best way because वो F5 move नहीं मिली आपको. And that's not happening anymore. So yeah, tough situation for Hans overall now.
Yeah, basically, chat, Queen
Looks
F5 is
over.
incoming. F4 pawn is hanging. Rook F1 खेलना पड़ेगा at some point, and that means you are essentially just defending a piece down in game. Okay, always chances, never say never, but okay, sometimes you say do never, whatever.
Exactly. And by the way, Arjun के बारे में जो पूछ रहे हैं भाई, he's still thinking after F4. So also very critical moment उसके लिए भी, because if he finds the best moves, he will drive the game. But if he doesn't, then he's going to be worse for comfortably worse for a long time. So critical moment for him as well.
Just a reminder, did also Thai Dai Van is completely lost against Vincent Keymer, who has had a great comeback in this event. He had like 1 out of 3. And suddenly he's won 2 games in a row, defeating Arjun and Pragg both. And he plays Gukesh tomorrow. So I think the Indians. By the way, Keymer defeated Erwin, defeated Arjun, defeated Pragg. So if he defeats Gukesh, he's gonna collect all 4. Yeah, I mean that's insane.
भाई ये नहीं बताना चाहिए था यार.
Okay.
और अनीश भी, जो आधा इंडियन भी है, उसको भी हराया उसने.
Wow. So like
अनीश
Keymer against Indians doing very well. So keep an eye out for him.
मतलब उसने,
Meanwhile,
okay, he also
huh,
defeated Hans as well. Yeah, he defeated Hans too.
So lots of wins for Vincent there. So chat, okay, let's go to Ukesh's game back. I think Queen Silk Hans Niemann has 21 minutes to make 13 moves. I don't think it's serious pressure just yet, but if he has not seen this move, then I think he's going to have a very deep think, and time pressure will also become real.
And 13 moves to go for 21 minutes. But let's see. What about Rook A8? Right? Then just Queen takes Rook and that's it. Free का Rook आपने ऐसे दे दिया. So I think he needs a move that sort of prepares against Queen F5 and also maybe guards against Bishop pieces. कुछ भी trade नहीं करना चाहिए White को अभी भी, क्योंकि अब एक knight down हो आपके पास 2 pawns हैं. Either you push your pawns, you find a way to push your pawns, which is not possible. And the other is you try to not exchange pieces. And that not exchanging pieces is very, very hard here.
Hans has 21 minutes for 13 moves. Yeah. Is there any chance for Uki to win this event? No chance to win, I think. He can finish second if things were to go his way. जीतने का तो कोई chance नहीं है, I think. I mean, there is still actually when you think about it. But I think Nodirbek is now winning. Apparently, Bluebaum just blundered the game in
मैं
one
वही दिखा
move.
रहा था आपको यार.
भाई साहब क्या हो गया ये?
And did you see the move?
Yeah,
Knight
I did.
CB5 and Queen A5 and Knight C6.
Oof.
Bishop takes,
Oof.
Queen takes, Queen takes, and Rook takes. GG.
भाई reminds me of that Fisher का movie जहाँ पे Toby Maguire, he plays that Queen E1,
Pawn
Rook takes
sacrifice.
F6. हाँ, like वैसी ही position actually है. Like black has material, but the black king is just completely open. So
But very hard to see
okay,
this, no? For Nodirbek, or do you think he finds it?
I think he has time. He'll find it. I think Nodirbek wins. Like if Nodirbek were to draw this and Gukesh were to win, actually Gukesh would even have a chance to finish first.
By Aravindh winning.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Yeah, why not winning, but better, much better.
भाई,
Yeah, winning maybe, yeah?
Yeah, apparently it's very bad because of C3 first, blocking every black piece, and then Rook at 7 is just winning.
So what went wrong for him? It took this, okay, takes knight a4, takes on e6, best move, takes and king b1 he plays. And king d7 is that big inaccuracy for some reason. King F7 maybe was better क्योंकि pawns बच रहे थे and rook H7 का threat नहीं था आपके पास उतना. भाई
And
Arvind maybe needed that break, yeah, वो जो कल the way he won against Van because
परसों भाई,
this
परसों.
परसों, but yeah, and now it's भाई कल था ना? अच्छा
कल तो
परसों,
मुकेश था
कल
ना
तो
भाई.
गुकेश था, right. Maybe he needed that
नहीं,
break.
but think about this, chat. All the games, only Plugs game ended in a draw already. Now look at the remaining games. First of all, Vincent Keymer is completely winning against, I think
Van.
it's Thai Dai Van. Then we have Nodirbek completely winning against Bluebaum. Then we have Erdogmus completely winning against Fedoseev. Then we have Arvind completely winning against Anish. Then we have Gukesh completely winning against Hans. And the only position that's equal, that's Jordan against Arjun, which is anything but equal. So I think we're going to have a record number of results today, Sahaj. Like only one draw. That
हाँ
is the this is going to be a like started
bloodbath.
off the slowest, but it's like the ending is going to be the most dramatic.
Yeah, correct. So maybe like some 6 or 7 results. That's insane actually to
Yeah.
think about.
Wow, Chad, what a day it's gonna be. So, which game shall we go to? I think Arvind ka abhi, he's thinking. So maybe we go to the game of Gukesh again.
Yes, there we are. Hans under some 17 minutes he has. No time on the clock and 13 moves to be played. भाई क्या ये गेम 40 साल चलेगा?
Rook A4 played. That's not the best move.
Oh, this gives Gukesh that option to do basically what he was doing last time with Bishop F5, Bishop G4. एक बार repeat कर लो ताकि अब 40 साल हो जाए. But यहाँ पर गुकेश नहीं करेगा because Hans का time कम है. So why
Huh.
would he help him?
Hmm. And apparently Queen F5 again. If you play Queen F5, White's move is E6.
And do you think he's in damage
What?
control mode, bhai? Do you think Hans is okay with a draw now? या नहीं?
And
Too
look at
early to
this.
say.
I mean, of course, Hans is okay with the draw. I mean, he's gonna grab that draw with four hands. And meanwhile, one of the moves is Bishop D7, Queen G6, and Bishop A4. Again, like asking the question to the Bishop, bhai ki, le le mujhe.
Okay, but this is Bishop C4, bhai. This is so hard. H5 is hanging.
This is very hard. Very hard.
Yeah. Let's see what Gukesh goes for. He has 40 minutes and he has enough time.
But he's not seen Rook
Chat is
A4.
telling us Arjun ki bhai aapne match ठीक नहीं करी थी आपने शायद chat because Arjun has 24 minutes from what I can see. And
He's not
he
played
has
for a long while.
16 moves to be played.
Yeah. I think Hans's move Rook A4 is something Gukesh did not see. By the way, E4 played by Arjun.
Oh,
So
finally.
just now, best move.
Why only move the? नहीं तो Arjun would have been in trouble.
But now white की only moves है.
हाँ,
Suddenly,
Queen B5. भाई पूरी लाइन ही ऐसी only moves की लाइन है because Queen B5 forced, Rook B8 forced, Queen A5 forced, Queen B7 forced. It's insane actually.
Nodirbek deserves this. I mean, of course, like Nodirbek is a strong player. But I disagree with the assertion कि anybody deserves anything. I think ऐसे तो Keymer और Arjun को भी candidate spot चाहिए था. But, you know, we have Bluebaum and Esipenko. So I think deserving is very subjective. It's biased, like at the end, in some way.
You being a grandmaster, what is your perspective on how chess is played at this elite, the 2700 level? I mean, do you see anything new? Classical chess system still some life left or not? I think chess has changed. Classical chess has changed a lot, and people are taking more risks. They are trying out openings that usually were considered to be, not the best. They are being tried out. So, and I think it's just at this point you have studied most openings, but maybe you don't remember, or it just becomes a completely different ballpark. There are still so many possibilities, so many new ideas that have not been discovered, and I don't think just classical chess will be dead. I think it's just not necessarily spectator friendly overall. more rapid and blitz feels better to watch overall.
Yeah,
But
rapid
that's a
blitz, even
different
if you
conversation.
don't know what's happening in the game, you can just remove the board and still enjoy it. Yeah. People just playing very quickly. Classical method, I could record like a 10-second clip of people sitting and I just play it like 100 times. You would not notice the difference. Ki actual mein chal raha hai ki nahi. I think classical is not as spectator friendly, even though you see a lot of spectators there. They're hardcore chess fans. It will be hard to fill up a stadium of these people, for example, let's say for a classical game. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So what is your favorite format, chat? And Salva, yours is for you too.
Blitz.
Blitz, yeah.
Blitz is best. I think it's fun to play. It's not that serious, and also like it's fastest, so you get to see a lot of results. और chess जैसी game में क्या है कि you could play one fun for 5 hours and top level पे लोग गलती करते ही नहीं है. They only make mistakes in time pressure usually. So might will have the time pressure right now, yeah. Like I would just have it instantly and just see the mistake quickly. That's my logic at least.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I think for me it's the same, but I prefer rapid because उसमें like it's a bit it's kind of the same principle because ultimately आपको time pressure तो आना ही है. But you get some time for preparation. You can think like a little bit more on crucial moments, which I really enjoy.
Also, increment is larger, so that also helps to play the game in the last final moments. By the way, chat, Rook B8 played by Arjun, best move. And now Queen takes A5 is the only move for the white player here. He cannot play anything else. Second best move is literally Queen takes B8. So keep in mind.
Queen f5 forced. Queen e2 maybe just as there is Queen b7 and you lose this. But I think he has looked at Queen b7 and fg5 apparently is not working here. Could check and black will get a lot of play there. And after bishop b4 knight f3, Sahil bhai, I'm taking Arjun here.
I have to agree, bhai. I think somehow g1 square covered here, knight on f3 is literally untouchable. I think like the tide is turning and Arjun has the better chances now. This could be a great win.
Yeah, correct. And the chat jo Bluebaum Dunder keh rahe hai, we did take a look at that and Nodirbek has found the best move there as well. So he's on track to extending his lead. I think he'll become the sole leader right before the last round. Let's see kya hota hai wahan pe.
It's such a crazy move. Rook takes f6 and queen c1 is the idea in the Nodirbek game. So just a exchange sacrifice followed by devastation on the king's side. And black is sare piece like rook 8, bishop d7, queen c7, not able to contribute to the defense. Yeah, the queen was on h7. Okay, it will still be lost. I think some good square on the king's side and we would not be having this debate. So I think yeah, just a blunder, and now Nodirbek will take sole lead at Tata Steel Chess.
Crazy, actually. And then
Gukesh has made a mistake.
don't forget.
Chat करिए, Gukesh has made a mistake. Chat, that's not a mistake. वो question mark इसलिए दिखा रहा है. Okay, objectively it's a mistake, but it's a very good move, I think, practically, to exchange queens here. He literally looked at this move. So now if queen f5, bishop f5, I think Hans is just completely lost.
Yeah, but e6, h3 is what he has to play, which actually is difficult. Not looking that bad, but we'll see how Hans plays. He also has 16 minutes to play 12 moves, so you never know. I would have participated in Krenke. In hindsight, I mean, yeah, for sure, of course, any strong event I think to play is very, very nice. Especially considering Magnus was playing and it was a good opportunity to play against the, Magnus. For sure I would have.
Yeah, and this is happening this time also. By the way, Grenke Open is happening, and the winner gets a direct spot into the 2027 Freestyle World Chess Championship. So yeah, glad to know कि Magnus will be qualifying through 10 different paths, Taj bhai.
Arey, crazy, huge. वो खेल रहा है क्या?
I mean, I'm guessing. If not, I mean, it's God knows.
Actually, he did play the Open last year, but we don't know if he's playing the Open this year. No.
He did 9x9 bhai, so that will be a positive memory to come back to.
Why? It's too much.
Can players forfeit game due to health issues pretending to be when they don't have any chance to win the tournament? No. So usually I think there are some medical checks that will be performed if players try to withdraw because it affects the standings. So you cannot just leave because let's say there's somebody you've not played in the tournament yet. They can't really play all the players, right? Like they will miss a player. So what do they do? Do they give the win for that player? But then that's unfair to the others because they get a free point. But they can't give a loss either because then they might have won anyways. So it's very, very strictly forbidden. Not forbidden, but it's looked down upon. And medical issue hoga, so then there's a proper examination done. Ki bhai, what's the issue? Um, Even in like forget top level events, even national championships, if you withdraw in the last couple of rounds, you have to go through a medical examination. Ki bhai, is the reason genuine or is he trying to, fix matches or doing something, unethical?
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. By the way, Arjun, it's his move, but he did play Rook B8 in that position, and Queen takes A5. And wow, another brilliancy on
Wow.
the board, bhai.
भाई क्वीन की ब्रिलियंसिस का दिन है आज क्वीन B7 what a move and Arjun is back.
Wow, I mean, amazing actually that the right moment we actually came on the board. Yeah, FG5 mein there is Queen takes B2 check happening and King D2 and very important E3 check and White's King is busted. The pieces he does have an extra piece, but they are just not working well together right now. They are too passive, and you'll give a check on the E file, and the king will be in just too much danger. So you cannot capture this. You have to save this pawn somehow. Bishop B4 is one. And another move that I see the Indian recommend just Queen takes Rook, which is just crazy me. But Rook D8 and FG5, and you just okay, it's equal. But I
Equal.
think
Yeah, I
Arjun
totally
still
understood
has
that.
chances. I mean, Bar says it's equal, but I think Arjun has chances for sure.
फिजिक्स का पेपर नहीं देना भाई पेपर तो देने पड़ते हैं भाई इंडिया में कोई बंदा पैदा हुआ है जो पेपर के दिए बिना बच गया हो आई मीन ऑफ कोर्स सम बट यू गेट द पॉइंट Chad, this
मुझे
is very important moment, by the way. Let's keep in mind both the players, all three players who we see in front of us, Arjun, Pragg, Gukesh, will be playing the Olympiad for sure. I think they are pretty much confirmed with their ratings. So I think उनकी form बहुत matter करती है. उसके अलावा Gukesh will also play the World Championship. उसके अलावा Pragg will also play the candidates. Arjun will play the Freestyle World Championship. So it's like टोटल वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप तीनों खेलेंगे लाइकली तो आई थिंक बहुत ज्यादा स्टेक पे है इस साल द फॉर्म इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट देन लेट्स से द फाइनल स्टैंडिंग्स फॉर एग्जांपल हियर
Yeah, because not much time between events. Yeah, you're just playing back to back. So much chess is happening.
maybe that's the reason why they're also not performing at their peak Saj. I feel like kahin na kahin pe the pressure has been so much consistently every event they're traveling like they're sleeping out sleeping from a suitcase somehow like ऐसा लग रहा है कि like Pragg ka to especially in 2025 to win through the FIDE circuit, he literally had to play so many events. I think maybe that's the reason they're not
I mean,
performing
you
at their
get
peak.
used
Like
to
some
it, I
rest would have
think.
helped.
Nah, bhai. I think you get used to it for sure after a certain time. I don't think this is. I mean, even if you're not at the top, this is the life. Yeah,
By the
you
way,
just keep playing.
Gukesh has played. Oh, Hans traded queens. I
Yeah,
don't think he should have traded queens. Now we are in the end game. And now, very important, by the way, King F2 ke baad, you have to move the bishop as Gukesh. You cannot keep the bishop there for some reason.
I don't think it's about the bishop. I think it's about the other pieces. वो कुछ निकल नहीं रहे. Knight के पास कोई घर नहीं है. Knight E7 पे जा सकता है where it's going backwards. If you move the rook, then rook A7 पे this king gets attacked. King कुछ move करके कर नहीं रहा. It's just the bishop that is remaining. The bishop E6 looks logical. Yeah.
Saj bhai,
I don't know
look
if it's
at
winning
this.
though.
Look at this. Let's say you play a random move. King H8, the most useless move. Yeah, I found. Okay, that's not fair to Ukesh, but still. G3 white is better.
Yeah. Of course. मतलब टेम्पो का गेम है ना भाई बट लेकिन किंग एच ओके व्हाई वुड आई प्ले किंग एच किंग
Yeah,
एच एट से
exactly.
बेटर है कि आप पास ही बोल दो इसमें किंग एच एट इज मेकिंग इट
Pass
दैट
बोल ही
वर्स
देते ना
भाई
भाई
लेट्स गो
वरना
रूकी एट और
जुजवांग
समथिंग या लाइक रूकी
हाँ
एट
तो
इज
रूकी
सिंपल
एट इफ यू okay
इज गोइंग
रूकी
फॉर द
एट then
बिशप
again it's equal completely
या
equal
या या बट ओके लाइक बट मल टेम्पोस का गेम है फॉर श्योर बिकॉज़ स्टिल टू पॉन्स इज गुड इनफ सो फार
basically bishop e6 is important chat you need to exchange that bishop either by playing bishop d7 and then e6 or directly playing bishop e6 is the only move in the position right now otherwise that bishop's too strong okay he plays bishop d7 first nice
इफ यू मूव द रुक कहीं पे a7 a5 पे गए तो f4 मर रहा है because rook is not defending this and if rook a7 then it's a question maybe you play bishop e6 then
yes exactly the point If you play anywhere else, I think black can just take on f4. Then it's resigned. So I think rook a7 is pretty much forced here. And then you play bishop e6.
Nice. So great chances for the world champion. Oh, वो उठ रहा है. I think because he's walking around a lot, I feel like he knows he's winning, and yeah, that's a great sign.
It is a great sign. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, queen b4 played by Jorden van Foreest, and question to chat: should Arjun trade queens? Yes or no? Spam the answer chat. Sahaj bhai, लगता है queen trade करना चाहिए because I think after that pawns will be doubled. Sahaj bhai, after a takes b4.
Great idea, bhai. Great idea. But I would not go for that. Very tempting though that you mentioned this, but very tempting. But I wouldn't go for it. I will play queen d7, bhai, because I don't know. I feel like knight f3, and then maybe I can trade the queens later on. But abhi ke liye, don't do it.
Chad. Black is attacking, so you should not trade queens here. I think itne pawn white ke paas hai. Any endgame would be better. White ke paas pass pawn honge your b files play in that endgame. So that should be pretty much lost.
Or h6,
so
bhai.
Yeah, h6 actually. So queen d7 would be a nice move here.
And if you move the queen somewhere, by the way, you have to go pawn takes knight. Yeah, if you go after queen d7, a queen agar aapne kahin pe bhi rakhi, to knight f3 ke baad Arjun is much better.
Wait, you're saying this is queen sacrifice is forced, kya?
Yeah,
queen c5.
It is, yes.
Oh, wow.
Naito he's worse. For sure he's worse. So I think this is great news. He plays queen c7. Wait, okay. So he allows queen c3. But queen f4 check hai mere paas tab. But if he goes for the pawn, then I don't know. Then see, the point is queen c3. Black has to take on f4. Bishop d2. Queen kahin move karti hai. Bishop g5 and queen takes g5. I don't know if this is anything that white should be worried about. Knight rehta to I think wo knight f3 pe badhiya tha, king ko rok ke baitha hua tha. You had space. But now I don't know.
Saj bhai, today is the day for the queen brilliancies. Nodirbek has just played 2 in a row. And it's game over for the candidate Bluebaum. Why can we look at the last 2 moves?
Boom and boom. Queen f6 check incoming. क्या idea है भाई ये?
Boom shakalaka boom khatam bhai. Queen f2, queen f6. I think Bluebaum can resign, yeah? Essentially.
ना कुछ तो मर रहा है यहाँ पे by force. Yeah, this is crazy actually. So wow, he's going to be an 8 out of 12 bhai.
Yeah, और इसके साथ ही I think Gukesh के chances of finishing first are over. Unless he Nodirbek loses the last game. But yeah, almost over.
भाई उसके 8 होंगे ना. Gukesh is on 5.5. So he will
This
only
is 5.5 पे क्या?
Yeah, he's on 5.5.
Oh my bad. I thought 6 pair. My bad. Bluebaum can't believe it.
Abdusattorov is now world number 5 bhai.
Yeah. Now it's Keymer and Nodirbek kind of fighting for that 4th spot. So yeah, both winning by the way. So दोनों rating बढ़ाते रहेंगे. क्या हमारी rating बढ़ेगी साज भाई?
भाई अभी tournament खेलेंगे भाई. वहाँ बढ़ेगी. But look at this, Yagiz also completely winning भाई in this position. He also played a brilliancy in this position. Knight f8 and now knight e5. Basically bishop f5 पे knight f7 check. Maybe not really a brilliancy, but yeah, nice to look at it anyways.
Yeah,
and now f4
nice
and
move.
Just busted.
Yeah, completely winning for the youngster as well, who has 10 minutes. Time chakkar hai, but position winning. Meanwhile, Sajbhai Hans has 8 minutes now to play 10 moves. I think we should rush to the Gukesh board because he needs to play quickly now. Because agar ek chavi waste kar di Hans ne in terms of not putting threats, I think Gukesh could be just so winning ki it might as well be resignation.
Yeah, for sure. आधे घंटे का एडवांटेज भी 10 मूव्स खेलने हैं उसको बाय द वे 8.5 मिनट में, वो भी लूजिंग पोजीशन में. तो भाई मैं पूछ रहा था आपसे पहले, डू यू थिंक इट्स पॉसिबल दिस मैच गेट्स ओवर बिफोर मूव 40, लाइक ही रिजाइंस और समथिंग?
नहीं, 7 आई थिंक अब मुश्किल है बिकॉज़ क्वीन स्ट्रेट हो गई तो वी गोना रीच the 40th move. Like also the 40th move is when if you decide whether you want to resign or not, yeah? Even if Hans is losing, he will likely not... Okay, but Gukesh has time. Maybe that doesn't apply here. You're right. Could happen, but unlikely.
मतलब 1.5 point का difference होगा between Nodirbek and Gukesh. So,
Oh damn, that's a
but
lot.
still Arjun is going to be scary, I think, tomorrow. But we'll see.
Huh. What happened to Sindarov? That was a draw, Shitesh Bhai. I think very quick draw. Sindarov took the practical
Oh.
decision. By the way, only move played by the
Hmm.
world champ. Kuch bhi nahi tha aur position mein, bhai. Anything else and hands was back, but Bishop E6 played. Beautiful.
Amazing, amazing. I think he's basically winning. Either you trade the bishop like this with bishop b3 or white takes on e6. And if you take on e6 then fe6 के बाद rook becomes active. इनमें से एक pawn मर जाएगा आपका. If you don't, then I take and your structure is broken. Neither of those are good options for Hans.
Hmm. Yep. And Gukesh, by the way, looking at the board, he's played the nice move and now 7 minutes to play 9 moves for Hans Niemann, who should know that things are not looking so bright on the chessboard right now for him. And इसके साथ ही
Yeah.
Hans के भी टूर्नामेंट जीतने के chances खत्म हो जाएंगे if he loses. And Gukesh का कुछ हद तक comeback, yeah, he would be like at
At
least
least all the rating that he's lost, I mean, most of it would be recovered. Yeah, he would be after this, he would be like -1 or something. So, which is,
-1.
as I was saying, Gukesh ke liye, I don't think it's been a bad event. Like, he's been playing well overall. Just for एक blunder against Nodirbek was really glorified.
True.
Bye, I'll just be right back
But
in a minute.
Yeah, he still has to win this one though for Chad. For that to happen, he still has to win this one, and we've seen him miss opportunities a couple of times, and he was winning. But can he convert this time? This time it looks logical. And the problem is White cannot really avoid the trade, I think. There is no way to avoid the trade because the f4 pawn is hanging. So Black has two threats. One is to offer the trade, and second, वो f4 pawn मार रहे हैं. So अगर bishop a4 खेलोगे यहाँ पे, just knight f4, and then White can resign basically. So bishop trade forced, इसका मतलब bishop पे एक advantage White की गई. इसका मतलब वो पिन गया f pawn के ऊपर. And now that the bishop White has is not really the best one. अब अगर White किसी तरीके से बिशप ई3 खेले, बिशप टेक सी5 खेले, बिशप वापस लाए एंड ये 4 पॉन पुश करता रहे, देन ही कैन विन. बट आई थिंक दैट्स टू फार फेस्ट की इतने में तो आई थिंक गुकेश 4 बार मेट कर देगा. सो आई थिंक गुकेश शुड बी विनिंग as long as he doesn't do something stupid here. I think he should convert this game. Time behind का 5.5 minutes से ऊपर now to play 9 moves. It's getting tough. 2 minutes per move almost. Chad फिलहाल के लिए बढ़िया लग रहा है. Arvind is, doing very well right now. Gukesh is winning. Arjun practically has better chances even though the game is equal. Nine moves in 5 minutes exactly. He's thinking. Hans Niemann needs a new solution to the problem, but it doesn't exist. And also, you don't want black to take on b3 because मारने के बाद आपके pawn और split हो गए. एक और pawn island बन जाएगा आपका. And as we know, आजकल के trend से island मत बनाएं, मत जाएं island पे. I think simple take on e6, but then if you take on e6, then the f4 pawn is weak. So the solution is not easy for Hans Niemann regardless. तलवे आप भी इग्नोर, भाई इग्नोर तो भाई मेरी एक्स ने मुझे किया था भाई, तुम्हें कहाँ मैं इग्नोर करूंगा. I know you read it. Just try. We love your commenting. We just do not know what you say. Oh wow. I don't know if that was a language issue or a feeling issue, but I'll take either. Alvin, C4 खेल सकते हैं क्या साहिल भाई? C4 खेल सकते हो, बट देन आप अपना ही बिशप ब्लॉक कर रहे हो. एंड नॉट टू फॉरगेट कि आपका f4 पॉन गया. Meanwhile, chat Arjun की अभी equal है. Nothing crazy has happened there. We'll come to it when Sajbhai is back. We'll look at the
I'm
board.
back.
But फिलहाल के लिए Sajbhai, I think we should stick to this and 4 minute भाई.
Yeah, 4 minute है. Let's stick here, bhai, because no moves खेलने हैं उसको, and I think he's about to make a blunder. I don't know.
And Arjun and Jordan chat have equal, and also both have like 15 minute plus, like 16, 17, 19 minutes. So it's pretty safe there.
King f3 played, and now the black can take on b3 and rupture the pawn structure with b3 and d3. Oh,
Hmm.
by the way, interesting line here. If you
Oh,
takes, you see this, yeah? King G4, King H5 is his
ah,
plan. So Rook D8, King G4, Rook D3, and maybe okay, I defend the bishop somehow. Rook A2, and then you have to see, oh sorry, Rook A2, not Rook A3. And now Knight G3 you have to see. This is not easy.
wow. That's beautiful, actually.
Yeah, takes,
King
Rook
F5.
takes, King here, and Rook takes, and just push the pawn. Very, very nice. But
Wow.
how easy is this?
भाई ये किंग वॉक देख के मुझे एक ही लाइन याद आ रही है. I'll have to do it myself. मतलब
भाई मैंने अभी
वही.
देखी, लास्ट वीक ही देखी एंड गेम
Oh,
वापस.
nice.
What a
So it
moment.
reminds me of that, but even that didn't work out well, Saj, if we, remember it. So I think kahin na kahin pe, I think Ukesh finds it. I think bishop b3 to automatic ही है. I think he will play bishop b3 and he will then navigate all the issues. Ki, bhai, is it really a problem? I think he will find the solution, Saj. He'll find it. I don't think
Yeah,
Ukesh will
but
mess
I
this
think
up.
some time he will take for sure.
Hmm.
Because half an hour, I think he has to utilize his time wisely.
Hmm.
And by the
There is
way,
another solution which is not as great, so hopefully Ukesh doesn't play it. That is take 6 and f5. And that's not the best solution because rook k6 ke baad white has some chances to fight back. So let's see, because knight on h5 is still stuck, yeah? It's still stuck.
yeah, and now just G3 and you just wait.
By the way, Arvind has completely lost his advantage.
Ooh,
Wait, what? Did he just blunder a pawn?
I'll just
Wait,
go back.
what? Wait, what was f4?
I think maybe he wants to go bishop D3 and take this. But black can somehow go rook F4. भाई ये sacrifices का दिन है आज. Yeah, that was a strange move though, F4.
It's a weird move, yeah? Like, doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm telling you, he wants to go bishop D3 and rook H7, and he, I think, underestimated rook F4 or the potential of rook F4. उसके बाद equal है position. But okay, definitely Anish is then.
Wow, so mistake by Arvind, missing his advantage. Let's go to Arjun's board quickly. कि वहाँ क्या चल रहा है साज भाई? Lots of trades. Can we look at the moves from where we left it?
So it was this position, queen c3. We were looking at this, queen f4. Basically, queen d7 पे रखना था उसे, but now the problem is that if you take the knight, then it's not as risky for the king anymore because the knight was sitting on f3, and now it's just safe for Jorden. I think draw होगा भाई. Very, very likely. Actually, some trouble for Arjun as well.
Yeah, exactly. That was I was thinking. Ki any rook endgame is better for white, and queen endgame also looks better for white. And imagine h6 आ रहा है भाई white से. That's still a pain to handle. Saj bhai, I think the tide is again turning. Why? Again, against us.
Yeah, and also like we're reaching that stage जहाँ पे time pressure can be an issue because one player has 14 minutes, the other has 18 minutes, and 8 moves are to be played still before we reach the 30-second increment. So mistakes could happen.
Wow. Tiku will return in Avengers Doom. Oh damn,
Bhai,
that would be
Anish,
crazy.
look at this. Anish has played Rook F4. Bhai, brilliancy on the board.
Uh,
Yeah, I think he definitely underestimated this. Now it's
but
comfortable, I think, for Anish. Because if you take
Sajay,
queen
वही है ना.
takes, this is hanging.
Saj bhai, that's the issue, no? Like it's like at the end not being able to convert positions. That is the problem, na? Like that is the problem at the end. So this is something we've really um, struggled at, I think, in this tournament. Because when we are losing, we lose. When we are winning, we don't convert. So that's why we have such, such limited points.
Yeah,
Especially for Arvind, actually.
this was, I think, a big miss. And now he has to defend, by the way, for a long time. And by the way, 24 moves ही हुई हैं यहाँ पे. So they have 16 more moves to be played. And दोनों के पास 16 मिनट ही हैं.
Wow.
The games were slow, but now it's heating up like everywhere. Here, not necessarily in our favor. I agree with you there.
Yeah, things looking tough. And Queen G2, best move played by Arjun, but now just C3. And okay, I think a rook endgame is very likely here. And rook endgame में white के जो A और B pawns हैं, they're gonna be a threat. And if you remember the endgame from the World Cup, अर्जुन वर्सेस प्रग, आई थिंक कुछ
Hmm.
ऐसी एंड गेम थी जहां पे पॉन्स दौड़ रहे दोनों साइड के, एंड ओके ब्लैक आल्सो हैज द एफ पॉन, इट्स नॉट लाइक ही विदाउट वेनम, लाइक f5 f4 f3 e3, like but somehow I like white slightly more here practically. देखते क्या होगा साज भाई, very tricky.
Yeah, that too in time pressure. But yeah, queen g2 I think was a critical move. He plays this, but c3 per rook b8 also is another critical move. So he has to go into the queen pawn, the rook pawn endgame. And yeah, brace hoga, but I think draw is most likely.
एक बार डॉगमस की पोजीशन देखोगे साज भाई?
अरे भाई, this is a pure
Can
domination,
we
man.
keep the board in the center just to admire white's piece placement? भाई साहब, इतना क्रशिंग पीस प्लेसमेंट देखा ही नहीं है भाई बहुत टाइम से.
Crazy, absolute domination. So winning this is rook e3 also, like अब knight g4 पे आ सकता है. I mean this e8 rook is hanging, h6 pawn is hanging, knight f7 is a threat. So many
The
plans, man.
best move for black is actually playing bishop
Takes,
takes
yeah.
e5, rook takes
Hmm.
e5, queen g6, and just giving the rook on e8 like free. That's the best move for black.
Yeah, so a resignation incoming for Fedoseev, yeah, for sure. Very
हाँ,
soon.
so अच्छा खेल रहे हैं एडोगमस जी यहाँ पे. 14 साल के बच्चे, क्रेजी चेस, एंड
Yeah, he also is coming off of 2 losses, so it's definitely not easy to be playing like this, but he's done it. And Vincent also extending his lead there against Van. I think he's also about to win. But yeah, let's maybe switch to Gukesh and see 25 minutes he has. What
yeah, let's go.
he has in store. Two ideas were there. Ek to bishop b3 marke, you play f5, which we didn't like so much. The other one was rook d8, where you sack the knight on h5, which seems clean, but hard to see over the board.
Yeah,
What does
Saj
he go
bhai.
for?
Yeah, I think he will take on b3, but अभी 24.5 minutes है उसके पास. I'm just thinking कि like, what is the barrier जहाँ तक you have to play, or do you think he can take as much time as he wants?
24:30 से ज्यादा तो टाइम नहीं ले सकते आप. वो तो
Hmm.
पॉसिबल ही नहीं है. बट आई थिंक
हाँ,
एज लॉन्ग एज यू आर लाइक 3-4 minutes above than your opponent, you're fine.
got it.
5-6 मिनट तक हो आप, यू आर ओके हियर, बिकॉज
Hmm.
ज्यादा प्रेशर वाइट पे है.
वाइट का प्लान लेकिन क्लियर है. लाइक वाइट तो पता है हमें क्या खेलने वाला है. किंग g4, किंग h5, उसका प्लान बिल्कुल ऑब्वियस है.
हम्म.
So black का प्लान is not so obvious, and bishop b3 seems to be the only way for Gukesh to win. So Hans resistance बहुत सही डाल रहे हैं यार, मना करना पड़ेगा. He's not giving up.
Despite having less than 4 minutes on the clock, takes on b3. Let's go.
Let's go Gukesh भाई, मजा आ गया भाई. Let's go.
And he takes back, and now the moment of truth, whether he goes f5 or rook d8, and rook d8 is what he should go for. He did show some incredible calculation early on. Oh, bhai, he plays f5.
Ooh, he plays f5. Okay, still winning, but now it's a bit more tricky, yaar.
Okay,
It's
but
a
it's maybe also tricky for white as well.
Is it though?
Yeah,
I
of
feel
course, because
like
rook b8, rook d8, कुछ कितने pawns बचाने पड़ेंगे? White also has to be precise, no? How do you find rook a6 in this position is my question. Like, why would you play rook a7? Like, you understand the idea of rook a6 is कि अगर आप rook d8 खेलते हो तो rook d6 करके you have to trade the rooks and accept your pawn going to d6, breaking another pawn in the process. I don't think that's easy.
I think that's possible, Saj, because rook trade के बाद I can just go g4, and I think I'm winning your knight essentially.
My pawn
No,
is on
no,
f5, no? I
knight
can go
f6 है
knight
भाई.
f6
Sorry,
also.
sorry, my bad. I'm
Yeah.
hallucinating.
But yeah, rook a6, rook d6 is just very difficult.
Yeah, that's not easy. That's impossible actually, because why would you want a knight on h5 to come back to f6 then?
He plays rook a6, bhai. Scary
क्या
times.
बात कर रहे हो यार? Hans Niemann जी क्यों निकाल रहे हो ऐसी चालें? And king h7 only move.
King h7 से draw हो रहा है. Rook a7 check again. So of course king h7 is the only move. Knight e7 also possible.
Gukesh, don't make any mistakes now. I think otherwise, साज भाई वही होगा जो हर दिन हो रहा है फिर.
भाई मेरे को वो पोजीशन, आप आपने कभी वो पोजीशन स्टडी करी है जहाँ पे व्हाइट के पास किंग और एक पॉन होता है कोने में, like a5 or a4 or something, and black has king and two knights, and then you try to win
मतलब
that.
देखिए, study करना is a different issue. But King has played best move. Nice.
Why? I'm
Gukesh
thinking that
finding.
could be possible, that end game now.
It is, but I think Gukesh, फिलहाल के लिए at least is making it look easy. King h7 is a great rook d6 blunder. Wait, what?
Yeah, I told you, by rook b8, and now he's winning.
Let's go. भाई winning फिर से गुकेश की rook b8 now. b3 pawn गया, खत्म.
And then c4 incoming. So yeah, it was a good decision by Gukesh. He's going to win, I think, today.
Yeah.
My g3 was, I don't even know what the point of g3 was. Like, it seems so illogical.
I think the idea is g4 next because the knight is trapped. King h6 f5. So
but hg3 है ना मेरे पास हमेशा pawn. You mean g3 g4?
हाँ, because if I play directly,
तब
then
f4
g4
मरेगा
is
ना,
check.
लेकिन takes a knight f4. So I don't think, I mean, it's some concrete decision होगा कोई g3 के बाद. I'm sure h3 is a mistake because of something like bishop e3. Okay, that's not simple to play in this position. I don't know. So
Maybe it's like g3 से
just
f4
weird
defend
moves.
हो रहा है ताकि my bishop is
Yeah.
free to capture c5 now.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like too many variables in the position, too much to calculate with just 3 minutes on the clock.
Agreed. Chat, the good news is Gukesh is now completely winning. He has to find rook b8, which is, I think, something he would play in 1 second if he was forced to. So he will find this move unless he confuses himself. It is a big mistake by Hans. Let's go rook b8. Grab that b3 pawn. And if a b3 गया, I think basically b3 मारने के बाद Hans के जीतने के chances तो zero हो गए, essentially.
Yeah.
There's no chance he wins.
Yeah, agreed. By the way, Van Foreest and Arjun are completely equal now. I think it was an inaccuracy by Jorden, but Arjun is basically
भाई
back.
यहाँ पे repetition होने के बहुत ज़्यादा chances अर्जुन की है, by the way.
Really? Let's take a
Apparently.
look.
So black can now play e3 apparently. Okay, he plays rook a8. Okay, this can also be a repetition. Yeah? Queen b4, rook b8, queen f4, rook a8. But yeah, very high chances of a draw now from both players because honestly, like queen g2 was a great move. It attacks c2, supports the e pawn all the way to e2, keeps eye on the g7 pawn. A brilliant idea by Arjun.
Yeah, I think c2 pawn is the main problem here. And if you play c3, then it's always rook b8. So yeah, I think a draw incoming there. By the way, Gukesh also has played the move rook b8. So
rook b8.
And less than 2 minutes for Hans to play 5 moves.
Okay, I think he has to try g4 at some point. I really can't imagine not trying g4. The knight on h5, if it was on d4 or f7 or I don't know, b4, like it would be resigns. The only play you have is against that knight. You have to try and reach it. So g4 has to be part of the puzzle. The second solution could be to try and grab the c5 pawn. But when you grab c5, I grab f4, and that's basically resigns again.
With the
so
bishop.
You need both. Yeah, you need both. Yeah, you need like g3 and bishop e3 and bishop takes c5, I think.
So g4 mein ho raha, you can take first en passant and then rook b3. And if you play g4 again, then I think there is a nice tactic here. There is knight h4 check. And if you move the king, then pawn takes g4 is just winning. So kuch ho nahi raha g4 se, even if you play it. He does play g4.
Yeah, he does it. I think now hg3 only move. I think it doesn't take a genius to figure that out.
भाई 40 साल से पहले लॉस होगी, मैं बोल रहा था आपको ये.
नहीं होगी भाई, because we capture it will last till 40 something moves, I think.
But it's lost already, no? Like it's very
but
comfortable.
like they will not resign though, like basically. Chat, by the way, we have 1400 people watching on Chess24 India, another 1000 maybe or something. Do like the stream. Let's get more and more people in when Gukesh is winning. Beautiful game today so far, has been crushing it. Rook b3 played again, a good move. And now what does Hans do? He's stuck.
He has 1 minute. He just has 1 minute to play 3 moves. So he cannot do anything. He just has to play bishop e1 and allow c4, and it's lost. Or if he plays g4, then knight h4 check is GG. Bishop e1 makes the most sense क्योंकि तब g4 के बाद knight h4 check possible नहीं है. Bishop control कर रहा है h4 को. But then I have c4, which is like a completely different worry for me.
By the way, the simplest is c4 के बाद rook trade कर लो. That basically piece for a pawn endgame should be draw Sahaj, I'm hoping. But I think you're right. This might lead to that 2 knights versus 1 pawn endgame. There's a genuine possibility.
I think it's 2 winning now. That endgame is not always winning, yeah. But this
Yeah,
is
it's not.
this is 2 winning.
Practically, I would say that's more draw than winning, yeah. In my experience, मैंने देखा है खेलते हुए लोगों को.
Hmm.
By the way, Bishop E1 played, defending G3 ताकि King थोड़ा आजाद हो E3 पाने के लिए.
With 32 seconds, bhai. He has 2 more moves for 32 seconds.
Okay, he will play it. I think that's not the problem now, but the problem is the position, Sahaj bhai. There is no defense. Do you play C4? I think C4 खेल देना चाहिए, because if White somehow grabs C5, then again he gets chances. Yeah, let's trade off the pawns.
But I think he's maybe calculating G4. G4 mein you can go pawn takes pawn and D2 check say you can promote on E1 basically. And that should be winning. I think maybe Gukesh is a bit worried कि कुछ rook knight वो ना आ जाए, rook knight versus rook ना आ जाए, या वो 2 pawns वाली position ना आ जाए types.
Yeah.
He's just trying to figure out कि कोई theoretical in game loss यहाँ पे, sorry draw now.
And also, chat, knowing how many times he's messed this up, he would not take that risk again. Luckily, he has time this time. So he's going to focus, calculate, not miss a single detail in the position. No surprises for Gukesh, basically. By the way, important detail, Erigaisi Arjun has drawn his game. That's a big update. And Sahaj, I think a good result for Arjun, knowing where he was at some point in the game.
Absolutely. And the repetition, you called it, and that has happened on the board. So nice stable draw there. And Jorden, by the way, on 7 out of 12. So he's not that far away.
And also, Aravindh is again better. So we'll come to Aravindh soon. For now, let's go to Gukesh. I think because that game is heating up, still 2 more moves to go through time control. But good news again, the tide is again shifting. Arjun gets a draw and Aravindh is still better.
That means by 1 point तो हो गया, 2 होने वाले हैं Gukesh with Gukesh winning, and if 2.5 भी हो सकते हैं भाई. That was my prediction, yeah, 2.5.
Yeah, huge if two साल भाई. Like आज का दिन could be a good one if things go our way.
भाई एक बार Erdogmus की final position check out कर लेते हैं, because look at this.
Oh,
भाई pawn की mate.
भाई
nice of Fedoseev to allow this भाई.
Very nice of him to allow this. बच्चों के अगेंस्ट allow करेगा Fedoseev. मैं खेल रहा था तब तक 4 queen से mate करी होती इसने मेरी. भाई साहब क्या mate है.
Crazy. So of course, this is Fedoseev applauding his good chess, which is a great sign, and good, I think, win for Yagiz there. He's above 50% now again, 6.5 out of 12, which is amazing.
भाई अरविंद के बोलते ही अरविंद ने एडवांटेज खो दी अपनी, but okay, we'll come back to that soon. Meanwhile, let's stick to Gukesh. I think super important moment. 2 more moves to go to time control. बहुत time है Gukesh के पास. And he plays C4. Nice move on the board. King E3 played in a second by Hans Niemann.
You cannot convince me Rook D3 is not winning. Is it not winning?
It is. It is winning.
Impossible that is not winning.
I think we should have a look at it though, Sahaj.
No,
let's have a look at it. So Rook D3, CD3, King D3. So wildcard drawing plan क्या है? I want to trade both pawns, right? So yes. I want to trade the F pawn for the G pawn, and then I want to basically just take the bishop and take your G7 pawn and 2 knights and sack my own pawns, whatever, and it's a draw, right? So.
Yeah. But I think you are only getting 1 pawn traded off. Okay, I'll play, the first thing I'll do is I'll go knight f8 ताकि ये pawn G6 पे आ जाए. So you play King E3, I'll play G6, King here, I'll play Knight E6. So अब ये bishop से आप pawn trade नहीं कर सकते basically. I'll allow you to play G4, no problem.
G4, yeah.
क्योंकि GFI के बाद एक pawn मेरा अभी भी बचा हुआ है. Then I'll maneuver my king somehow and capture both F4 and E5, which should be possible because hello, I have an extra piece. And it should be winning. So if Rook D3 is winning and he sees it, okay, I think he goes for it. This is the simplest option here.
Yeah, it is winning. The only thing is you have to be very careful in that endgame, Sahaj bhai. For example, I think if you go deeper, जहाँ पे G4 देखा था हमने, let's say your plan, Knight F8, Knight E6, G6, and then G4 from white. Let's say
Bishop D2 पहले खेल देते हैं ताकि G4.
हाँ, King G7. Oh, King G7 is a blunder.
No, क्योंकि आप Knight G7 नहीं खेल सकते आप. So King G8, G4, and Knight G7 has to be played.
G8,
that's why what I was saying, GFI. This is simple.
GFI. Very important. And now basically, whenever, let's say, black wins both of these pawns of white and black pushes the F pawn, you cannot allow white to sack the bishop for that pawn essentially, right? That is the only drama. Correct. So I think Hans will play on that in that endgame, I feel like. It's not quickly.
But it's lost. Like it's a theoretical loss. Sure. Yeah. You should be able to convert that. Like you should be able to deflect the bishop and push the pawns. And I'm sure, this is acceptable.
Yeah. Chat 1600 लोग देख रहे हैं Chess24 पे. Do like the stream. Let's get more people in. अगर आप पहली बार आ रहे हो, I just want to point out one single detail. The 2026 chess calendar is packed like never before. I think more world championships than you can imagine in different formats of chess. We already have a world champion right in front of us. And this year is going to potentially give us so many moments to cherish as a nation of 1.4 billion people. So do like the stream, do subscribe, and stay tuned for multiple events. Second last day of Tata Steel, Sahaj bhai. Can Gukesh finish this off on a high with a couple of wins?
If he wins, it will be the first time I think he's above 50%. So really, really rooting for him. And okay, if he goes Rook D3, that's a very simple end game. Has to be winning. I think he's just calculating to see कि भाई कोई last minute fortress ना हो, anything along those lines. But yeah, I think he will definitely take on D3 and he will go for the win. But actually, if I am calculating this, takes, is knight f4 winning here? Or is there some like study like draw there? Apparently, yeah, there is. King d4 only move, yeah. King e3 pe, actually this is also a draw. No, king e3 pe
It's a
knight e2 check.
comfortable draw. Comfortable
I
draw,
was hoping
actually.
some knight e6 and some g5. This has to be winning. But you're not giving me the time to play king e3. You'll play king d4 ताकि knight e6 पे king d5 आ जाए and I don't have time to settle down. Some insane draw there.
Insane draw chat. So I think मजा आ रहा है भाई. साज भाई क्या फील है भाई, मतलब जब भी हम देखते हैं ना कि Gukesh is doing so well, I think it's so uniting for all of us.
Yeah, agreed. And also him winning like this is always amazing. And also taking down Hans. I would be black say. That's always impressive.
Bhai, he's already
By
taking
the
down
way,
people with black. White से हारता है
Arvind
बंदा.
now much worse, bhai.
अरे यार Arvind. Oh, Bluebaum, by the way, has 12 seconds and he's completely busted.
जाना है वहाँ पे?
That's also... हाँ, एक second के लिए देख सकते हैं actually. Chat, this is completely lost. I think he's just played g3, queen takes d4 played, knight takes e4. And I think we're going to see a resignation instantly, huh? Oh, look how he grabbed the piece. He dropped the pen. He dropped the pen.
He plays rook c8 also instantly. And okay, 30 minutes extra. Okay, I think this is losing for sure. King g2 is winning. Rook b7 is winning. I think Nodirbek expect कर रहा था कि वो resign करेगा.
Yeah, I mean, Bluebaum is very angry at himself. Wow, the way he like captured that piece was in pure rage. Yeah, like he was very angry at himself. And I mean, yeah, chess is harsh. Yeah, I mean, you fought so hard and now come so far. In the end, it doesn't even matter, Saj bhai.
Yeah, so basically Nodirbek is going to win. By the way, let's switch to Aravindh versus Anish because just as we move here, Anish has made a slight inaccuracy, giving up his advantage. Bishop d4 was a critical move here. He went queen d4, offering the trade of queens. And if you go into the end game, then it's equal. But if Aravindh wants to play on, he can play queen b4 and the game continues. We are not sure who's better here. And 8 moves to be played, by the way. 5 minutes for Aravindh and 8 minutes for Anish.
I think if they trade queens, it's going to be a draw. If they don't trade queens, we have a result, is my guess. But
what is that result?
Could be anything, actually. I think from Arjun's perspective, if he wants to win, he has to keep the queens on. So queen d4 feels automatic. But if you trade queens, I don't see Arvind winning. Like there's close to zero chance, I feel, of him converting this. So it's a double-edged decision. Does he want to keep winning and losing chances both? And he keeps both. So the game is on by. It's not over just yet.
Oh, yes. And 8 minutes for Anish. Some
Sanjay,
problems
let's go
there.
back. Okay, you want to stay here or do you want to...
I think Gukesh will think. Yeah, also Rook D3 is completely winning. So maybe let's stick to...
let's go.
Arvind.
We'll come back to Gukesh very soon, chat, in just a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, Anish still thinking he can start pushing the G pawn maybe. That's his main plus in the position. Let's put this pawn G1 तक लेके जाओ, नई रानी बनाओ, खुश रहो.
And if कुछ Rook D1 का कुछ plan, that looks interesting.
Ooh, Rook D1 is scary.
Rook D1. Bishop G4 कुछ किसी moment पे.
F3. Ooh, that is deadly, actually. I can't even play knight C6 because queen B7.
Exactly. All 3 results possible here. दोनों का king थोड़ा unsafe है. This queen B2 is a mate in one. Of course, king on D7 is not super safe either, especially after a move like Rook D1.
साथ में कोरा F3 को बैन कैसे करते हैं यार?
किसको?
इसके ईमेल को जितना रिपोर्ट स्पैम करो भाई आता ही रहता है ईमेल. भाई तंग हो गए भाई यार, लिटरली.
कौन?
कोरा कोरा की वेबसाइट है ना, एक पहले बहुत चलती थी।
अच्छा कोरा, ओ अच्छा, हाँ मेरे को भी आते हैं एक्चुअली। नहीं नहीं,
भाई
आई आई
कितनी
एक्चुअली
बार,
अनसब्सक्राइब,
कितना
अनसब्सक्राइब
भी
कर
कर
दो।
लो भाई, आते रहते हैं, रुकते ही नहीं है भाई। भाई गुकी गेम कह रही है चैट, वी हैव टू रश। अपेरेंटली कुछ हुआ है क्या? ना, कुछ भी नहीं हुआ यार चैट।
नहीं हुआ है भाई, वो सोच ही रहा है तब से। चैट को दे जा भाई, वो सोच रहा है और चैट गुकेश इज वेरी कंफर्टेबली विनिंग। अगर वो रुक भी 3 मार देता तो लाइक इट्स गोना कंटिन्यू फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम, बट इट्स विनिंग, लाइक देयर इज नो काउंटर प्ले व्हाटसोएवर, लाइक यू कैन टेक्निकली रिजाइन आल्सो एज हंस।
डिलीट ही करना पड़ेगा भाई, जान खा ली इन लोगों ने, पता नहीं रैंडम ही लाते थे भाई। ये हुआ, मेरी बीवी छोड़ के भाग गई, या पता नहीं क्या कुछ, क्या बकवास है यार। By the way, Nodirbek has one chat, that is another result. And as we saw, Bluebaum still at the board. Wow. He's not able to get up. Yeah. He's like, okay, I mean, it's such a great event. And I spoiled it because if he had won, he would also be in tight first place, actually.
Yeah, correct. And by the way, Bluebaum has only lost against Sindarov and Abdusattorov. That's it. The 2 tournament leaders from Uzbekistan.
I still can't believe dono, though he Uzbeks hai, dono are first and second ranked in the tournament. That is insane.
By the way, he goes Rook D1. Pressure is still rising here
Mounting. Yeah.
for both players. Queen has to go somewhere, maybe to E5 or Knight C6 apparently is also very strong. क्योंकि last move से King C8 से B7 का pawn बच गया. There is no Queen B7 check incoming. So Knight C6 is definitely possible. Again, all 3 results possible. कुछ नहीं पता यहाँ पे कि मतलब क्या होने वाला है. टाइम प्रेशर भी दोनों प्लेयर्स पे इतना ज्यादा है. 6 मूव्स खेलनी है एंड 6 minutes only Anish has.
Chat, if you had to choose a color, white or black, जहां से आप खेलोगे, it's dead equal objectively. Which color would you prefer playing with? White or black? Sajay, what's your take?
Um, Depends मैं किससे खेल रहा हूँ, लाइक हाई रेटेड या लो रेटेड.
Barabar rated. Like it's not like a. I mean, of course, that will change the answer.
बराबर
Barabar.
रेटेड देन आई वुड प्रेफर ब्लैक. आई डोंट नो, बिकॉज व्हाइट से लोग ज्यादा
Hmm.
एम्बिशियस होते हैं, तो यू कैन यूज दैट.
Hmm. I think to create chances, black has to create some counter play. Right now, there's only one counter play. That's a mate on b2, and that's temporary because now you have to move the queen off the diagonal very likely. So at g pawn has to be used somehow. Otherwise, I feel कि white is the only one playing. या तो
Hmm.
नाइट को गेम में लाओ किसी तरीके से, नाइट e5, नाइट c4, आई डोंट नो वेयर दैट नाइट गोज, बट यू नीड टू क्रिएट सम काउंटर प्ले, अदरवाइज फिलहाल के लिए इट सीम्स लाइक इट्स, या
Oh, by the way, Gukesh has gone for that end game with CD3, Rook
ओह
D3, Rook D3, King D3. So of course
वेट,
this
समथिंग
is
इज, Hans is asking the arbiter something. Reminds me of him not so happy at the Speed Chess Championship, I think finals last time. He's not happy about something there. मुझे कुछ याद आया, but okay.
maybe he wasn't like feeling the vulnerable.
Noting
He,
the moves down.
he wasn't
Yeah,
notating or something, and then he was saying, okay, you have to notate and everything. Not a
yeah.
big deal. But Gukesh board pe nahi. But yeah, this is winning. Yeah, because knight goes to e6, pawn goes to g6, king will just maneuver to c4, and yeah, soon you will take the f4 pawn. I mean, it's going to be a long convert, but okay, you know this is winning. Light squares. सिर्फ light squares पे खेलना है यहाँ पे black को.
But see how it can change. So let's say black plays king g8, king e3, king f7, king f3, king e6, draw.
Yeah, but
Nothing much.
okay, okay, but like,
You
I
get the
mean,
point, no? Like, matlab, it's possible. Like, I would easily
you
spoil this.
you
Like,
give me my knight on e6, you give me my pawn on g6, king on f7, take whatever position you want. एक बार वो हो गया, then it's completely winning.
yeah. My point is like, Gukesh has to still be careful. Like, यहाँ पे it's, you've seen him spoil. Yeah, I think this is not his peak form right now. So, not his
Not
final form,
from
let's
here
say.
though.
Super Saiyan God में नहीं गया अभी वो.
By the way,
So
यहाँ पे
let's
लेकिन
just,
आधा घंटा
uh,
आ गया है, तो let's go to Arvind because still
uh,
they have 5 more moves to complete. Both players are on time pressure and 3 results possible. Let's see क्या होता है यहाँ पे. Pressure is rising.
yeah, inflation is rising indeed.
Pressure is rising.
मैं कर रहा हूँ camera on meanwhile.
Okay, and he has to think now. Does he defend the bishop? Does he go pawn takes pawn? Both look interesting. Pawn takes pawn actually looks very interesting. But hard to play this for Arvind. I think he can also go for a repetition. Black के पास ultimately 3 pawn है भाई. That's too many.
Yeah.
Generally for a rook and knight, 2 pawn is the most. 3 pawn is too much. But he's, I mean, in the sense, this pawn is isolated, so that's a good sign. Agar it connected hota, to black would be very close to being winning.
Yeah, double pawns make it difficult, right? And also the open king, slightly open king. I think black also has pressure though, that bishop on g7, queen combining well, so it's not easy for Arvind to make progress. He takes on d5, and now black has only 2 moves chat to continue the game. ed5 would be lost after bishop g4 check apparently, and you can apparently resign because rook d5, rook d7 comes with check. So knight d4 is one of the moves played.
And now queen c4 check is very good. Queen c3 check is very good. Queen c4, okay, makes more sense. नहीं, दिमाग में वो रहता है कि अगर मेरे को ड्रॉ करना है तो rook d4 maybe is working, but that's not actually a complete draw yet, because after d6 black has this extra pawn on g6, which is a bit annoying.
Agreed. Who has the highest points? It's Nodirbek actually, Aditya. He is leading the event right now after a crushing win against Bluebaum, who, I mean, was an absolute shock at how he lost. Gukesh did not blunder chat. I think he's going to have a deep think now. We'll stay to this on this game because Sahaj is correct, I think. He just needs to find the correct formation. Once he finds that, like, there is no way he can lose, because I clearly showed like simple normal moves could lose in that position. So he's going to have...
I think Gukesh is thinking because he's looking at that knight takes pawn. जो आप कह रहे थे कि ड्रॉ है, पर उसमें भी स्टडी लाइक ड्रॉ है हंस का. He's just thinking कि वो वर्क कर रहा है कि नहीं.
नहीं भाई, वो ना खेले तो बेटर है भाई. Let's not do that, bhai, because that is a draw objectively.
1 minute for Arvind. Difficult situation. Queen c4 check. By the way, 4 moves he has to play in a minute.
Sindarov final game is against Thai Dai Van, the lowest seed of the event. So while Nodirbek is half a point ahead, he's also facing Arjun, tougher competition in the final round. So it's going to be an interesting finish to Tata Steel 2026. By the way, d5 pawn mil raha hai black ko wapas. So how does white tackle this? ed5 he takes. Ooh, that's a slight error apparently.
And now bishop g6. Very, very nice move. Simple move also. एक चाल extra भी मिल गई यहाँ पे, which is great. 40 moves करने, एक move और खेलने अरविंद को.
Okay, now it's very hard for me to lose somehow, I feel. It will take something of an insane blunder to lose this one, because you've removed the main one of the threats. Of course, black still has the e-pawn. Let's not discount that, but I think white is doing okay.
Yeah, but वो early draw नहीं हो रहा यहाँ पे. चलेगा ये match. I'm not even sure. Why is Erwin playing for a draw here? I mean, he can play for a win too, no?
He will. And I think Sagar today, maybe we might have the quickest finish to, I think 11:15 तक गेम खत्म भी हो सकती है सारी आज, आधे घंटे में from now. हाँ?
ये आपने कल भी कहा था भाई.
भाई नहीं बोला था कल. आज हो सकता है भाई.
बोला था आपने भाई.
अच्छा बोला था कल. ओके, माय बैड भाई, मैंने अब मुंह से निकल गया तो कंप्लीट कर ही देता हूँ. Because 2 गेम तो ड्रॉ हो चुके हैं ऑलरेडी. अर्जुन और प्रग के 50% is done. Gukesh is completely winning. No way that's going to last half an hour, I think. And
but Arvind will play, I think.
Arvind will play, but I think also like they might agree to a repetition at any point. So
repetition कहाँ हो रहा है लेकिन यहाँ पे?
होगा आएगा भाई, अभी पैदा होगा repetition.
Yeah, unless Arvind goes bishop f7, rook takes d4 and just simplifies. That's maybe the only way the match finishes. Otherwise, I think Arvind can get ambitious here also.
कुकी लगाओ साहिल भाई, कुकी लगाओ. अरे कुकी लगाओ भाई, चैट डिमांड कर रही है साज भाई. मुकेश लग रहा है ज्यादा सोया हुआ था बीच में.
वो कैलकुलेट कर रहा है like Arjun. Oh भाई, I'm telling you, he's looking at knight f4 भाई. He's thinking knight f4 काम कर रहा है कि नहीं. It's what you would think about here. It makes perfect sense.
Please don't do that.
I'm telling you, that's what he's thinking कि ये takes के बाद okay, white plays something, king e3 तो नहीं आ रहा, king d4 and king g8, and okay, can I win this or not? Or king g6 maybe, yeah, king g6.
भाई नहीं भाई, please नहीं भाई, no भाई. नहीं, he will not.
But I mean, is it that simple? Because ये pawns तो बढ़ ही रहे हैं ना, and knight e6 पे आपका clamp है. Why is it a draw?
He's not going to take that risk. He's not going to take that risk, भाई.
King
He's
D6.
not going to take that risk. There is no way he takes that
Doesn't
risk.
feel like risk, but it feels like you're just promoting your pawns. I don't know.
No, I disagree, bhai. I think that's a huge risk because कोई zugzwang लगेगा.
Why
And that's how
95
you
भी predict किया था? Don't forget. This is not very different from that.
हाँ, but it's like repeating the same mistake यार, क्योंकि हैंस ने पीस के बदले 2 पॉन ले लिया, हम भी पीस के 2 पॉन ले रहे हैं, and we lose the game. I draw the game. I don't think so. That's literally repeating the mistake Hans made. I think that one of the lessons to life is don't learn from only your mistakes, learn from the mistake of other people, like me. So that's very important.
Touche.
NM mindset. Meanwhile, King D3 के बाद सोच रहे हैं, Gukesh, still no committal decision.
By the way,
I think
Anish
he's
under a minute. एक चाल अभी और बची है ना? हाँ, 2 चालें बची है I think Anish की.
Let's
He
go
has two
then
moves.
do that. But
Under a minute for him. He's going for it. 30 seconds.
going for what? Clarity नहीं दे रहा Anish. Okay. Oh, he moves it back again. He's confused more than we are.
E6.
Come on,
19
Anish.
seconds.
Why he has to play 2 moves? What is he doing? Why? Queen F6 played. The best thing Arjun could do is now, like create some serious threat which Anish is not seen. And,
तो ये
like if
बचाना
he has
है
a
भाई.
trap, this is the perfect moment for it, right?
He wants to play E5, I think. By the way, Rook D4 is again a draw here. सब कुछ capture करके Bishop F7, Bishop D5. You can just agree it for a draw there. But I think Arvind is getting ambitious now. 20 seconds. Oh, भाई.
It's amazing buffer का. हमारे
Oh, he
producer
plays
भाई को.
A5, yeah? Look at this A5, A4, भाई.
Okay, come on. Anish is going to agree to a draw. Is he going to play? There's no way.
No, I think with his A5 move, it's very clear. He's going for a draw. क्योंकि A4 से आप allow कर रहे हो light squares पे block करने के लिए. Anish is happy with a draw. Gukesh, by the way, still thinking in that position. इससे पहले chart लिखी कि मतलब Gukesh blundered.
Wow. I didn't know lag spelled ulta was gal. I just realized. Lesson for me.
But 2.5 incoming. ये तो yeah.
Wait, he played A4. Okay.
Yeah, simple, na? B6, B3, and okay, you put the king maybe to E2, and then you just wait, yeah?
Yeah. I hope they agree to a draw quickly. Because
I know exactly what you're saying right now.
this game can last very long for no reason. Anish is smiling. Actually, he's also smiling. He's like, भाई pawn up मैं हूँ लेकिन गेम में घुसा हुआ ज्यादा वो है अरविंद.
Okay, king D6, B3 just, and then king को ले आओ, and that's it.
पेन भी नहीं रख रहा अनीश नीचे. अनीश लाइक करूँ पुश. इंडियन फैंस भी इतने सारे हैं. शुड आई पुश?
वो फैन तो खुश लग रहा है भाई. उसकी टी शर्ट पहन के आया था नरविन ड्रू, या?
Ooh, I forgot about that one. Maybe the game is still on, Saj bhai.
नहीं भाई, looking at Anish's expressions, the game is not over भाई. The game is not going on भाई. It's a draw for sure. Finally, the e-pawn has moved on move 46 भाई. Finally.
Yeah, I think yeah, now bishop c5, bishop e2, bishop. Okay, he's moving his king. You can just put the king on d1 and yeah, it's over.
And
king
e2,
on
yeah.
e2. Very comfortable. You can see Oro watching there. And now they'll repeat moves with the bishop. But black bishop f2 mat khel dena. And white bishop d3. And that is going to be a draw, Saj bhai.
Yep.
3 draws.
Very topsy-turvy game, but yeah, a solid draw. I think Arvind खेल सकता था. Like he could have continued.
handshakes, and that is a draw. So, yeah, but I think okay. I mean, I think draw is a fair result. He didn't want to complicate matters. Black had two central pawns incoming. Practically, maybe he felt Black had the better chances. The Black King was safe, so fair enough. And that is a draw, chat. So far, Pragg draw, Arjun draw, Arvind draw.
Arvind.
Let's go to the last and final remaining game. That is the world champion himself. So today is a very solid day for India. 3 draws and we can have 1 win. I think this could be the best day for Indian players in the entire event so far.
भाई सॉलिड तो नहीं था यार अरविंद का मतलब इट वाज मच वर्स रिमेंबर दैट सैक्रिफाइस एंड अर्जुन वाज आल्सो इन अ लॉट ऑफ ट्रबल आई थिंक ओवरऑल
No, I
सो
mean, results wise, yeah. Well, it's
results
pretty
wise it
decent.
was solid yeah
Haan.
and I'm just checking Vedant by the way is a bit better against Erwin Lamy so
Ooh.
good day actually for the Indian
Yeah,
players
but Gukesh has to
भाई
convert
गुकेश
it.
I'm telling you is thinking knight f4 भाई और क्या सोचोगे
Bhai,
विजय और क्या सोच रहे हो
bhai,
आप बताओ तो
bhai,
सही
please, why knight f4? Why? Let's just play the. If you've seen the plan of knight f8, as you mentioned, Saj, I like that plan. Once then there's no chance of losing. Why do that?
because knight f4 just feels winning as well because you have two connected pawns knight on e6 is beautiful you can just push your
I,
pawns I think that's what he's thinking about otherwise why would you think yeah knight f8 knight e6 is like textbook here
भाई अगर वो नाइट टेक्स एफ4 आया ना और इंस्टेंटली जब बार ऊपर जाएगा ना फिर मेरा निकलेगा व्हाट एंड चाहिए टिको भाई रात को मैं चिल्लाओ रात के 11 बज रहे हैं चैट आई एम नॉट टू ब्लेम ठीक है सो आई टेक जीरो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फॉर दैट व्हाट
I think भाई हो सकता है it is possible I'm telling you
प्लीज डोंट जिंक्स
because
Ukesh has
he's
a
also
talent for
looking on the
pulling
king
out
side a lot yeah
exactly he's looking at the king side a lot that's worrying me I hope he's looking at like knight f8
hmm. So the plan is very simple you try and put the knight here, put the pawn here, bring the king from the queen side like this, put it on d3 and slowly you put pressure on f4 and g3. दो pieces हैं आपके पास, so it should be more or less simple. You should not trade. Bye.
wait what there is no way he played knight f4 what
And I wish I wish this didn't happen, but I'm thinking it looks so logical. And now it's a draw. Okay, so what do we do now? Why? Two times, yeah. Knight takes e5 and knight takes f4. I just want to point out a same game. Mein. I was telling you it looks logical. Can't even blame Gukesh here. It looks amazing. But yeah, it's a draw. ओ भाई वो किंग डी4 खेल भी दिया उसने यार So while Sahil bhai is still recovering, let's understand why it's a draw. Even though it makes no sense to me. You go bishop d2, knight goes here, king d5, king f7, and apparently ये position white को hold करना है. So black has f4, bishop, okay, king d5, whatever. I'll play g5. Bishop को ऐसे wait करना है. Black plays g4, and once the pawns are on both of the pawns are on the fourth rank, then you play king e4, supposedly, and that's a draw. g3, not g3, but the king f3, yeah? Okay, then king g, then bishop f4 and king g3. So not this. If I go f3, fixing it on both on the light square, then bishop e3 is forced, king g6, bishop f2. Bye, but this is not simple. Like this doesn't feel like it's a draw. आ जाओ भाई उठ जाओ मेरे को सच में लग रहा है सो गए हो
भाई मैं लिटरली बोला यार, अगर अगर अभी ये हुआ और वॉट मोमेंट आया, we literally said it out loud and exactly that happened. That is insane. Damn, how? Why? How छोड़ो, why is this
Because it looks
happening?
logical, bhai. It looks good.
अरे
That's
भाई
why.
लॉजिकल, ये मुझे वो याद आया, पता है आपने बोला ना नाइट E5 मारा और नाइट E4, ये होता है ना ऐसे, वो बचपन में पेरेंट्स कहते हैं तुम्हारे दोस्त कुएं में कूदेंगे तो तुम भी कूदोगे। लेकिन वही वाले मुझे कोट याद आ रहा है। अरे यार
6:25 p.m.
IST में लिखो ना भाई, ताकि बाकी लोग लेट कर पाए।
6:25. हाँ नहीं, मैं just note down कर रहा हूँ all the moments साहिल भाई has like an analogy for us. तो उसकी मैं compilation बना के post करूँगा. It will be amazing. Chat, do watch that. It's incoming.
Damn, yaar, I still can't believe it happened. Wow. Bhai, it's a draw. It's a draw now. It's a draw. And unfortunately, a solid day turned into a bad one again.
Are we sure it's a draw?
Yeah, I'm ready to bet a Maggie now, if you want.
Okay, done.
Done भाई। और हमारा और कौन सी मैगी की बेट लगी थी, एक और
Gukesh
लगी थी ना
wins. No,
कुछ।
you won that one. You're +1 right now.
मैं क्या बेट
Arjun
लगी थी,
drew.
मुझे याद ही नहीं
You
है।
said Arjun will draw. I said Arjun will win.
अच्छा हाँ, so I won one, ठीक है, फिर तो और बढ़िया रिस्क लेते हैं भाई, फिर तो ठीक है, डन।
ठीक है, तो कुछ odds दे रहे हो? ड्रॉ पोजीशन में मैं विन बोल
ऑड्स
रहा हूँ।
क्या है भाई, आप ले रहे हो, लेना है तो लो, वरना जाने दो भाई। अब एट
ठीक
दिस
है,
पॉइंट
ये तो
जाने ही दो
गलत है
भाई।
ना भाई, एक
मैं
रिजल्ट
तो
मिल रहा है उसके
मैं
ऊपर
तो
लाइक
सैड हो गया भाई
रॉन्ग
यार।
पोजीशन भी है।
मैं तो सैड हो गया भाई।
भाई आई डोंट नो, विदाउट कंप्यूटर इज वेरी हार्ड टू से।
No, I think that's a
ट्राई
good
टू
point
प्ले,
though
ट्राई टू
by
प्ले विदाउट द
Yash.
इंजन, लाइक इट्स वेरी हार्ड।
I would lose without the G pawn, I'm sure. But the point is कि मैं नहीं खेल
उसने
रहा
नाइट
हूँ।
एफ4 खेलने से पहले 15 मिनट सोचा ना, मतलब क्लियरली ही सॉ like a lot of possibilities and you
But
have connected pawns, so knight is sitting on a light square, like there's lots of good
but I
things.
love a point by Yash ki like maybe Gukesh at some point will realize he blundered now. So let's go full screen because he has blundered clearly. So maybe we notice that moment, the moment it hits again, and then and then we're gonna see that expression typical. Yeah. Oh no, what happened? I still can't believe he did that. Wow. साहिल भाई, गोल्ड सिल्वर में भी बेट लगाओ भाई।
पर
कुछ
ये सही है भाई।
32% डाउन है भाई सिल्वर।
भाई ये सही है कि दिस गेम में ना दो ही ब्लंडर हुए हैं, आपको दिख रहा होगा वो एक्यूरेसी में, राइट साइड पे
हाँ।
आपको दो ब्लंडर दिख रहे हैं, दोनों प्रेडिक्ट किए भाई। दोनों अच्छे लग रहे थे मुझे।
वाह।
दैट
इंडियन
जस्ट गोस
माइंडसेट
टू,
का अडॉप्ट कर लिया साज भाई आपने।
ये होता है भाई कमेंट्री कर करके।
I still can't believe भाई he did that.
पीपल आस्किंग अब क्या सोच रहा है भाई, क्योंकि आई थिंक हांस डिड नॉट प्ले लाइक द मोस्ट नॉर्मल वे। आई गेस बिशप D2 इज द मोस्ट नॉर्मल, क्योंकि आप फोर्स कर रहे हो नाइट को E6 पे वापस जाने के लिए। बट बिकॉज यू वेंट बिशप B4, अभी गुकेश सोच रहा है कि ओके व्हाट आर द डिफरेंस बिटवीन पुटिंग द बिशप ऑन B4 एंड D2। मे बी नॉट अ लॉट, बट या किंग F7 played by the way. Now bishop D2 only move.
Okay, come on, hands भाई, you can do this. Maybe bishop E1 looks good. Bishop A5, maintaining the tension before Valentine's Day. I don't know. अरे played यार।
Yeah. By the way, G5 में this is some crazy draw, yeah. Bishop F4, G4 and King D3. Nice king pawn ending there.
Okay, I mean, but
Yeah, of
आराम से
course.
कर लेंगे।
Nice to see that though. Knight D6 check played,
Check.
now King D5 only move. King अगर D3 पे रहेगा तो G5 is too strong. Guessing
Basically,
this is what he.
chat. I think Sajme, what I at least feel is कि King D5 attacks the knight. So after pushing the pawns, you don't have time to play King G6 and King F5, essentially. So I would love to put the pawn on F4 and G5, play King G6, King F5. With the king on D5, my knight is attacked. So there is
Ah,
no
but
way I
we
can
were
bring the
looking
king
at this,
forward.
some G4 F3 is also possible, and then you can also make.
Ha! Exactly. So if my king was on F5 in the same variation, I would be winning, like, actually, I think. So, because King E4 is not possible. So ये जो knight t6 attacked है, it just stops the white black king from moving forward, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a good observation. But okay, f3 g4 के बाद still it's possible, but yeah,
I think Gukesh is gonna be extremely mad again, Saj.
Yeah, knight
And
f4.
I can't believe this happened again, yaar. I can't believe.
Okay, it hasn't
And
happened
chat
yet.
just yeah, true. But just for perspective, chat, nothing has changed in the world rankings. Arjun is world number 10. Gukesh world number 11. Vishisa world number 12. Pragg is world number 13. Sindarov is world number 14. So not much has changed. Vincent, of course, will cross 2777 today after beating Thai Dai Van. So that's a big jump.
And he's winning as well, yeah? Completely.
Yeah, he's winning. So 2777. That's very close, yeah?
Oh, actually, but this means he's +1 now. Like, his rating, he's recovered from his rating, yeah?
Yeah, he'll be +1 in the ratings. Yes, he's recovered everything. मेन तो फिरोजा वेई और वेस्ली है, खेलते ही नहीं है बट घूमते जाते हैं बस 6 to 10th के बीच. कोई खेलता ही नहीं इनमें से. Oh, king e7. By the way, king c6 only move. Is that easy? That's a nice find by Gukesh actually. Wait, that's not easy.
Yeah. That's what I'm telling you. Overall, the moves are not simple for Hans. Actually, because king c6 के बाद I can go knight d4 check, maybe then king d5 वापस, yeah?
Yeah, it looks like bishop b4 check should also work, but this king d7 and now it's winning for black. Apparently.
Yeah, because then you can play knight c7, king e6 and that's it. एक बार king e6 पे बैठ गया तो ये pawn तो मर जाएगा ना. King c6 is very critical.
True. So king c6, weird move, but the only try. Okay, that doesn't mean like it's still disappointing. But if Gukesh were to win somehow, at least that will cover up some of the pain. Come on, hands by.
I'm seeing some crazy lines actually here. King c6, g5 maybe is possible. Then okay, then I can go bishop b4 check in king d6. So that should be safe. So you should go knight d8, king d5.
King d7.
G6, yeah? King d7, yeah?
Because trying to get the same position.
Only d6. Only move.
Oh,
Knight
but
d6
simple,
and king e5.
Oh, Hans resign कर दे. हाँ, बढ़िया. Come on. Yeah, like glitches ka notification. Okay, we are live chat. We are live. Let us know if you can hear us. Let's go. Live action. And Hans Niemann finds king c6. Bhai, kya gajab banda hai. Knight d8 check. And now king d5 only move played. Bhai, Hans Niemann is not joking around. He knows it's a draw. Oh my God. You know, g5, I guess. Only move. 400 की watching. Great for chess. 1,00,000 किया तुमने. By the way, chat, Gukesh Dommaraju now is still in a drawn position. He's going to push, he's going to think, he's going to try to find a solution that doesn't exist. But he's essentially playing for traps now, chat. There is no solution remaining. He pushes the G pawn. And now bishop b4 check only move, but a very simple one, I think. Saj bhai, are you there? Saj bhai, कोने में रोने गए हैं. कोने में रोने. Saj bhai, are you back? कुछ बताओ साहज भाई. Bishop b4 check only move. फिर king f7 जाएगा. फिर से king d5. 30 मिनट है हैंस नीमन के पास. Okay, thinking. Hans blunder incoming. Frey's wife. I don't know who Frey's, but congratulations,
भाई
man.
निंजा लिंक दिख रहा है आपको?
हाँ, दिख रहा है भाई.
मुझे नहीं दिख रहा भाई. By
आंखें
the way,
खोलो ना
G5
भाई
पे
फिर.
Bishop D4 check only move, yeah? Okay, I'm
हाँ
back.
भाई, तो वो तो वो तो हैंस 10 साल पहले देख के बैठा था भाई. ड्रॉ ही लग रहा है.
King F7 के नहीं भाई, ड्रॉ नहीं है अभी भी. King F7 के बाद भी King D6 and Bishop E4. King
भाई
D6 सिंपल.
भाई इंजन बोल रहा है, कह रहे हो ड्रॉ नहीं है यार.
भाई
साहब
बट
भाई.
प्रैक्टिकली नहीं लग रहा है भाई. जैसे गुकेश ने गलती करी वैसे हांस भी तो कर सकता है. Like practically, I don't think it's easy right
बट
now. You have to
बट
play some
डू यू थिंक
very
मुकेश
forcing moves.
रियलाइज्ड ही स्क्रूड अप?
I don't think, not yet. Not yet, I
हम्म.
think.
हम्म.
जब तक पॉइंट्स बढ़ रहे हैं तब तक यू फील गुड.
हम्म. Now bishop e1 or king d6, two moves. I think he'll play king d6 very quickly.
किंग D5 लो
Oh,
ब्लंडर.
blunder!
मैंने बोला आपको भाई, आप मानते नहीं हो मेरी
What?
बात.
What? What just happened? How is it a blunder now? Oh my God, Mukesh is winning. Let's go, Chad. He's completely winning. But okay, he could make a mistake again.
नहीं भाई, दिस इज
Sahaj
G4 इज
bhai,
वेरी
OP
सिंपल
bhai.
भाई. G4 इज वेरी
Huh?
सिंपल. G4 इज वेरी सिंपल.
But why is it winning now and not earlier?
Some check, I'm guessing, from the knight. So the idea was bishop e1 after you play keep the king on d6. But now the problem is I have knight f4 check, and I'm assuming you have to go king d6. Otherwise, कुछ sense नहीं बनती इस position की. Then I have, I guess, king e8. Critical move. That's the
Okay,
one
bhai,
that's
it's
that.
still tricky.
No,
Still
he
tricky,
finds
Chad.
this.
Still tricky.
एक मैगी भाई.
हाँ.
आप हारने वाले हो by the way, just so you know.
हाँ, एक मैगी लगी थी हमारी बैट भाई. ये मैगी हारने का दुख नहीं होगा मुझे.
Double or
बट
nothing भाई.
एक कह रहा है सादे मेरी शादी की डेट ही ब्रेक कर लो.
भेजो भाई अपना बर्थ डेट
एक
वो
बंदा
सब.
मुझे नू बोल रहा है भाई. बताओ, शर्म नहीं आती भाई सही आदमी को? जाओ भाई, कॉर्नफ्लेक्स खाओ. This is insane, by the way, Sajid. Great prediction. And the only question is, can Gukesh play it under pressure now? G4.
I think he plays G4 by. It's a very simple move. Oh wait, he's going for the knight. No, 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 please. Don't go for the
No,
knight. Don't go.
no.
We have seen enough surprises today. Let's go for G4 by. मतलब even if he plays knight f4 now, even if he doesn't find the win, it's still winning. Like it's still, I mean, Hans hasn't found the best setup yet, yeah. So the chances of winning is still pretty high.
Oh, this is tough. And what makes it interesting is दोनों के पास बहुत time है. You know, if this was like 30 seconds a piece, there would be blunders on every move. But the extra time makes it rather interesting.
Oh,
अरे यार.
and now it's equal again. Okay, king d6. He
अरे
plays the
यार.
next move. Okay, that makes
Wait,
sense.
96 king d5 will repeat? No. Hands will repeat likely. Another
So why
opportunity.
would Gukesh repeat? Why? That's my question.
Are he will get the same position and another chance to play g4? No.
But
90,
वो
if he
bishop
realizes
d2
his
लाएगा,
mistake,
bishop e1. Why does he have to move the king? It doesn't
are
make
but
sense.
hands might think, no, ki, like Gukesh couldn't come up with a solution. Let's repeat. Let's not change anything.
Like Gukesh is playing g4 here for sure. I'm telling you.
अरे यार. g4 के बाद there are two drawing moves. One is bishop a5. Okay, God, find that solution. Second is bishop d2.
Okay, bishop e1 is not winning, yeah? Bishop
No.
e1 is not working. Bishop d2 is the
Yeah.
move, okay? So knight e6 force karo and then bishop e1 I'm guessing is the only move. Yeah, only move here. Some
Wow.
study like draw. यार golden opportunity. क्लाउड देखो ना भाई, यहाँ पे क्लाउड उतना फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. अगर यहाँ पे जीरोस दिखा रहा है तो वहां पे भी जीरोस ही है. बाय द वे, अब बिकॉज एंड गेम्स में हमेशा जो भी आप इंजन यूज करते हो किसी वेबसाइट पे, उनकी डेप्थ हमेशा बहुत जल्दी ज्यादा बढ़ती है. तो अभी हम डेप्थ 46 देख रहे हैं हमारी स्क्रीन पे बिकॉज इट्स एन एंड गेम. इट्स इजी टू कंप्यूट. तो यहाँ पे क्लाउड जो बताएगा वो उससे डिफरेंट नहीं होगा. यहाँ पे 46 इज ऑलरेडी लाइक क्लाउड एनालिसिस.
Salva tool dependent on engine. Of course, brother. और क्या? भाई जब गुकेश और हैंस नहीं निकाल पा रहे एंड गेम, तो मैं कहां से निकालूंगा भाई? I mean, it should be easy to add 2 and 2. 6. Let's forget the tournament and 2026 will begin from February. Yes. That's the plan I think I have for my New Year resolutions.
आज तो लास्ट ही दिन है वैसे भी जनवरी का, तो कल से
हाँ,
बढ़िया।
इसको फेब में ले लेते हैं, ये अच्छा दिन है।
तो 1 घंटा और मतलब चलेगा, फिर अब आपके लिए तो फैब हो भी जाएगा।
हाँ, तो 12 बजे, 12:01 खत्म होगा गेम मतलब फिर। वैसे ही फेब में 28 दिन है, जैन में 31, फेयर नहीं है ना, एक दिन वी कैन रीएलोकेट आवर रिसोर्सेज।
सरप्राइजिंग एक्चुअली ही इज थिंकिंग नाउ, लाइक नाइट एफ 4 चेक से पहले, लाइक इट मेड मोर सेंस, या बिकॉज G4 वाज अ क्रिटिकल मूव देयर।
कम ऑन, कम ऑन, कम ऑन, क्रूशियल मोमेंट।
बाय द वे नाइट D3 is also possible, yeah,
नाइट
because
D3।
technically f pawn just push हो रहा है, मतलब F4 F3 F2 and nothing can stop it.
Let's have a look now. So knight d3, bishop. Where do you put the bishop now?
I'm guessing E6 check एक बार दे दो, like I'm
अरे
guessing you
बाप रे,
would
e6 check, king
king
e8,
E8 forced, bishop goes somewhere, let's say D2
d2,
makes the most sense, F4 and king D5 only
f4.
move,
Yeah, and then
F3 bishop E3
bishop
only move,
3,
F2 bishop F2 only move, knight F2 and king E5, and this
king
is a draw.
e5. It's a draw.
Is it possible he missed this?
It's possible, definitely possible.
Because he is gonna go for king F5 and जब G4 आएगा तो king F4 king G3 and you win the knight or you win the pawn. But let's see, going back to the original position, 15 minutes for the world champion.
Since the situation is critical, why can't Gukesh's pawns make leaps? No, they can't move 2 squares at a time. That's only allowed on the initial squares once. So they only have to move 1 square at a time, and that is too slow here, at least in the current position. By the way, Hans writing down something? Maybe the moves or the.
I'm
Chances
guessing
of
the
Gukesh
line we
losing
just saw is what he
this.
missed. Yeah, that whole bishop, sacrificing the bishop and going for the pawn. Something he
Yeah.
overlooked there.
Gukesh can't lose this chat. I mean, that would be horrific. I think he's a pawn up, and the e
Oh,
pawn is
impossible to
controlled.
lose.
So we're playing for 2 results, but Gukesh was winning. He was completely winning. I mean, it was. He found a way to make it complicated. Now it's objectively a draw. That's the evaluation I'm going on. But practically, as we saw, Hans did give him another chance, which Gukesh couldn't take. So if he realizes there's no solution, he does have an option of playing knight e6 back, and Hans likely, just to repeat, will play king d5. And then again, g4 is winning. But it's
But for
very
king
hard to
D5 नहीं
notice.
खेलेगा भाई. We'll play bishop D2 or something.
I think he'll
Because
repeat,
like
Sahaj. That's so human, right? Because
as white, I'll tell you, because you're looking at G4, correct? You're
हाँ,
looking at G4 and then you say, okay, I'll play bishop D2 there. Black's gonna go knight E6, and then you stop there. Then you say, okay, अगर black knight E6 खेल रहा है, तो why can't I play bishop D2 now? And if you play G4, it's the same thing to calculate for me. By that
by
logic,
the
I
way, he
think Hans
played
will just
g4.
want, yeah.
He played g4, so no calculations there. And now two moves: bishop d2 या bishop a5.
Bishop D2 is, I think, the most logical.
Hmm.
It's gonna happen.
Tough, man. This is so tough. Instead of running g pawn, why can't he run the f pawn? It doesn't matter, I think. Right now, the f pawn is blocked by the knight. So you have to first move the knight, and even if you the goal is to push them together. One pawn the bishop can easily handle. So the only way the pawns advance is if you push both.
Yeah, correct. Chat, by the way, like, just wanna get a consensus here. How many of you think that Gukesh can still win this? Like, if you can just spam win or draw, okay, loss is not
I
possible.
can
So
actually
win
set up
or
a
draw.
poll. Let's figure out the exact number, Sajbhai.
That would be interesting actually to see what
Mukesh
the chat is.
versus Hans.
I still think there is
Mukesh
a chance to win
wins,
here, by the way.
draw, and Hans wins. Just for the sake of it, I think. You never know.
कि Hans win तो भाई
Let's vote.
possible ही नहीं है ना यार.
I mean, King D7, Knight.
Okay, come
You
on,
never
man.
know, Sajbhai. I've seen crazier stuff.
So poll is up. भाई किसी ने Hans wins भी vote किया है actually.
Bhai, it's
like, क्या
not
लिख
two
रहे हो?
hearts, yeah? So let's say white plays king d7, you
भाई
play
please
knight
यार.
d3 to attack the bishop, and e6 wins. it's two moves away.
भाई ऐसे तो कुछ भी possible है. ऐसे तो अभी
हाँ
उसने
हाँ,
resign कर दिया तो वो भी तो loss ही है.
अरे मतलब I'm saying like it's chess में ऐसे होता है ना, like if there's any hypothetical position जहाँ पे you can win, then you lose. Same चीज. साहिल मैं प्लीज
Just
टॉक
that
पॉजिटिव,
is
पॉजिटिव बोलता हूँ तो लोग बोलते हैं जिंक्स मत करो, नेगेटिव बोलता हूँ तो लोग कहते हैं सच्चाई बोलो। भाई ये क्या करें, हम बोले ही ना क्या?
But I think chat is voting for Gukesh win, yeah. Like it's
ऑफ कोर्स,
slightly
ऑफ
sort of
कोर्स।
ahead, but and I do get the sentiment.
I think we have to hope for the win, but we have to be prepared for the draw. I think that's the best way forward.
Okay, right now he has 28 minutes, so plenty of time to figure out the intricacies of the position. Saj, do you think in place of Gukesh would Magnus blunder knight f4? I mean, depends on many factors, but most likely not. I think many players would not play knight f4 there, but I think Gukesh has had some calculation issue. Yeah, उसको कहीं पे कुछ winning देखा, which was not winning. You would never play knight
Yeah,
f4 without calculating it like super deep.
yeah. I think he should have gone for the other plan that you showed. I think it was just clinical. Like this, I mean, what he has now, even if it was winning, felt more risky somehow. Ear gambit. I don't think ear gambits, I mean, have worked traditionally at Tata Steel. बहुत हिलाया साज भाई ने, पर उनके कालने से कुछ हुआ नहीं।
Sad bhai.
Mukesh, I don't know if he's realized like it's not winning.
He somehow ऐसा लग रहा है उसकी body language है, he's like he thinks he's winning, and Hans की body language ऐसा लग रहा है कि he feels like maybe there's a 1% chance, like he hasn't seen the draw yet.
Chad, enemy joining, we have this tradition of Sahaj Bhai moving his ears, not bal, like Kaan. And in 2024, it worked like a charm for Gukesh. Whenever Sahaj Bhai moves his ears, Gukesh would come back from a lost position. So you stuck to it, but 2026 में काम नहीं कर रहा है साज भाई, क्या चल रहा है यार?
Okay भाई करेगा, अब अभी start हुआ है जिस दिन साल, so long year ahead of us.
What areas Mukesh has to work on? Assessment is weak, but how to even fix that? Repeating pattern in his games, I think it's just form, Sahaj. I think when your confidence is low, your calculation is weak, you don't trust yourself. I think it's just confidence. What's your take?
Conversion I think is a very big one.
But he's the best at converting, na? 9 on 9 bhai. Like I think it doesn't feel like a skill issue. It's a confidence issue.
I mean, we're not talking about back then. Everything. This event, mate, has been. I think conversion is a big one there for me. But I think if, for example, if you took down Sindarov in the first, remember, yeah, Sindarov is the only guy who's
Hmm.
undefeated, and he was dead lost against Gukesh in the first round. That too with the white pieces. अगर वो match अगर Gukesh convert कर लेता, this tournament would have gone completely different. He would have had that momentum. So conversion is, I think, a very big part of it.
Hmm. And chat, I can read the poll. 49% people saying Gukesh win, 43% people saying draw, and that 8-9 remaining percent saying Hans wins. Uh, okay, वो 8% से Hans काफी खुश है, but
तो लग रहा है जिन्होंने हांसविन बोला उनको जस्ट उनको पता नहीं कि वो पहले दो ऑप्शंस में क्या वोट करें, तो दे जस्ट वेंट फॉर द थर्ड ऑप्शन.
नहीं, आई थिंक वो हैंड्स विंस वाले जो 9% है उनको मैं समझाना चाहूंगा। ये होती है चेस। सो इसमें दो किंग होते हैं और ऑब्जेक्टिव होता है किंग को चेकमेट करने का।
हाँ क्या.
एंड देन एंड देन अगर ब्लैक के पास दो पॉन है, व्हाइट के पास एक, मतलब ब्लैक टू ग्रेटर देन वन, सो ही हैज मोर चांसेस ऑफ विनिंग।
मतलब ब्लैक के पास अगर ये दोनों पॉन ना होते तो भी ड्रॉ है बाय द वे.
हाँ,
ये बड़ी बहुत बढ़िया एक्सरसाइज भी है कि अगर आप व्हाइट ब्लैक ये दोनों पॉन ले लो और यहाँ पे आप दो पॉन और लगा दो व्हाइट के ई4 एंड ई3 तो भी ड्रॉ है.
ये तो लेटेस्ट न्यूज है एक्चुअली भाई,
चैट
लेटेस्ट
इज
न्यूज
गोइंग
कमिंग
क्रेजी.
इन। 7% नहीं भाई, 9% थे वो एक्चुअली। तो 2% को पास क्यों मिले?
Hans, by the way, taking that very, very critical moment to think. If he finds the drawing method, then it will be
आयो
2-1 for
गुकेश
the
तो
world
ठीक है.
champion. गुकेश को नहीं लग रहा भाई, उसको लग रहा है कि अभी भी विनिंग है, आई एम टेलिंग यू.
आई थिंक वो मुझे वो लग रहा है, वो सीन नहीं था उसमें बाग मिल्खा बाग में, ऐसे वो गुस्सा होकर शीशे पे ऐसे जाता है, लुक्स एट हिमसेल्फ, क्या हो रहा है, व्हाई एम आई नॉट विनिंग, लाइक ऐसे कुछ सीन तो नहीं होगा वॉशरूम में साज भाई?
Hoping not, but it's too late. Let's see.
चैट बाय द वे, कहाँ कहाँ से आप लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं? वुड लव टू नो विच सिटी डू यू लिव इन इंडिया, बाहर कहाँ पे भी, कहाँ कहाँ ज्वाइन कर रहे हो बताओ भाई. साज भाई बुडापेस्ट से कमेंट्री कर रहे हैं, आई एम स्ट्रीमिंग फ्रॉम पनवेल, सो लेट अस नो वेयर यू ज्वाइनिंग फ्रॉम.
By the way, as Hans thinks also, and as the people answer, one quick look at Erwin versus Vedant Panesar, because look at this endgame, bhai. White has a king, rook, and 2 pawns, and black has a king and knight, and what, 5 pawns in total. And somehow it's equal.
साज भाई मतलब आई डोंट नो व्हाट टू से, आज एंड गेम्स का ही कुछ दिन चल रहा है भाई, कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है मुझे.
Knight end games का यार specifically.
भाई
So,
रात के
but yeah,
साढ़े
it's a
ग्यारह
good.
बजे तो नाइट एंड गेम तो हुई ना.
Oh, touche. क्या बात है.
बाद में काफी लोग
Canada.
लियारी से, अगेन लियारी एंड लाहौर के बहुत लोग हैं, दैट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, ग्लैड टू नो दैट. मीनवाइल आई थिंक लेट्स गो बैक मे बी देयर साज भाई गुकेश की गेम पे अपनी, बिकॉज हैंस में कितना समय लेंगे पता नहीं मुझे.
I'm guessing he sees the idea. Probably he sees the draw now. He spent around almost 10 minutes. Could be a bit late, yeah. उसने एक golden opportunity मतलब गुकेश को दी थी, which was missed in the previous move.
हैंस इतना सोच रहा है, ब्लंडर करेगा भाई? आपके मुंह
नहीं.
में घी, शक्कर, आइसक्रीम, गुलाब जामुन, रसगुल्ला, जो पसंद है
Oh,
खा लो.
is Bishop E1 is losing, no? Yeah, Bishop
Yes,
E1 is
bishop is
losing because
losing.
of knight D3.
Yes.
Okay.
So only two. I think bishop a5 feels a bit weird to me. So bishop
Hmm.
d2, I think, is the human move, which makes sense.
20 minutes. Hans 20 minutes और सोच ले. Oh, Bishop A5 is what he plays by.
Oh wow!
Oh.
भाई हैंस इवन ड्रॉ भी करेगा तो स्टाइल से, बिशप a5. वाओ.
Ah, okay, I see his plan. If black plays G3, then I guess E6 check, yeah? Only move. Knight E6 and King E5. If F4, then King E... Oh no, Bishop E1 only move.
भाई
Some
भाई दिस इज
insane.
ट्रिकी.
King E7, then King F5. Just you keep the king like this. And eventually
But
King G4
Sahaj,
and G3. Okay, draw.
I think Hans realized it's a draw. The way he
Yeah.
got up for that brief second in confidence, I think he realizes it's a draw now. So he's seen enough to convince himself at least that it's a draw now. And Gukesh has blown it away. Will Gukesh now realize is the question?
I don't think he has yet. And I'm guessing G3 and E6 is something he will see. First of all, he only has 11 minutes on the clock. So G3 would be like completely simplifying. Yeah, E6 check एक बार आ गया वहां पे तो you cannot go back afterwards. So knight E6 perhaps is a better try क्योंकि at least वो king E5 से मेरे pawns attack नहीं हो रहे हैं. The game continues for longer.
And knight e6 with bishop e1 is the only move. It's
Ah,
logical though. I mean, what else do you play? So
otherwise G3 आ रहा है simple.
But okay, Saj, after 91, you're kind of forced to play f4, yeah? And then king d5, and we have this force variation. So he cannot really delay it much longer.
Like king D5 to play king E4, knight G5 आया तो E6 check. Ah, okay. E6. Basically, the idea is to play E6 check and just go for the pawns, essentially. He plays knight E6, by the way, on the board. Moment of truth for Hans. Does he play bishop E1 or not?
कुछ तो है गुकेश के पास, हाँ भाई, एक्स्ट्रा पॉन बोलते हैं उसको, बड़े स्टिल ड्रॉ. ब्लू एरो. साज भाई एक टाइम पे ब्लू आईज हिप्नोटाइज करती थी, आजकल ब्लू एरो है भाई. Life has, blue eyes से blue arrow में हम बड़े हो गए.
King d5 was the mistake that he made last time. जिस पे g3 के बाद is completely over.
Played. Wow, played.
I don't think he's making a mistake now. So what is this? If Hans realized, and why can't Gukesh realize? So Hans better at endgames or calculations then? I think for Gukesh it was some calculation error, which I think Hans realized, but okay, not completely, because he also made a mistake in the end game. I'm not saying one is better at calculations or end games or anything like that. It's just one game. I don't think one player is like better at any. I think they're both very, very. They're both just excellent in end games and calculation, of course.
Chat, by the way, do like the stream. Let's get more people in, because final moments of Gukesh's match in the second last round. Tomorrow, by the way, the last round starts 2 hours early. So it's going to start, somewhere around 4:30, 4:45 p.m. on a Sunday. That's going to be amazing to watch, of course, the finish. But can Gukesh get a victory here? This will be great for his chances to finish in second place, for example. But it does look difficult right now. Objectively, a draw. Knight f4, bishop a5 is repetition. You can't move the king because knight would be hanging. The knight doesn't have any better squares, so f4 feels like the obvious try. Can you play knight g5 maybe, Sahaj? That's the way to continue.
Then king d5 again. Then we transpose after f4. Exactly. ये हमने देखा था e6 check.
Maybe king g6, yeah? After king d5. Just to kind of make it different.
Then
e6 if it is
again, no? e6 again is coming. King f6 पे bishop h4 and you can lose that.
Bhai sahab.
So, yeah, this would be a draw. I think this is the moment where it's sort of settling in for Gukesh.
Losing my sleep for nothing is always, hey, come on. Hey, Prashi, come on. Like, you are not going to sleep before 12. आज की जनजी जनता कहाँ सोती है? साल में कितने बजे सोते हो आप?
मैं जनजी नहीं हूँ, but I do agree with your statement.
Like 12-1 बजे से पहले कोई नहीं सोता आजकल, नहीं? Like that's my take.
Correct.
Maybe it's a bad take, but it's take.
Yeah, I think Gukesh is realizing now.
I think एक moment आएगा when we're going to see it on his face.
यही है वो moment, I'm telling you. It's settling in right now. And also he has 8 minutes on the clock. Thing is that if it's winning, then you would have seen it by now. This is the difficult part about these end games. Because you think, okay, maybe there's something I missed. Very rarely is that something, extremely complicated in such a simple position. तो अभी तक अगर कोई win होती तो दिख जाती भाई.
मैक्स यूजर लिख रहा है, आ गए गुकेश को सिखाने वाले कमेंटेटर्स. Hilarious, भाई. That was hilarious. Best comment of the day. भाई देखो, हमारा काम है ऑब्जेक्टिव कमेंट्री करना कि बेस्ट मूव क्या है, क्या गलती हो सकती थी. Of course, like I would have lost 10 games to Hans by now, but it doesn't mean कि we can't share our objective feedback.
भाई वो
मना कर दे नहीं,
हमारे बारे में नहीं बात कर रहा था. आई थिंक वो चैट के बारे में बोल रहा था. वो कमेंटर्स बोला उन्होंने.
अच्छा, तो मैंने अपने पर फालतू में ले लिया क्या?
हाँ, फालतू में आई थिंक.
Oh damn.
भाई यू कॉट स्ट्रेज यार. जो आप ही नहीं कैच करे.
भाई Indians are only catching strays in this tournament. So this is not the ideal for commentators and players both now.
Correct, भाई. Pawn f4 पे continuation is king d5, king e4. 7 minutes by the way for Gukesh. I wish he had more time on the clock. Maybe he can pose some last minute problem. Last minute problem. अगर आप time reverse कर देते हैं तो Hans can definitely make a mistake here. But at 21 minutes for Hans is not.
You want Hans to have less time, not Gukesh to have more time. I think Hans का 1 minute होता, 2 minute होता है, maybe yes.
If Gukesh has more time on the clock, then he can set up some interesting. यहाँ पे traps लग सकते हैं for sure. We are no different from
day by day agreeing with Nodirbek.
Shit. Wow.
That was a deep okay, the best comment has been overtaken very quickly. 450 आपने मारे, लेकिन साउथ अफ्रीका ने ओवरटेक कर लिया भाई आपको। सॉरी यार मैक्स भाई,
भाई डे
बेस्ट कमेंट।
नॉर्दर्विक
व्हाट अ
बॉर्डर टू नहीं
कमेंट।
भाई, अच्छी थी क्या बॉर्डर टू?
बॉर्डर टू नहीं भाई।
हैव यू सीन इट?
मैं नहीं भाई, आई मीन कहाँ है टाइम बॉर्डर टू देखने का भाई? ये जंग तो लड़ नहीं पा रहे जो 64 स्क्वायर्स वाली हम लोग।
भाई टाइम तो यहाँ भी नहीं है टू बी ऑनेस्ट, 6 मिनट।
What's happening to Gukesh? You were close winning game against Sindarov, winning against Aravindh. I think, वही मैंने कहा, I told you, like for me it's confidence, maybe it's some other stuff as well going on in his mind, maybe some calculation issues as well. I think calculation is the first thing that gets affected once your confidence is down. You don't trust yourself. I think Gukesh is realizing, Saj, we can see it on his face, yeah, gradually.
Yeah.
It's not really winning.
And now the
Oh,
reality kicks in. This
yeah,
is
there
not
is no way
good
to win
idea.
this. 10th में कितने आए थे आपके? अच्छा अच्छा, मेरे से पूछे, गुकेश के पूछ लो। गुकेश, आई डोंट नो इफ ही गेव 10th बोर्ड्स। भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियन लेवल का खिलाड़ी था यार, व्हाट्स द नीड। मेरे तो आई थिंक यार 80, आई थिंक 82.2 समथिंग लाइक दैट, नॉट मच एक्चुअली। डिसअपॉइंटिंग था भाई।
Yeah, this is looking very sad now. And what it's like such a believable thing to fall for, you know? Like it as I mean,
हम्म
I think it's so easy to fall for this. Like my mind was
हम्म
only going towards this night sacrifice. I think it's just unfortunate for Gukesh. Have to say why. Very unfortunate. But yeah, going for this entire endgame also didn't make sense. Just keep the extra knight. No chances to lose. Yeah, you can just go for it.
No, but also like, I mean, it was a decision, right? Like, do I give the piece for 2 pawns or do I keep the piece? Like, I mean, objectively, maybe keeping the piece is cleaner, no? Like, it's less risk prone.
उसको लगा कि शायद मे बी उस पोजीशन में दो नाइट्स वर्सेस पॉन वाली पोजीशन आ सकती है परहैप्स,
हाँ
एंड ही डिडंट लाइक इट सो मच. बट या दैट वाज
yeah.
मच सिंपलर. भाई सूखा पीस था यार वो, स्पेशली इन दैट एंड गेम वेयर ही सैक्रिफाइस द नाइट. इट वाज अ प्लेन लाइक पीस, नो compensation. So but yeah, knight f4 was just very unfortunate for Gukesh. कि such a move existed is very unfortunate.
ये इंजॉय भाई ज्यादा ही हाई हो रखे हैं भाई, रिलैक्स भाई।
By the way, 3 minutes for the world champion, and अब he
सिंधु
knows
भाई,
it's a draw. So
earlier he was saying you like king f4। भाई king f4 कहाँ से? Oh, knight g5 played by the way।
yeah, lots of moves there for white. King d5 is the simplest, I'm guessing.
T-shirt guy is wearing Gukesh. No, he was wearing Arvind. Did he change his shirt? I don't think so.
By the way, knight g5 doesn't make sense ना. Bishop g5, bishop h5 4 पे भी आपको knight वापस ही तो लाना पड़ेगा.
Is there knight e4 check?
Then king d7 फिर से आपको चेक देना पड़ेगा. King
अरे भाई
d6.
king d7 is already getting it's getting scary, yeah?
Yeah, I think bishop
Oh, he's
h4 is
not
good
playing.
here. Oh, he plays
No, he
king
plays
d5.
king d5.
Yeah, it's simple for him. I think he saw the pattern and yeah, एक मौका दिया था उसने गुकेश को in this end game, but I don't think he's gonna do it again.
Okay,
And
do
if
you go
f4, by
f4
the way,
now?
yeah, then e6 check. Very important move, this move. And to
There's
bring the king
also
closer.
there's also bishop d2 actually,
Ah, okay.
apparently. And knight h3
f3
के बाद then e6.
by f3 bishop e. I don't know, bishop d2 is logical though. कभी ना कभी तो e6 खेलना ही पड़ेगा ना आपको. How do you bring the king closer?
हाँ, e6 is
This
the
is
move,
tough,
yeah?
right?
In all variations, at some point you have to give that check.
कोई और player in course to be.
By the way, he
नहीं
did
भाई.
change his shirt actually, Sajbhai. I can see it now, Gukesh.
Oh, he goes 96 again. Is he repeating king d6? Maybe he's trying to gain some time, but let's see.
Apparently, bishop g3 is all. No, bishop g3 is lost after king e7. Oh,
Because
tricky.
king goes to d7, remember knight c7 check. That's what he's trying to do. क्योंकि king d6 say you have to stop.
Ah,
And
he stops it.
And now f4 pe against this, there's king d5. By the way, that's one repetition. He plays f4 now.
Oh, he goes f4. Chat, this is the moment, yeah? I think the moment of realization. King d5. Hans has to come back. And I mean, it's the obvious move, yeah? That's the only way you stop the pawns. So it is a
Correct.
draw now.
f3 pe king e4. Actually, and anything you play, just king e4 basically. If king e4 is legal, I will just pre-move it.
T-shirt एक coded message है. नहीं भाई, I don't think so. I think here Gukesh only has himself to blame. I think at the end, like it was just calculation. It was a difficult one, but yeah.
f3
And now
played.
f3 played. But I mean, you can already see the contours. Yeah, bishop stopping both pawns. Like it should be enough to understand key. This is not really easy to push.
You just have to wait here with bishop g3 or something. And knight f4 check, can't take because of f2. So king e4, knight h3, and then king f5, I'm guessing. Yeah. And then you take this. So knight f4 check, not possible. King move nahi kar raha. Knight g5 maybe is possible. Then I have this e6 check. Yeah, this is now a draw. Yeah, भाई +2 हो गया आपका मैगी का काउंटर.
अरे यार, why not? ये मैगी में actually I will donate to Chad भाई if Mukesh wins this somehow. I don't even need it for myself. अरे यार.
Yeah, this is sad. Okay, well, let's see what Hans plays. He has a lot of time. Bishop literally कहीं पे भी रख सकते हो आप. Maybe not f. Is f2 working? Bishop f2? It's also working. Yeah, कुछ भी मतलब basically unless you allow f2 or g3, it's a draw right now.
Why not?
So
Because it's all,
Hans.
yeah, whenever you, I mean, you can see, yeah, you, to move the pawns, now you need to bring the king. King can't come in, there is no path. So knight को आना पड़ेगा. And if you bring the knight, I mean,
Then
कहाँ से
e6.
लेके आओगे?
Knight अगर f4 आ रहा है तो king e4, king f5. Knight g5 से आ रहा है तो e6 check and then king e5, king f4 and whatever. Both ways it's a draw, भाई.
By literally like king e4. Simple. And if knight c5, king f4, knight d3 check, king g4, knight e1, king g3.
कहाँ पे knight? So one
King
more time.
e4, king
Yeah.
e4, knight c5 check, just king f4, knight
हाँ.
d3 check, king g4, knight takes bishop defending the pawn, but king g3 and it's a draw.
Yeah.
बताओ, सब कुछ draw है भाई.
Opposition मिल जाएगी यहाँ पे तो free hand for Hans. It can play literally anything and it will be a draw. Just move the bishop somewhere. I'll have to say by now it doesn't look now I'll also vote for a draw. Yeah?
I think it's pretty much a draw, and Gukesh knows it, even though you don't see it on his face because the game is still going on. He doesn't want to give anything away, but you will see it on his face at some point. He knows he was winning. I mean, of course, that he was a piece for a pawn. He had a piece for a pawn. When I think about it, like I'm like, it should be simple, yeah, but clearly not.
Yeah, this is sad.
गुकेश टिक्कू भी लाइक भाई तू खेल ले भाई. अरे यार ये क्या लॉजिक है भाई, मतलब लाइक ही इज द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन. लाइक ये क्या लॉजिक है? मैं तो वो 15 से हार जाऊं. बाय द वे, प्लेड वेरी सॉलिड बाय हैंड्स.
Yeah, once again knight f4 आएगा तो king e4, king f5 एक टेम्पो के साथ. knight g5 जा रहा है तो you're not allowing king f4, तो e6 check and then bring the king to the g4 pawn. Basically this king has to reach g4 somehow, and I think he realizes it. Maybe knight g7 can be interesting, but then still e6. Yeah, is e6 winning now? Oh, e6 king f6 is now losing, bhai, so still some chances.
The problem is कि fight can just wait with the bishop actually. Like whatever knight move you do, I'm not
knight
forced
g7,
to. Knight g7, just bishop e1. It's still a draw. So that's my problem with the position. Like it's almost impossible. Now king e4.
And now king g6. Yeah, नहीं, because knight बंद गया f4 के. जैसे knight move करेगा king f4 आ जाएगा.
I mean, it's possible to lose again, but like ये जो pawn formation I feel is not the best because now it's very hard to push them anymore. And
Yeah, no, I agree with you. 2 minutes
comeback
by the way
होगा.
for the world champion.
कोई कह रहा है कमबैक होगा फेब में, दूसरा कहता है फेब तो कपल्स का है तो मार्च से होगा अब. क्या था भाई, क्या था भाई ये.
Pragg Masters खेल रहा है ना गुकेश, which is in Feb, so.
हाँ. Gukesh losing on time. Why has 2 minutes, by the way? Let's not, because White still has a pawn on the board.
He's calculating like any trick in the position. Probably he knows this is not winning anymore, but some last minute trick could still work.
Salve Valentine Day plans. Yep, spending with Saj bhai. Likely commentating on Freestyle World Championship.
क्या बात है भाई.
कैमरा मिल गए तो.
Guki at Olympics was peak Guki. Agreed bhai, agreed. Sahaj bhai, you accept his love.
अबे यार,
कुछ भी
सारे
भाई.
कमेंट नहीं पढ़ने होते साज भाई.
ये क्या है भाई? By the way, check. Okay, King E4 now.
Oh, knight F4 check. Hands भाई, free knight.
And now King F5 आ गया भाई. King F5 आ गया तो it's. Okay, but maybe he can go knight E2 and King E6. Maybe some chances there.
Knight E6.
Knight E2. Knight E2 या knight H5.
Knight E2.
Yeah, knight H5 for example. Yeah, but now just bishop. Knight F5 he plays. Bishop F2 or bishop E1. And then just wait. Yeah, E1 H4, E1 H4 basically.
मई में गर्मी की छुट्टी है, कम बैक जून से होगा फिर यार. भाई मार्च अप्रैल में कैंडिडेट्स है तो उससे उस टाइम पे तो कम बैक करना ही है हम लोगों को भाई. वी कांट डिले इट मोर देन दैट.
ऐसे तो नवंबर में दिवाली होगी फिर उसके बाद करते हैं कमबैक. ये क्या है?
हाँ, ऐसे थोड़ी चलेगा यार. ओलंपियाड सितंबर में यार.
Oh, this is very, very, very sad.
Bishop H4
He plays
played.
bishop H4, 2 minutes now for the world champion to come up with a trick. But I think this is becoming more and more simpler because now with bishop H4, he has made sure that black will go king E6, for example. He will just move the bishop on these three squares, yeah, F2, E1, H4, kahin pe bhi. And the problem is, ये knight जब भी move करेगा, then white can play king F4, king G4. This pawn cannot move क्योंकि I'll take on F3. This pawn cannot move because it's hanging. So it's like कोई prove ही नहीं कर सकते आप इस position में.
साथ में एक रैंडम
is working, yeah. Sorry?
रैंडम ने लिखा कि डायरेक्ट वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में ही होगा कमबैक. एंड अब इतनी सारी वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप हो चुकी है. आई एम थिंकिंग टोटल वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप तो है, डायरेक्ट वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप कौन सी है?
Wow.
इतनी वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप हो चुकी है. क्या यार.
Yeah. Now it's a draw, bhai. King E7. Oh, he's waiting, yeah. Check now on H4. Triangulate कर रहा है वो, King E7, King D7, King E6 to waste a move, but इससे फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा because bishop can also go to E1 or H4 and it's the same.
Gukesh won 3 games which were completely winning. Exactly. And also, let's not forget one game which he blundered. Jahan pe it's a draw. Yeah, Gukesh is now half smiling, half depressed. We could see it there. He's like, okay, how did I spoil this? Like, it was completely winning. Like, it's that look. Okay, this tournament is just not mine. Yeah, like it's that sort of look. Okay, I mean, I tried everything. It's just not my tournament.
I don't think he's thinking about the tournament right now. I think he's thinking about how did I not win this, which is a fair question. But that knight F4 was just too. I mean, I'm with Gukesh here, right? It was too tempting to not take on F4.
क्या साज भाई? Why are you with Gukesh? Okay, Gukesh now realizing. Okay, he's realized already, but he's just accepting that the game is going to end in a draw.
Yeah, I mean, but at this point, if there is no improvement, then you know it's a draw already. But yeah, वो Gukesh ने अपना head shake नहीं किया, but I mean, I think he will do it any moment. But yeah, sad. But that means 4 draws, 5 draws actually. Yeah, Vedant also drew his match. So 5 draws, solid day overall.
Yes, bhai, solid.
Yeah, there it is.
Is king to
Gukesh.
f5
First
winning?
expression from Gukesh I saw, by the way, showing that the position has slipped away, by the way.
Yes, king f5 is winning. If Hans की किंग को थोड़ी कोई लंबी फूक मार दे और वो f5 पे गिर जाए तो इट कुड बी विनिंग, बट नो. साहिल भाई मैगी दे दो
कंप्लीट.
मूड ठीक करने के लिए. भाई मेरा मूड कौन ठीक करेगा? अगर मैं मैगी तुम्हें दे दूंगा तो मैं क्या खाऊं?
भाई आज तो ये भी हो गया और उसके बाद से मैं 2 मैगीज भी हार गया भाई. क्रेजी. मूड ही खराब हो गया भाई. He's overpressing a problem for Gukesh. He plays well if he's conservative, like in candidates and also with black pieces. I don't think it's a problem, bhai. I think it's a skill. He has a very special skill there, and he tried. It was not a problem today. I think he was not overpressing today. I think he just miscalculated something. So wouldn't say it's a problem, bhai. Not yet. Just not his event. Yeah, that's it.
Am I the only Nepali here? नहीं भाई, I've seen some people from Nepal as well. Referee है या घर गए? नहीं नहीं भाई, referee उधर ही है until all the games finish. They cannot leave, I think.
Time to tha yaar. You're right. You're right. But now not so much. Yeah, he has 1 minute and some. Okay, 1 minute
By
now.
the way, I don't know किसके लिए question है, but Sahil Grover, what if Gukesh plays rook to b4? So ये rook कहाँ से आ रहा है भाई? जरा समझाएंगे मुझे. Where is this rook coming from?
वो
दिख
side
नहीं रहा है
support
मुझे
था.
rook.
Oh, he
Oh,
just
by the way, it's a
dropped.
draw.
Just offered the draw.
Wow. It is a draw and heartbreak for Gukesh. I mean, not heartbreak. Hans is showing him the win, I think. At
They're
least what
just
Hans
discussing
feels.
knight f4 नहीं मारना चाहिए था उधर. That's it.
Yeah. Wow.
So yeah, that's been. By the way, this was the moment, chat. If you want to take a look at it again, this was the moment he had 2 knights, and he sacrificed one of the knights, which was a mistake. It was very tempting, though. It looked winning at first, but it was not. I think that's what they're discussing. He just had to set his knight on e6, play g6, and slowly convert with the 2 knights, which was winning. But yeah, that's a mess from the world champion.
Yeah, Gukesh is smiling, but I think when he goes back home and sees how winning he was, maybe he will not be so happy. But overall, Saj, by 5 draws today, we didn't lose a single game. But the main question is, have we moved to the first half of the standing? Yes or no, Saj? Let's not have the standings first, chat.
Yes.
Do you think somebody has moved to the first half?
By only Gukesh, yeah, और कोई हो नहीं सकता.
हाँ, मतलब Gukesh. Like, do you think he's moved to the first half?
हाँ, but Fedoseev lost, ना, तो yes.
Yes. Okay, Chad, what do you think? Okay, let's see. Let's have it. The big reveal.
Big reveal incoming. है भाई है. I think because Fedoseev हारा. Fedoseev और Gukesh के same points थे. I remember.
Yeah, I'm also hoping for it, साज भाई की लेफ्ट साइड पे आ गया Gukesh. अरे यार नहीं अपडेट नहीं हुआ भाई. He is on 6 points now.
हाँ, 6 out of 12. तो कल की हुई standings.
Wait, how many points does Anish have? I'm checking. ये कल की थी, I think.
Anish
is also on 6. तो साज भाई, I don't know. I'm not sure.
I guess we'll see very soon. By the way, Vincent is still playing. He's completely winning though against Van. Yeah, but I think he will move to 7 out of 12. So Vincent made a very good comeback, yeah, after those 2 losses against Fedoseev and Bluebaum.
So 6 point है ना गुकेश के and 7 लोग हैं. So number 1 is Nodirbek, number 2 is Sindarov, number 3 is Jorden, number 4 is Hans, number 5 is Bluebaum, number 6 is Erdogmus, ये 6:30 तक के है. And number 7 पे Anish and Keymer is on 6 and he would win.
Yeah, so
So he
maybe
goes
not.
to
Yeah.
number 7. So there is
Yeah.
no chance he's in the first half. Like nobody on 6 is in the first half, actually.
Yeah.
And his tiebreak is worse than, so he'll not even be 8th. I think he'll be 9th, actually. He'll be 9th in the standings.
Yeah, because Vincent also is completely winning. So
yeah. So 9th, 10th, 12th, 13th. I think something like this will be our standings, I think. Yeah. I think एक match pending भी है, so it will not be final. But yeah, Saj bhai, so not the greatest day, not the worst day either, but there were some moments जहाँ लगा था कुछ crazy होगा, but हुआ नहीं.
yeah, but 5 draws pretty solid. I mean, I think Gukesh
No, I
ka win
mean,
was very, very nice. But yeah, it was a solid day regardless.
yeah. So chat, कल है final day of Tata Steel. I know this event has not gone our way, but कई बार ना वो final में कुछ crazy होता है and then it drags on to the future tournaments in your life. ऐसा बहुत बार साहज मैंने experience किया होगा, मैंने भी किया है. So final game कई बार twist होती है. Last time Arjun came back in the final game by defeating Gukesh. So क्या पता कल अर्जुन नोदरबेक को हरा दे and suddenly at least we have something to smile about. So chat, कल मिलते हैं. एंड कल आई नो 500 हो गए, एक हमेशा कल एक्स्ट्रा करेंगे, मुझे याद लाना. लेट्स डू इट टुमारो. आज थोड़ा सा खत्म करते हैं, कल
थोड़ा
जल्दी
मूड
आएंगे
खराब है
चैट.
भाई.
हाँ. एंड कल आई थिंक विल स्टार्ट 2 hours अर्ली, सो ध्यान रखना. विल बी देयर एट 4:30 4:45 PM इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड टाइम. एंड चैट मिलते हैं कल विद द फाइनल डे ऑफ टाटा स्टील चेस. मजा आएगा भाई. एंड ऑफ कोर्स पूरा साल पैक्ड है. थैंक यू साज भाई, थैंक यू समय भाई, थैंक यू चैट. सी यू टुमारो. टेक केयर एंड गुड नाइट.